Yeah, right on. Let me drop this link. I tried to get a hold of you. Left a message on one of your videos. I was bored. I couldn't find anybody. I've been on a few panels. But I was bored. There you go. I'm about jamming. We be jamming. There it is. Linked in the stink. That's what I always call it. Music. Some different shit. My Bluetooth working with the hotspot. Here's a good song. It's called I Told You So. 1, 2, 3. You gotta love it. Beyond that, cool. Problem is work. Thing. Oh, why? I think it. Hey, we're Dirty Rotten, and Alexis Gumbo. Oh, what's up, Master Case? You using somebody else's phone? Eh? That's Alexis Gumbo. Is that like a AI Cajun? Hey, it's pretty funny. You know it. I told you so. It's a conspiracy music guru. I told you so. Come on up on the panel, man. There's a link in there. Come on. Anybody. Remember when I told you about 9/11? Yeah. Remember when I told you about Building 7? Yeah. Remember when I told you about the fluoride in the water? Yes, I did. Remember when I told you about the new odor? Remember that? This guy had a shitload of music. It's badass. And it's copyright free. They're like this one is 432. Don't let them take your mind. Check this out. 432 hertz. Oh, it's got this music. Yep.
Power off.
That damn speaker. Well, got this one right here. Got a flaker. Always something, ain't it? Red's doing okay. It's hot as some of this here. How's it fresh? Yeah, dude. Dirty, rotten imbecile. My music. Hopefully we have this one hooked up. Scan, see what happens. I might have to try this again.
Power on.
Stay on this.
Bluetooth connected.
TWP Popcorn, what's up popping? It's all popping. Popping and popping. Got time to hit the damn bong, I know that. Bongs up, keys up, post down, right? Here we go, let's see if we can try again. There you go. Conspiracy music guru. Don't let him take your mind. When we believe in that spinning globe.
Indoctrination blinded us all. From the very first day that we went to school, they put a globe in your face
And that thing was cool.
The teacher explained how it all worked. Of course, it sounded so berserk, but who was I to question then? Because
I was just a little
kid. It sounded crazy as could be, but teacher would never lie to me. She was real nice, she didn't know. She was only taught to believe in that quote. I don't blame her, it wasn't her fault. She was
globe stands for greatest lie of all earth.
I went through life believing that lie. That spinning ball was now in my mind.
Don't let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man.
Ooh, don't let them tell you that you are not divine. We are divine. Take control of your soul. Ooh, find the truth. Find it all. Whoa. Don't believe their lies. Don't let them take your mind.
Alright, man, what's up? So I'm hurling through space on a road to nowhere. So I live my life without a care, cause I was taught that there ain't no creator. That's what I was taught by my educator. So I live my life so selfishly, there ain't gonna be no hell for me. I'll do what I want with no care for others, with no respect for my brothers. Until one day when I woke up and I drank some truth with my coffee cup. I learned that things ain't what they seem. This so-called reality is just a dream. There's deception everywhere that I look. The news, the TV, and in my school books. And pretty soon I'll realize that
everything's just a pack of lies. We know that. Don't let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind,
Never.
man.
Ooh, don't let them tell you that you are not divine. Ooh, take control of your soul. Ooh, find the truth. Find it all. Whoa. Don't believe their lies. Don't let them take your mind. Hey, Ram Sunshine, say the truth. Right on, right on.
Deception on a biblical
Biblical level.
It's orchestrated
By the devil.
Many think that hate don't exist, but that's what he
He
wants.
does
That's
it,
one
what
of
he-
his tricks. But I found out that dude's real. And I tell you, man, that's
It was a bitter pill.
So I questioned everything I was told. I had to question that spinning globe. I had to relearn it all again and get some truth inside this brain.
What's up, Big Mac?
And pretty soon
Or
I
Johnny.
realized
That
the globe I was taught was a pack of lies, so I studied as hard as can be. I found the flatter conspiracy, man, it hit me
like a ton of bricks.
The globe I was taught was a devil's trick.
Don't let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man.
Don't let them tell you that you are not divine.
Don't let them do it, man.
Take control of your soul.
Take back control.
Find the truth. Woo! Dog alert. Don't believe that lie. Don't let them take your mind. Conspiracy music guru.
I started to connect the dots, and I'm telling you, man, there are lots. I soon realized that the earth was flat. It's not a belief, man.
It's a fact.
Once I found out that reality, well, it did a funny thing to me. For a while there, I was pretty shocked, but now I know that there is a God. And once you get to that point of understanding, and once you know
there ain't no moon landing,
and once you know that space is fake, you view your life.
oh, okay. Messaging Patrick back there. Shut up. I hope he'll come over here. He sent me a video, but I can get some ignorance, I'm sure. There he is. Woo-hoo! I put the link down there, dude. I didn't get to look at your video yet, but yes, up here. Everybody here, crazy, crazy. You have to get people here, open-minded, not afraid to speak their mind. Like, here we go. The link's down there. Can you see it? Grab it. I'll do it again. I don't care.
World getting crazy, baby, chill. Don't medicate, just meditate. You waking up now, well, baby, elevate, educate. Look at what's going on, let it resonate, accelerate. Find you in a hunger like you never ate. Agenda is to push the hate. Separate, segregate, don't celebrate. Quite yet, the storm is coming, cue for heaven's sake. Violence that they demonstrate. Instigate and penetrate the values of our country. And our God is what they desecrate. My fight ain't no featherweight. Pulling out the seams of the fabric that they fabricate. They feed us lies, manipulate, intimidate, fear and forcing us to sit and wait till we come together, congregate, and then we liberate. Praying that you give me strength to find some love amongst the hate. Marching on the streets of blood till I see the golden gate.
Here's the best part of the song right here. Hey, try to sing it sometime right here. Listen to this part. One day I hope you'll see the truth. Hey, Ninja. This puppet show, it stays on because of you fools. We've been dancing with the devil way too long. I know it's fun, but get ready to pay your dues. Whoa, God, home. This crazy world is filled with fires and abuse. We need you now before we're too far gone. I hope one day they finally see the truth. God, we need you now. It's a great song, you know what?
Indeed.
Hey, Mimi. I like struggle.
Just to fall in line and follow their perspective. Don't question their objective.
He grew up in a pretty rough life, being a grandkid of Waylon Jennings, didn't he?
Yeah. I want to think.
I'm fighting all these terrorists, both foreign and domestic. Refuse to be directed. Lion, not a sheep. Only kneel to my God.
So I'm dying on my feet. Hey, Mike in Florida, brother.
Violence in the street. I've been rolling with the punches. I can't take it on the cheap. Drink from a glass half full. I'm optimistic.
People are sadistic, malicious and malicious.
Praying for assistance to overcome opposition.
This chick has voice is crazy, you know what?
Yeah.
One day I hope you'll see the truth. This puppet show, it stays on because of you fools. We've been dancing with the devil way too long. I know it's fun, but get ready to pay your dues. Oh, God, come back home. This crazy world is filled with liars and abusers. Need you now before we're too far gone. I hope one day they finally see the truth. God, we need you now. Ain't that the fucking truth? We need you now. Whoa, whoa. We need you now. I'm gonna let her sing this part.
One day,
I like this part. Her voice. I hope you see the truth. This puppy show, it stays on because of you fools. We've been dancing with the devil way too long. I know it's fun, but get ready to pay your due. Oh God, come back home. This crazy world is filled with violence and abusers. Need you now before we're too far gone. I hope one day they finally see the truth. God, we need you now. Long that song, isn't it? Your turn.
Indeed, it
Plays
is.
in the dirt. Hey, haven't seen you in a while. How you been? You got some good people.
Hey,
Crazy.
what's up?
Hey, what's up?
What's
Hey,
up?
what's up,
Hey,
Frack?
what's up, Frank?
Brackenstein.
Frack, Ray of
Frank, Ray of
Sunshine.
Sunshine.
How you doing, Mike? Hope you're doing better, brother. Been praying for you.
Dreezy, what's up?
Dreezy, what's up?
Plays in the dirt.
Plays in the dirt.
Yeah, I like that. Plays in the dirt. My daughter, when she was little, we called her runs with scissors. You know what I mean? I don't know why we just.
Man, I just got
Man,
that.
I just
stretched and
my
chest
chest
popped.
popped.
Oh, it's echoing,
Oh, it's
brother.
echoing, brother.
It is?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me see.
Oh shit.
Oh shit.
I only got one thing open.
Here,
I'm
gonna mute real quick.
Hello. I've only got one thing open though. I don't know why it'd be echoing.
That's weird.
That's weird.
It's not echoing where I'm listening.
Huh.
See, son of daughter, are you leaving? Alrighty. Twice as good with the echo. I'll go out and come back in.
Is that better? Is that better? Hello? Hey, can anybody hear me? Let me know if you guys can only hear my voice in not more than one. Hello? 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 How you doing? How you doing? How you doing? Fine. I'm joking. Let's see. Hold on real quick, guys. I'm going to turn up my phone because I'm on my tablet. Let's see here, lady. Hold on real quick, guys. Okay. I'm going to turn up my phone. Okay, I'm not echoing. That's good. Because I clicked.
Installation. And we are going to kick some serious ass and take some serious names. I tell you, it's going to be just like this and just like that. Like this and like that and like this and like this and like that and like this and like this.
Okay, are you echoing now?
Nope.
Right on.
All right. Let's go, ladies and gentlemen. Let's kick some ass and take some names today. You know what I'm saying? I tell the lady, like, she got my pretty mouth. Take some names today. You know what I'm saying? That was my Bluetooth. If anybody got some, if anybody has requests for Brother Sass and Brother Pat, please, guys, drop some freaking songs.
Yeah. Hey, I'm like you, dude. I've sang about every song, I think.
Yeah.
I've done a lot of them.
I'm gonna try some Elton John. It's been a while since I sang some Elton John.
That's cool.
When
I was in like elementary school, it was like, "Don't go breaking my heart." It was Kiki D, you know that song.
Yeah. All right, let's see.
That was the 70s.
Absolutely, dude. I loved his 70s, 80s, and 90s stuff.
Come up, Spud Lee. Come on up. Anybody? Come up here. Hang out.
All right, I'm gonna break the element and try Benny and the Jets.
All right.
And I'm gonna give a shout out to my other brother in the chat, Silent Auditor. He puts on really good fucking shows, just like Sassy does. So please go to Silent Auditor, man. He's fucking awesome. Please sub to Silent Auditor. He's a good guy too, just like Sassy is. And let's keep this positivity going, guys. All right. It's time for the belly and the chest. All right.
Mute. Go for it.
Here we go, guys. Oh. Try this again. Hey kids, shake it loose together. The spotlight's hitting something like it's known change of weather. We'll kill the fat calves tonight, so stick around. You're gonna hear the electric music, solid walls of sound, yeah. Say, Candy and Ronnie, have you seen them yet? Oh, but they're so spaced out. Benny and the Jets. Oh, but there's Rhythm, that wonderful. Oh, Benny, she's really keen. She's got electric boots, a mohawk suit. You know I really need a magazine. Benny and the Jets. Hey kids, plug into the fakeless. Maybe they're blinded, but Benny makes them ageless. We shall survive, let us take ourselves along, where we fight off parents out the street to find out who's right and who's wrong. Oh, Candy and Ronnie, have you seen them yet? Oh, but they're so spaced out. Benny and the Jets. Oh, but they're weird and they're wonderful. Oh, Benny, she's a really king. She's got electric boots, a mohawk suit. You know I really need a magazine. Yeah. Benny and the Jets. Ow. Hey, Scott. Hey, Coco Savage.
Hey, Scott.
Woo, woo, woo. Kicking some ass and taking some names. Show me Sasquatch's live chill stream. Let's do this right now. 3, 2, 1. Oh, Candy and Ronnie, have you seen them yet? Oh, but they're so spaced out. Benny and the Jets. Oh, they're weird and they're wonderful. Oh, Benny, she's a really key. She's got electric boots, a mohawk suit. You know I'm really in a magazine. Oh, yeah. Benny and the Jets.
Bravo, Pat. Bravo.
Oh, I loved that song as a kid, man.
Yeah, so did I. So did I.
Yeah, Elton
You
John's
don't-
got a great voice.
I'll tell you something, Spud. I'm gonna get a hold of you on Facebook, bro. You got to start messaging me on Facebook. I mean, I understand you don't got the page, but I want to get you on Messenger so I can talk to you, man.
Yeah,
But I'm
definitely.
saying,
We do those. Have the camera on. A couple hours on there sometimes.
hashtag
Yeah,
hashtag the Spud Tribe. What's up,
Hey, Cold Springs Queen, what's up?
What's
No,
up,
it's
Cold
Spud.
Springs Queen is in the house tonight. Oh, yeah.
it's the World
How's them
Tribe.
chicken?
World Tribe. World Tribe, mate. It's the World Tribe, not the Spud Tribe. It's the Can Tribe, if you want to know where we started. Can Collect Tribe. The Coin Tribe.
It's the tribe of good-hearted people. The tribe of all good-hearted people. That's what it is. All right.
Bloody right, mate.
Sabe, the Sabe tribe.
The
That is-
Wasabi Tribe.
Sabe is Sasquatch. It's another native tribe that calls them. They all have different names for it. All the tribes do.
Hey,
Stop it.
Sassy, was it true they found a drowned Sasquatch in the floods like 2 weeks ago? Or a week, 10 days ago?
I don't know.
Yeah, I
I
thought...
don't really pay any attention to the news or any of that crap.
No,
I
it
haven't
was
heard
on
that.
YouTube. It was on YouTube. I thought it was clickbait. I didn't watch
Yeah,
it.
probably.
I
Well,
was-
I don't quit watching. There's not very many people in that community that I hang with because they're all a bunch of fruitcake. There's some
fucking-
crazy people in there, dude. It's like unbelievable. I had no clue. It's more drama than anything you've seen.
Yeah, yeah.
It is because everybody gets butthurt. Like they don't believe each other. It's weird. Really weird.
Well,
Hey, remember what I said last night, Sassy, on Silent Stream? I said people are so butthurt they forgot the Vaseline.
I'm telling you, dude. You guys just tell people when you're talking in general, not personal, not about you. I'm just talking in general.
Yeah, they are
And when
butthurt.
somebody gets
I
butthurt
agree
when you're talking in general, it's because you're hitting home base. You know what I mean?
with you. General home base.
And they can't really resist because you are talking about them, but you didn't know it. You know what I mean?
Butthurt bait.
Well, think about it. They're butthurt in two ways: mouth hurt and butt hurt. They're both giant anuses.
There is
Yeah.
Squatch in Oklahoma. I know lots of people in Oklahoma that have seen them and have. I mean, they're everywhere, dude.
I believe them. I believe
there
in them. Look, yeah, we
People, whenever Europeans came to the United States, started killing off Native Americans and women and children, what would you do? I think I'd go into hiding too.
fuck yeah, you'd be next because you look different.
Well, yeah, but hey, Crafty Cat, I'm good.
Crafty Cat. What's Crafty Cat saying?
Hope you're well. That's what she said. Sassy. Oregon
G'day,
too.
Cat.
That's right. People that know. I mean, when you get that state of mind and you don't you don't need to pursue it any farther. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because whenever you get that state of mind, and you don't have to be doing anything in the woods, and they'll fuck with you. You know what I mean? It's pretty crazy. I've never told my story or been on any show. I've been offered 100 times to go on all those stupid shows where people tell their, I've never done any of them yet. I just don't care what people think about that. You know what I mean? It's kind of a mono. I kind of like to keep it, personal.
Well, there might be a producer watching now of a TV show, and they're going to contact you.
Yeah, that stuff on TV, every bit of it, I know it's all fake. When you get in there and sign the contract, they make you say what the guys I used to go with. They went and did TV weather channel or something like that, and I was on this when we camped out for 10 days, and I was there, and everything they said in the whole thing was a lie. Everything, none of it was true. Isn't that crazy?
G'day, Sassy. G'day, Pat. And
I just
Sam,
don't do fakery in anything. You know what I mean? So I just don't hang out with people that lie.
To me, fakeness is what these thick stripper porn star chicks do when they put in silicone breasts, like Pam Anderson. Even though I did like Pam Anderson before she had breast implants, I mean she's fake because she got those flotation devices that you can't hold on to them; they'll probably pop. So, you know
That's
what I mean?
that's why I like older, like Elizabeth Taylor, people that were real women, you know, all natural.
Hey, my friend.
Thank you, guys.
Sophia Loren.
I'm ready whenever you're.
Sorry, Pat.
You're good, buddy. You go. I'm sorry. You go ahead, buddy.
I was just saying, Sophia Loren was gorgeous, beautiful woman.
Oh, Sophia Loren, yeah, I'm telling you, like I used to like
Yeah, Margaret too.
Breakfast at Tiffany's.
Oh, Audrey Hepburn.
Yeah,
Oh,
I thought
Margaret was gorgeous too.
Oh, and Margaret, man, she was a knockout.
Mm-hmm.
Her and Elvis, you know, that was good when they were together.
I'd be like, ow.
Betty White was quite the looker when she was young too, you know it. Hey, what's up, man? Motor City, come on up. Let me drop the link.
Hey, Ron, what's up, buddy, man?
You got to get another person of the fourth stooge. No, I mean the fourth musketeer, more like it.
Indeed, man. You know what? We'd be good if we had Ron up here and Silent Auditor, man. It'd make the fabulous five up in this mother trucker. Dude.
Yeah, I think they probably, you know, they've been streaming every night, so they probably got shit to do. Come up too if you want. Crafty.
Hey, Sev. How you going, Scotty?
7 was in here for a minute too.
Plays in
Raquel Welch. Raquel Welch,
right.
yeah. I liked, I don't know. Remember Adrienne Barbeau?
Oh, yes. Oh, my God, yes. Swamp Thing. She was in the first Creep Show movie. Oh, my God.
Yeah.
She's schmexy.
She had the best scream, didn't she? Was that the Sheila noted for the best scream in a horror movie?
I thought she had the best lungs. What's that, Mozart Oracle? Right on. Somebody from another Mo person.
I'm going to get a beer. I'll take you for a walk.
Oh, go. I'm going to play a song then. I'm ready to go.
Thanks for subbing to me, Mimi. Much love. Much love to Cold Springs Queen. Much love to Mike in Florida. TWP Popcorn. Thank you guys, man. Much love to you guys.
I'm going to try the song, Chris Daughtry.
Asshole.
I don't think I've ever, maybe once. Feeling in all kinds of frustration. Love you as you are, yeah. Don't worry about the hate, don't feel those passes they create. Tearing you apart, yeah. When you build these walls against yourself, prison you can say, tear them down. You just might hear me say, I love you as you are. I love you as you are. When the whole damn world don't know what they got till it's gone, I love you. I love you as you are. I love you as you are. When the whole damn world don't know what they got till it's gone, I love you. I love you as you are. Come out of the shadow. You're scared of what you don't know. Love you as you are. Love you as you are, yeah. You wage this war within yourself. I'm dying in a shell. They don't define you. You know they never will. I love you as you are. I love you as you are. When the whole damn world don't know what they got till it's gone, I love you. I love you as you are. I love you as you are. When the whole damn world don't know what they got till it's gone, I love you. I love you as you are. Yeah, lane in all kinds of frustration. But love you as you are, love you as you are, yeah. Ooh, I love you as you are, I love you as you are. When the whole damn world don't know that I can sort of love you, I love you as you are. That thing just keeps saying, most of the hooks, they just say them over and over. You ever notice that? There's Silent Otter. We got the whole clan.
Hey, what's up? Silent
There
Otter
we
in the
go.
house. Ron in the house. Spud.
Good evening, everyone.
Guys.
Riding hard.
Yes, sir.
Rode hard and hung up wet.
Like totally tubular, dude. Like gnarly, like radical. Like, whoa.
Like really? Like really?
Like
How
for
are
sure.
you, Ron? How are you, Patrick? How are you, Sass?
I'm doing tubular, man. How you doing, Brother Silent? Like, whoa, dude.
How you doing? I'm doing
okay.
all right.
All right.
You better get better because you ain't no dancer. Hey, do you know who Long Island Audits is?
Yep.
Yeah, did you see that one he had today when he interviewed this cop that he talks to?
You know, I got in there right when it was ending.
That cop's a cool dude because he's like one of the only cops I've ever heard to have that kind of attitude. You know what I mean?
Yeah, there's a couple out there.
Yeah, that's the person I've seen that is actually he grew up hating cops. He said.
What about the cops? What about the cops in Washington, D.C. with the face tats? What's the go with that? The cop is in Washington, D.C. with face tats. Face tats.
That's crazy.
With what?
Most people can't get a job with a face tattoo.
Oh, they're fucking gangsters, mate.
Yeah, the teardrop. Yeah,
the Mike Tyson look. The new Mike Tyson look.
Whenever I wanted to skull, I just bought a T-shirt.
I got one tattoo, but I don't need my face to look like a billboard.
Do you remember one of the Hangover movies where Stu's character, he got the Mike Tyson tattoo too?
He said, "Get that off your face." Mike Tyson is he's funnier. I watched the other day, a couple weeks ago. I watched every one of his fights. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That guy's strong. My God, he's strong.
Okay, Silent. We'll see you later, buddy.
Yeah, man.
He'll be back. He'll be back.
Disclaimer.
One of my favorites.
Mike Tyson, he does interviews and shit on mushrooms and shit on TV. You know what I mean?
Miss Darlene McGee, much love. She's giving us some love, guys. Miss Darlene McGee's in the house. All right.
Yeah. Everyone loves Darlene. She's so neutral. It drives me crazy.
He's very neutral.
Much love to all the ladies and gents in the chat. All of them.
Guys and dolls.
I got another song ready for you guys. And to me, it may be about one place of freedom, but to me, it's freedom for all. You guys might know which one I'm talking about. Here we go. Bam.
We are the people.
My son does tattoos. He's covered from head to toe.
It's freedom for all, not just in Philadelphia.
Yeah.
Here we go, guys. They tell me I used to be a rolling stone, you know. If the cause was right, I'd leave to find the answer on the road. I used to be a heart beating for someone, but the times have changed. The less I say, the more my work is done. 'Cause we live and breathe this awesome, wonderful freedom. From the day we were born to raise that flag. Totally awesome freedom, everything high to a man. Yeah. Gave you peace of mind my daddy ever had. This totally awesome freedom shines on us. We love it. Shine the light through the eyes of the ones left behind. Shine the light, shine the light, shine the light. Won't you shine the light? Totally awesome freedom. We love. Let's smoke it up, boy, because yes, we do. Pass the smoking, let's go bonging tonight and roll it up now. If you choose to live your life alone, some people choose to sit down on the good old family home. Yeah. I like living easy with the family ties. You'll easy till the whirlpool wheel of freedom that spins right between my eyes. Damn right. 'Cause we live and breathe this totally awesome freedom. From the day that we were born, we raised the flag. Fuck the government. Totally awesome freedom took a knee hard to a man. Yeah. Gave me peace of mind my daddy never had. We live this totally awesome freedom. Shine on us. We love it. Shine the light through the eyes of the ones left behind. Shine the light, shine the light, shine the light. Won't you shine the light? Totally awesome freedom. We love her. I said, yes, we do. Raise the flag of freedom, let's go, yeah. Totally awesome freedom, shine on us. We love it, shine the light through the eyes of the one left behind. Shine the light, shine the light, shine the light, shine the light. Totally awesome freedom, we love her. You know we love her. You know we love her. Yes, we do. Totally awesome freedom. Don't you know we love you? Yes, we do. Totally awesome freedom. Now we love we love you. And you know we feel. Don't you know we love you? Yes, we do. Totally awesome freedom. Don't you know we love you? Yes, we do. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Good job. I haven't heard that since like 7th grade.
Because we live in a totally awesome freedom era, ladies and gentlemen.
We sang that in school, that song, like 70s.
I'd love
That was a
it.
pretty rocking song back then too. When times were different then. 801 Live, what's up?
They can always. I like it.
A lot of people would love a tattoo off you, Sassy.
I'd just print it off.
I'll tell you this much, guys. I mean, I think we could still have the good times if we all stick together and believe that good is still exists in the world and just sway out the bad crap.
Hey, you adapt your environment, might as well adapt to goodness.
Amen.
Amen.
I mean, if you are the sum of your thoughts, don't feed your head. What you see and what you hear affects you without you even listening.
Yep. And don't forget, obey God, not man. Man's full of shit.
Exactly. Hallelujah.
We are all totally awesome dude and dudettes in this house.
Who's got here? Conspiracy.
Yo, how's it going?
Hey,
What's up?
Conspiracy.
How you doing?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good. My
Good to
first
see you.
time here, at least on panel anyway.
Right on.
Yeah, man.
Good day, good day, good day.
I did
Good
see,
night.
heard you guys doing some singing, and I thought, I get up at 5 in the morning, so I don't have a lot of time, but I thought
You want to
maybe-
sing? Go for it.
Yeah, well, I'm
Go.
not a singer, but I am an instrumentalist, so I do
Right
play
on.
guitar.
Cool.
Right on. Hey, I've had 25, 30 people on here playing guitar. That's our favorite.
We
Nice.
love it. We love it,
Yeah,
man.
Hell yeah.
But if you're okay with it, my
Yeah,
name's
dude. Hey,
my name's
you don't
Clay, by
have
the
to
way.
come to that.
My
Anybody
name's,
can come here and play music.
my name's Clay, by the way, and I go by Conspiracy Media on
Nice
YouTube,
to meet
so-
you, Clay.
Right
You
on,
play
man.
the
I'm Mark.
instruments, brother.
Good to meet
How you
you.
doing, Conspiracy? I've met you before. Name's
But if it's
Ron.
okay, I just do like a 2-song set. The first one's about
Yeah.
3.5 minutes, and the second one's I think.
Hey, you got the floor. Go for it.
I
Alright,
subbed,
awesome.
I subbed to your channel, Conspiracy, a little bit ago.
So
I
am I.
appreciate that.
I'll give you that right there, too.
All
There you go.
I'll change the camera angle so you can see what I'm doing here.
Hold on. Hey, music is my drug.
Cool axe.
I like
It's
it
actually
shirt.
pretty damn good.
Right
Alright.
on.
This
That's
first
a
one,
nice guitar,
it's,
man.
it's about 3.5 minutes long. It's
Right on, dude.
simply entitled "Sad Emotional Ballad." It's in the key of E minor for any in musicians in the audience. All right, here we go. Sound okay?
Dude, that was excellent, man. That was like Joe Satriani.
Dude, that was
That's
fucking
what it reminded me of.
Great.
That was
That was
fucking
badass.
awesome.
It was. It had a great
got-
sound too. Really good
got
sound.
one more I can do, and then I'm
Holy
gonna,
fuck.
Right on, dude. That's how old are you?
Cool.
What's that?
How old are you?
Very cool.
How old am I? I'll be 53 this year.
Yeah, at first I didn't.
Oh,
Yes, I you gotta be.
Yeah.
I'm still the oldest one here, but you're getting there.
Yeah, I'm getting there.
Can you do some Steve Vai?
I just started saying my like.
I don't do Steve Vai, but my buddy does.
Oh really?
What else
That,
can
that,
you
that
do?
what he does for the love of God, or love of God. That was bad.
I have a buddy of mine that's going to school in the UK right now, and yeah, he's jammed with Steve Vai.
And do you know Ethan Brosh?
Well, you said you're in and out.
He's the guitarist.
All right, I got one more.
Right on, dude.
I don't mean to come in and play and leave, but
Hey,
I get up
it's
at
okay.
5 a.m. So
Hey.
I do have an
It
extended weekend
runs
this
to the
weekend. Though,
best.
so.
You can come in here and play anytime you want.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
All right, this one is entitled. It's in the key of B minor. It's entitled "Dreamy Melodic Rock."
Yeah, right on, dude. Man, you're good. Good,
wow,
man.
that was amazing, man.
That was great. That was
I
great.
dropped your
It
link.
just gives you that feeling inside, you know. Your music just sets you at ease.
I love what
I
I just walked
appreciate that.
into. Sorry, couldn't say hi to anybody in the chat. I'm not showing up in chat. So
Sorry.
Yeah, I've got like 10 people that are blocked on my, and I can't unblock them. I don't know how. It won't let me.
Hey,
Yeah, a lot of
conspiracy. I
people.
dropped your channel. I dropped your channel link, brother.
Oh, I appreciate that. A lot of people say you were saying it kind of emotional. A lot of people kind of classify my music as emotional, and I even classify it myself. It's funny, like I grew up listening to heavy metal and hardcore rap, and you know, but when I play the guitar, that's what comes out as like an emotional thing.
It's like it's an extension of your heart, dude. Is what it feels like. I mean, it comes out. You can tell.
Yeah, a lot of people say that I take them on a journey, so I think that's a compliment for me. So
that is. I mean, at your age, you know, you got talent. You know, you got to be modest. But, you know, you're good. I mean, I had a lot of people on here, but it just the sound of it just really is good.
Oh, I appreciate that.
Hey guys, my old saying is music is the heart and soul that intertwines us.
And I also have a saying that music is what feelings sound like. So you guys just
Indeed.
heard a little piece of
that is good.
It's like your expression, right?
Yeah.
So I
It's
hate
like
to,
a local artist playing music, you know, live. There's nothing like it.
I hate to hit and run, but I get up at 5
Hey, I'm glad you came. You can come back anytime you want, brother.
I appreciate
Yeah,
that.
man.
If you're
Thanks,
streaming
Conspiracy.
sometime,
God bless
this
you,
week,
Conspiracy
this
man.
weekend.
Much
Yeah, I stream a lot.
Really good, man. You be running
I'll pass
All right, cool. I'll make sure.
We're all about the positive flow here. No drama, no
All
politics.
right, cool. I just hit the bell, so I'll
right,
get
man.
notified next time you go live.
All right, we'll see you next
I'll see
time.
you guys then. All
Have a
right,
good
cool.
one, dude.
Thanks, everybody.
Take care now.
God bless you, buddy.
Yeah, thank you. Patrick, it's your turn if you want to.
Awesome fucking job, man. I'd like to have, if I had a band, I'd have him play in the band. For real. Him and Mitch Gander and David Divine. Oh my God, dude. We'd have a killer band.
We still got to get David to play and sing, you know it?
Yeah.
And David Vincent too.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he's come up and played before.
What's
Yeah,
up,
he's
JJ? How you been, bud?
Good. I just got in. A long day. Went to Hyde Park. Literally, it's called Hyde Park, so you got to get high at Hyde Park, right?
You gotta get high everywhere you go.
Yeah, they have like a little animal zoo there, so I got to see some peacocks, emus, llamas.
I saw your peacock. I saw that. I saw that.
Yeah, I was so amazed. I just showed up and it started making its call, and I thought that was amazing. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, they know me. I've been feeding them for 4 years by hand over here.
Yeah, they're beautiful, man.
It tastes good too. Don't forget.
Let's see. I'm thinking of a good one. Styx. I'm gonna sing a Styx song, dude.
Have you guys ever tried doing Tom McDonald? Doing one of his songs?
Yeah, I've done, but you know,
it's a little fast, right? You got to pick a slow one.
Yeah. And he has his own sound, that's for sure.
I love that guy, man. I usually put that guy in shuffle.
He's from Canada too.
Oh yeah, man. He's one of a kind, man. He speaks truth and he takes no bullshit. He's doing it all by himself, him and his girlfriend.
If you want to freak out, though, watch that song he did called Buttholes.
Oh yeah, yeah, I like that one.
He's
That
in a
one's
pink He's in a pink suit with a unicorn and shit. It's crazy.
You know what's a good song too? My Fans. It's a very simple song if you want to sing that one. But what I like about it, he incorporates so many pictures and videos of his fans. Like it literally, like he's like, you know, people's man. You know, he's
number one on iTunes, and they even gave him access to all their records, and they still wouldn't do it. They don't give him no credit.
I like No Lives Matter, and I like Snowflake. The two
Oh,
songs.
yeah.
Snowflake is really good.
I like.
I like their new one too. Is a struggle and all that shit too.
I like No Remorse. That one's good. Bad News. Mama, I got bad news.
Oh, he's got so many songs. You know, he released 2 albums in a row last time.
Hey guys, I'm just remember. Like I remember last night I did freaking Adele's "Rolling in the Deep." I didn't think I really did a good job for that one. I tried though. Thank God I tried. You guys ready?
Yeah, you gotta lose some weight to make it sound like no. Yeah, she lost more weight.
Yeah, true. Here we go, guys. You're welcome, Conspiracy. I'm just here silent. Standing open hearts for the emergency. 'Cause I got to breathe the face of life that's ahead of me. I'm bored on the captain to climb aboard. We'll search for tomorrow on every shore, and I'll try, oh Lord, I'll try to carry on. I see reflections in the waves, spotlight memory.
PK.
I see the child friends and the dreams we had. We'll be family forever. The story, but somehow we missed out on the part. But we tried. A gathering of angels whispered above my head. They sang to me this song of hope. This is what they said. They said, "Come sail away, come sail away, come sail away with me now. Come sail away, come sail away, come sail away with me. Come sail away, come sail away, come sail away with me now. Come sail away, come sail away, come sail away with I love this instrumental. Yeah. Yeah. But to my surprise, we fly in the ball that stops it. Red from the sky. Don't sail away, don't sail away, don't sail away with me now. Don't sail away, don't sail away, don't sail away with me. Don't sail away, don't sail away, don't sail away with me. Don't sail away, don't sail away, don't sail away with me.
Sail away with me. Come sail away. Come sail. Come sail away with me.
Thank you guys. Oh my God. Nice drawings
Right on,
too.
right on, right on. All right, all right, all right. Is that the first
Uh,
time you sang it? You sang that one before?
I think I did. I think I sang it either on yours, on your panel one time, or I did Silent Auditors. But I did sing that song before.
Yeah, I thought
Yeah,
you had.
good job, Patrick.
Hey,
man.
what's up, Tanya? Whoop, whoop.
Sweet, man.
Right on.
Thank you, guys.
Tanya, hey, White, she only lives 40 minutes from me.
Hey, why not 8? How you doing?
As soon as I get tired, I'm going to go see her, but I still haven't got found any wheels yet. I got brand new tires, but I need wheels. I need 17-inch wheels. Suck. Yeah. Well, let me look here.
Yeah, hopefully you get it soon, right? You planning to go on some road trips or something?
¿Qué pasa?
You planning to go on some road trips?
I can't hear you with him coughing.
No, I just asked you. You planning to go on some road trips, sir?
Sorry. Oh, well, yeah, I'd like to. Because my truck's a 3-door. You know what I mean? I can sleep in the back of it.
Oh, nice.
It's got the extended cab, but just one door on one side, you know what I mean, on one side.
Do you guys
It's only
have
got 97 and it's only got 128,000 miles on it.
Wow.
I'm only the
Oh,
third
nice.
owner. Yeah, it's family. But I got it because it got stolen. I had to put a passenger window, a whole steering column, 2 rear axles. I did it all myself. Alternator.
Oh, nice.
I just did it off YouTube.
There you go, right?
I mean, you can do anything off YouTube. There's the
Oh, yeah,
mechanic
there's
on.
lots, yeah.
I had to put a fuel pump in my Camaro once, and it's you usually have to drop the gas tank. And so I just went in the hatchback and took a die grinder and cut out a hole and did it from the top side. You know what I mean?
Yeah, especially if you're stuck, it's always good. Let's see how somebody else did it, right? I want
Yeah,
to see how
because
they did it, right? You're like,
there's
how the
lots
fuck
of
did they
different
get
ways
your
to
hand
do
there?
things. Sometimes there's
Yeah.
easier ways than the way they want you to do it, you know?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, there's always like a little loophole or like, oh, shit, you don't even have to take this off or, you know?
But you can void the warranty on some stuff on newer cars if you do anything.
Oh, yeah. Have you guys ever tried? You guys have Miss Vicky's? These chips here?
Never heard of it.
I don't know if you see the flavor. It's sweet and spicy ketchup.
Oh, wow. But that's good.
It is so good. These are my new favorite chips because I love ketchup and I love spice. So sweet and spicy ketchup, they're so good. If you ever see these, get them. They're your best friend.
Where does it say where they're made?
What do you mean where they're made?
Yeah, I mean, like in the United States, or I mean,
It says crafted in Canada. Maybe that could be
well,
it.
that's
Maybe.
probably why I haven't heard of it. I mean, sometimes it's just, you never know. It could be just the country, you know?
Because you guys get Lay's, right?
That's a personal question.
No, Lays.
I know. We have it, but believe it or not, when I had my pawn shop, they started carrying Lay's again when I had my pawn shop, and they hadn't had it for a long time. And I knew the distributor; he was a friend of mine and his son, and they would bring me cases of them when they because they didn't sell it first. I literally had like 20 cases of chips, and I trade them VCR tapes.
Oh wow! Because I think Lay's is Canadian too. I think. So you could get, like I'm
You
sure.
think it'd be called if it's Canadian, it's called A's.
Because I'm sure we get lots of American different foods and chips and this and that and vice versa. I'm thinking,
You guys, when I went up there, I delivered a limo. Went to Buffalo to Windsor, to Detroit, and I stopped at McDonald's and they didn't have Dr. Pepper. I said, "That's un-American." They go, "You're not in America."
Oh wow, that's
I was
weird.
like, I didn't know.
That's weird.
I got money there, Canadian money. I got every denomination, to bring back to the kids. And then I was going to try to. You couldn't even cash it in. It was outdated or whatever. It was no good. When
Were
I went
you just passing by Windsor?
I took a limo to Buffalo, and then I picked up one and drove it to Detroit.
Okay, so was it you as a party? Okay.
I went
Because
all the way
there
through Buffalo, New York, all the way to Detroit. Across
because I
Canada.
don't know if you probably know this. Then Windsor is the Las Vegas of Canada.
Yeah,
Yep.
they had that. What's
Okay,
it called?
you know that.
Duty,
Okay.
some kind of tax, duty tax or something. Duty free. That's it.
Well, I mean, like it's like the little casino party, like it's the airstrip. Everyone comes and goes. Whatever happens in Windsor stays in Windsor type of thing.
And
It's
then
one of
you
those
go
deals.
Peace Bridge into the United States over
Yeah,
the Peace Bridge.
yeah, exactly to Detroit. Yeah.
Yeah, because we had weed, and they told us not to go to the border because if they find a seed in your limo or whatever, they'll tear it apart. And we still had like a half of a film canister full of skunk bud. And me and this guy that I was with, we stood on the side of the road in that limo with a map in the window and smoked as much weed as we could. And then I threw the bowl out the window and watched it get ran over, and we threw the film canister off that bridge. Hopefully, some guy fishing would find it someday,
Holy man, you guys went out like with a bang, huh? Like
Oh
literally.
man, we sit down the side of the road with a map in the window, just smoking like crazy.
That's awesome.
But it turned out okay because the guy in Detroit, Starfire limo, they had a car wash and stuff, and he had $10 grams back then. That's like 20 years ago.
Oh,
It was good weed.
that's pretty good, man.
Oh yeah.
And I haven't been to Canada since I was in my 20s. Used to go there when I was young.
Oh yeah.
That's the
I
only
live
time I've
over
been
here
there.
in
That was the
Detroit.
first and last time when I went there.
Yeah, I used to go all the time to Florida for Universal Studios when I was a kid. Like almost
Wow.
every year, even twice a year. I went there probably at least a dozen times.
Really?
Oh yeah, at least, if not
I never
more.
even been. I never even been. I went to what's it called? Six Flags.
No, my dad would drive there. He has a shaggin' wagon with a bed in the back and
All
everything, and it's
right.
huge, right? And he'd take the whole family down there. It took 23 hours to drive
That's
there.
it.
So, yeah, the drive straight.
That's how long it takes from where I live too.
Oh wow.
Hey, Sassy, the next
Yeah.
song I'm going to sing, dude, you've sang it many times before, and I'm going to sing it, for you and for everybody here. You guys ready? I know you know this
Yeah,
one because
go.
I
Go,
like
Sassy.
how you sing it. I do, but here you go. I know you know this one because
Sorry,
you sing
John
it.
Legend.
No,
Oh,
here
good.
we go. Watch.
Yeah. Yep. Yep. I was saying that last time.
I love the instrumentals, and his voice definitely captivates. It captivates me. All the It's on fire, no one can save you. Strange world desire, wake those people. But I never dreamed that I'd be somebody like you. I never dreamed that I'd be somebody like you. What a wicked game you play to make me feel this way. What a wicked thing to do to let me dream of you. What a wicked thing to say. You never felt this way. What a wicked thing to do to make me dream of you. Oh, I wanna fall in love. No, I wanna fall in love with you. Was on fire and no one can save me but you. Strange what desire will make foolish people do. I never dreamed that I loved somebody like you. I never dreamed that I knew somebody like you. No, I wanna fall in love. Oh, I don't wanna fall in love with you. With you. Oh. Nobody loves no one. Oh,
Good job.
Good job. Good job. That was a good job.
Chris Isaac, man. Oh my God. You got some good
Good job,
songs.
Patrick.
Thank you.
I don't think he ever sang anything after that, did he?
Nah, not really.
He did a bad thing to do.
Oh, yeah, that's another one.
Yeah, he was pretty good for a minute. He reminded me of that one guy from Louisiana. He has his own talk show. It looks kind of like him too. He's an actor and a singer. He's from New Orleans during a hurricane. He was on TV for it. Yeah, hell, I don't know. Some rich white guy. It doesn't matter. Okay, it's Harry Connick Jr. or something like that.
It is Harry Connick Jr. Yeah, he can play the guitar.
It is.
I mean, not guitar, but he can play the piano and sing.
Yeah, but you know how he kind of look. He kind of look like Chris Isaac. You know, that kind of a hair and talent.
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean.
I like Michael Bublé too. He's pretty talented.
I do too, man. I like that song "Home." I sang that song "Home" before. Yeah, it was on your stream or
I like Dean Martin and Frank Sinatra, and I like all that old stuff too. I always have.
Oh yeah, me too.
Everybody loves somebody sometime. It's like, remember I used to sing it for Tony. Sorry there, but I used to sing what was it? That's Amore. Me and Crafty sang it one night to him.
Oh yeah.
As a kid, one of my favorite songs was Sammy Davis Jr. Candyman.
Oh yeah. You know, there's a movie called Moon Over Parador, and it's got Richard Dreyfuss in it, and it's Sammy Davis is in it. It's his last movie he did. He was in that movie with he was singing, you know.
Who can take the sunrise from wrinkle in the dew? I wanted to call it a miracle or two, the Candyman.
Hey, look at Sammy Davis as a child star. He's singing with a hat on, tap dancing and eating a piece of fried chicken while he's tap dancing and singing. He's only probably like 5 years old.
Did you know that Sammy Davis Jr. actually he admitted to people that he sold his soul and he's an atheist?
Yeah, he did. I heard him he was in a car with somebody else and told him that too. But you know, almost every star has, like from Bob Dylan to all of them. But
I love how Sammy Davis talks. He's like, "Hello, ladies and gentlemen, it's me. The time to perform. You know, I'm just gonna chill like this for everybody else and Frank." And
it's almost like Kermit the Frog.
Yeah, yeah, he did. He sounded like Herbie. He's like, well,
He was
guys,
part of the Brat Pack. Wasn't he in the Brat Pack? Hey, Hub. What's up, brother? I haven't seen you in a while.
hello, Hub 23. I'm gonna sub to you too.
I was just going through my drawings. I've been making all these
Yeah.
shout outs. I did the last time you were here, Hub. I drew yours. I'll do it. Get it done. I got so many going.
Isn't it weird though? Like the original Willy Wonka movie, they had the guy in the beginning. He was the one that was behind the candy counter. And he sang the Candyman song.
Yeah, he did.
It's like,
You can look at those movies have different secret meanings. You know, like Willy Wonka and shit. Hey, Teresa, there's stuff in there that it means has a lot of weird shit in it. That's for sure.
Oh yeah.
Hey guys, and I'm thinking, Sammy Davis is gonna sue somebody.
Yeah, from he's what is it? Pushing Up Daisies. Remember that song, Pushing Up Daisies, and watch them all. There's that one, peaches too. Millions of peaches for free.
Hey guys, in the words of Gomer Pyle, even though his real life character is face down, surprise, surprise, surprise.
Yeah, you're right, because he was a pillow biter.
He bit more pillows than Rock Hudson probably.
and he had a nut farm too.
No wonder he's nuts.
Hey, Pam Anderson fucked more rockers than Napster.
Damn! Napster. I haven't heard that fucking name in a long time.
Yeah, but look how much money they screwed people out of, I don't know how they make any money because everybody gets everybody's music for free. When I was young, I bought thousands of dollars in CDs, 8-tracks, cassettes, laser discs, DVDs. I was into watching, music too, like the live DVDs.
In the words of Dire Straits, money for nothing and your chicks for free. Sorry, Spud.
You know how they wrote that song?
The 12-inch laser disc.
Yep, I had them. They were in a rent-to-own place, waiting on something. They were watching the people that worked there, and that's how they got the idea for that song. They were listening to the guys that worked there talked about that. They were the ones saying that stuff about the earrings and all that,
Yeah, the 12-inch laser disc. I remember the old portable.
Oh yeah, there was a vinyl one, and then there was one like a CD. It was just a giant CD, remember?
CD, big, colorful.
Before that, though, it was just a vinyl one, like a record. But you could play records in those. I don't know if regular records would play in it too.
You know how Matthew McConaughey would sing "Money for Nothing"? He'd be like, "I see you got money for nothing, and your chicks for free. All right, money for nothing. Let me tell you, them guys in town. Maybe get a little whisper on your little finger. Maybe get a blister on your thumb. All right.
This is what it's missing out on. Who the fuck is Matthew McConaughey?
He's an actor. He's an actor.
Well, Spud, you never heard of me? I did a lot of good movies. All right. Dazed and Confused was one of them. Crap. Sometimes I don't remember some of the movies I did because I was so good back in the day.
He did that one where girls in space, his daughter. Remember that one?
Oh yeah, and how to Lose a Guy in 10 Days and Fool's Gold. Yeah, I did a lot of original movies.
He also did Tropic Thunder. He did Tropic Thunder. Remember?
Yeah, and I also did Failure to Launch because I couldn't get out of my parents' basement when I did that movie.
He was in this Irish mobster movie that came out not too long ago. I forgot what it was called. It was a good one too.
It was good?
It was really good. It was one of those things that like something happens, but then it goes back in time, and then something, you know what I mean? Like instead of him dying, they go back and it doesn't die. Like it's like a flashback scenario thing. But it was
like
really
butterfly effect.
Yeah, he was a badass in it too, Matthew McConaughey. In that,
I can imagine Matthew McConaughey when he gets struck by lightning, he says, "Well, the lightning don't strike me much because when they hit my abs, I just hit right back at them."
Hey, he was in that movie about where they played gay guys, and that dude from 30 Seconds from Mars won a Grammy for it or something.
Dallas Buyers Club. It was based on a true story about the AIDS. Ron Woodruff. He was a bull rider, and he thought at the time, because they were joking about Fudge Packer Hudson or whatever, and he got mad that he found out he had it, and he had to look up, like in real life, he had to look up how he got it. Well, he was banging prostitutes that had freaking needle marks in their arms because they were using. So he had to find that out. In the beginning, they thought it was you were getting it from two men having sex with each other, but it wasn't. It was through blood transfusion and through intercourse for anybody who has it.
That movie Philadelphia with Tom Hanks or whatever.
Yeah. Neil Young did a song, and him and Bruce Springsteen did two great songs from that movie. And Neil Young has some good songs. I mean, I don't like him, like his the way he chooses his politics. I'll leave it at that, but his voice is incredible.
Music. He's got great music, Neil Young. You can't.
There you go. I'm gonna play it right now. Thank you. I was gonna do it. There you go.
Oh man, take a look at my life. You are a lot like
This is
me.
the first time you ever sang it before. This live version. This is the first time you ever played it for anybody.
Good song though.
Like, keep on rocking in the free world.
Keep on rocking in the free world, dude.
I just bought it a while ago from these two lawyers. And
he did an album with Jack White too.
I don't know if you have things like that.
In one of those old recording music booths, they recorded the whole thing in there.
It's like an old caretaker who takes care of all the cows, fences. So I wrote this song for him.
Live too, eh? Oh man, look at my life. I'm a lot like you were. See that? It's crazy. It always happens to me. I don't know what the hell. This my Bluetooth speaker, the battery won't charge anymore. It gets a mind of its own and shuts off. People. Yeah. Come on. I think my phone. Sometimes, if you've hooked up the Bluetooth before, I got a few phones, and it'll switch and go to it. There it goes. I mean, sometimes they'll switch to the other phone without even doing anything.
Hey, brother, man, I definitely know what you mean. I've had the same problem, like a couple times on your panel and a couple times on Silent Auditor. So I definitely know how you feel about that. It sucks, and my stuff dies pretty quickly, even when I charge it. And
yeah, they have batteries that'll last forever. You know what I mean? They do.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try this again. I'm gonna get right where it started.
All right.
Look at my life.
I'm a lot like you were. That's in Australia. Oh man, look at my life. 24 and so much more. Living on in a paradise that makes me think of two. Love lost such a cause. Give me things that don't get lost. Like a coin that won't get tossed. Rolling home to you. Ooh, man, take a look at my life. I'm a lot like you. Ooh, I need someone to love me the whole day through. Ooh, I want to look in my eyes and you can tell that's true. Lullabies, look in your eyes, run around the same old town. Doesn't mean that much to me, to mean that much to you. I've been first and last, look at how the time goes past. Now I'm all alone at last, rolling home to you.
Oh, man, take a look at my life. I'm alive like you. Ooh, I need someone to love me the whole day through. Ooh, I wanna look in my eyes and you can tell that's you. Oh man, look at my life. I'm a lot like you were. Ooh, old man, look at my life. I'm a lot like you were. Whoop, whoop. Boom.
Good job, Sassy.
That's a classic song, you know. That's way back.
I love that one, man.
I know.
Yeah, that's a great one. One of the greats.
It's hard to believe Neil Young's still alive. He's probably pickled. he's a rebel. He wrote a CD a few years ago about truth, chemtrails, and all kinds of shit, conspiracy stuff. Like, all right, Patrick. Hey.
All right, I'm trying. I was telling Latina Patriot, I wasn't ignoring no comments. I can read them, buddy. I'm sorry. I like his avatar. It says Joe the Ho. Yeah, I'm not
That's
ignoring
like
you, brother.
I found my rake in my shed, but I still can't find my hoe.
Yeah, I'm not ignoring you, brother. I was telling Latina Patriot. I don't know if they're referring to the comments in the chat or what they sent me. Okay, let me trying to think of a good song. You guys got any for like?
How about I hear the secrets that you keep when you're talking in your sleep. Romantic.
I don't think I know that one, but I know which song you're
You
talking
don't?
about.
Really?
I've heard of the song, but I don't know it by heart.
Okay.
Anything
how about George Michael, Faith, or
all right,
or
all right, George Michael, Faith. Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, here we go. Do some Faith. Here we go. Oh,
yeah,
without the damn McDonald's commercials. Thank you. I think I've sang this one too before. There we go. Yeah, he has a song called Freedom.
Oh yeah, that's really good too. I had that album.
We all have to have the faith because in God we trust. None of these demon bullshit.
Amen.
God bless everybody in the chat. You're ready to kick some ass.
God bless. God bless. Yeah.
Amen. God bless.
Well, I guess it would be nice if I could touch your body. I know not everybody has got a body like you. Oh, but you gotta think twice before I give my heart away. And I know all the games you play because I play them too. Oh, but I need some time off from that emotion. Time to pick my heart up off the floor. Oh, when that love comes down without devotion. Well, it takes a strong man, baby, but I'm showing you the door. Cause I gotta have faith. I gotta have faith. Because I got to have faith, the faith, the faith. I gotta have faith, the faith, the faith. Baby, I know you're asking me to stay. Say please, please, please don't go away. Say I'm giving you the blues. Baby, you mean every word you say. Can't help but think of yesterday. And another who tied me down to a lover boy rules before this river becomes an ocean. Before I throw my heart back on the floor. Oh, baby, I reconsider my foolish notion. But I need someone to hold me, but I'll wait for something more. Yes, I gotta have faith. Ooh, I gotta have faith. Because I got to have faith, the faith, the faith. I gotta have faith, the faith, the faith now. Gotta have the weight, gotta have faith. Yeah, I gotta have faith. Got to have faith before this river becomes an ocean. Before you throw my heart back on the floor. Oh, baby, I reconsider my foolish notion. Well, I need someone to hold me, but I'll wait for something more. Cause I gotta have faith. Ooh, I gotta have faith. Cause I got to have faith, the faith, the faith. I gotta have faith, the faith, the faith.
Right on. That was definitely a long time, man.
Indeed.
Good one.
You know, we just loved that guy too. He didn't even like him back.
All the women were disappointed when he came out as a pillow biter.
Here's the tragedy about George Michael's. Okay, him in the group Wham sang a song called "Last Christmas." Well, George Michael's died on Christmas Eve or Day, so that's sad right there for you. I mean,
and Prince died in an elevator. Don't let the elevator bring you down.
Michael Hutchinson died of autoeroticism.
Who?
NXS, the lead singer of NXS.
Yeah, he died hanging with his dick in his hand.
David Carradine style.
I know. Hey, when you got that kind of money, don't you think you could get somebody else to choke you?
No?
I'd be paying somebody to choke me if I was into that, but you know what? That's just too weird. How do you know that? You know how they make up everything anyway. They may have done that to embarrass them because they pissed off you know what I mean? You never know if it's true. That's what sucks.
When Michael Hutchinson died, Australia had 20 million people in the whole country, right?
Really?
And we know that Michael Hutchinson had a piece of string tied around his knob to the door handle knob.
That's fucking weird.
Knob to knob.
You know what they say about David Carradine?
Hanging
Hey,
he must have been in the bald knobbers.
Wanking off.
Well, I mean, if you guys think
And
about
when
it,
he died, he fucked up.
Yeah, I'd say.
you know what all that Michael Hutchison and David Carradine was an X-ray.
Yeah.
And they had a TV show trying to find a lead singer for NXS after that, remember?
I think I know which one you're talking about, Sassy. I know they did a song together.
Yeah, the guy from Jane's Addiction. He was in there, and the old guitarist from Metallica. You know, they were on the show picking who was going to,
No, remember when Bon Scott died in AC/DC?
Yeah.
And then we got
Angus Young.
No, then we got the new lead singer who I'm having a brain fart. I can't remember the cunt's name.
Brian Young.
Brian, I don't know. The Back in Black album, anyway, when he got into Brian Johnson.
Yeah.
Anyway, that when he retired, because his throat was fucked the way he sang, and of course, and they had Axl Rose. They were going to headline Axl Rose as the lead singer.
Oh, yeah, he did sing with him. You're talking about recently? You're talking about when he stroke? He couldn't hear anymore. He was racing cars. He was deaf almost.
I'm talking about AC/DC.
Right. The lead singer couldn't sing for a while. Remember, Axl Rose came and sang with him.
But Axel, it sounded like fucking karaoke with
And he
Axel
was in a
singing.
wheelchair when he first did it too. Did you see that? He was in a wheelchair on stage when he was singing when he first started with him.
No,
I was
I
gonna
haven't
say,
seen 1 minute of it, but I heard some, and it's
He don't sound good anymore. He's big and fat, and his voice is gone.
did you guys know that? Sorry.
Sorry, Pat. Go for it, man.
Because you guys were bringing up in excess, you said like the very first singer they had after Michael Hutchinson died was a guy by the name of J.D. Fortune, and they sang a song together called "Pretty Vegas." I was thinking about singing that one right now because it's a good fucking song. I do like that song.
My turn a bit.
I know. I'm waiting for you to.
Okay, well, we're just talking. I was waiting.
Go for it, my brother.
Oh, are you singing, Sassy?
Yeah.
Look around you.
Oh, good. Go ahead. I'm gonna let the speaker charge. So I'm going to do it. Hey, Big Tim.
Go and spend $6 and get a new Bluetooth speaker.
Dude, this is a $6 speaker. It's a 10-inch woofer has microphone jack and changes colors. You know.
Oh, don't get the colored ones. Get a plain one. Doesn't use as
I got
much.
10 of them. I got 10 of them sitting around me, dude.
Yeah.
I subbed your channel, Big Tim.
Fuck yeah.
This one here just it throttles the best.
All right, you guys ready for me?
Go ahead. Yeah,
okay.
Go ahead.
Pretty Vegas in excess. Falling asleep at the wheel again, you're drifting over the line, yeah. Your hands are tied, but you're losing grip. Fix me, can you read the sign? Tumble your way to Vegas, dirty, drink on the other side. Save your tears and laughter because it doesn't matter what you find. It ain't pretty after the show. It ain't pretty when the pretty leaves you with no place to go. If you think you need it, here's the place to be it, but it ain't pretty. With everything you do is wrong and you feel like you can barely survive, yeah. When those around you are crumbling downwards, buried in the sunset light. Sad tumble your way to Vegas, dirty and screaming like you're back from hell. Save your dreams and occupation, cause it doesn't matter what you sell. It ain't pretty after the show. It ain't pretty when the pretty leaves you with no place to go. If you think you want it, but here's the place to get it, but it ain't pretty. The party's over and the road is long. The party's over and you're moving on. The party's over and the road is long. If you think you want it, just come out and say it. It ain't pretty. Woo! Ha! Break it down. Falling asleep at the wheel again, baby. You're drifting over the line. Your hands are tight, but you're losing grip. Fix me, can you read the signs? Tumble your way to Vegas, you're like you're out of control. Save your tears and laughter because this is the ride. And this is the show. It ain't pretty
after the show. It ain't pretty when the pretty leaves you with no place to go. If you think you want it, just come in and get it. It ain't pretty. Oh, yeah. Woo.
Yeah.
Right on, right on. Hey, Giselle.
I don't think you're late, Giselle. You're right on time for some ass-kicking entertainment and awesome talk with the host Sassy, Motor City Maniacs Ron, Spud Lee, Jay,
Hey, Spud Lee, you can sing good day, good day, good day.
G'day, g'day, g'day. G'day, g'day. Yeah. Yeehaw. Thanks.
Now you're sounding like a redneck. Yeehaw. Hey, I went to a Garth Brooks concert once. The only country concert I went to was Garth Brooks, and I kept yelling yeehaw, and you can't make fun of rednecks. They just yell yeehaw back.
I bet my neck's redder than yours.
Oh, I know it is. I'm a hillbilly. I'm not a redneck. I'm a hillbilly. There's a big difference. Rednecks ride horses and wear Wranglers. If your porch caves in and kills more than 3 dogs, you might be a redneck.
I might actually do another NXS song now.
Go for it.
Yes, please, Pat. Yes, please.
You know which one I'm talking about?
Baby, what you need?
Dun, 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 dun. Is that it?
Hold on. You never know. Hold on. I'm gonna.
Yeah. It's what I'm thinking of.
All you got is this moment. 21st century's yesterday. You can care all you want. Everybody does, yeah, that's okay, yeah. So slide over here and give me moments. Your moves are so raw. I've got to let you know. I've got to let you know. You're one of my kind. Yeah! Bam! I need you tonight. 'Cause I'm not sleeping. No, girl. There's something about you, girl, that makes me swell. And I tell you, how do you feel? I'm lonely. What do you think? Can't take it all. What you gonna do? Gonna live my life. So slide over here and give me a moment. The moves are so raw. I've got to.
What happened?
I don't know what happened there.
Oh, I don't know. He's just gone. Boop.
Oh, it's gone, eh? Wow.
He just dropped off, huh?
He's got portal grabbed him.
He probably tried to hit the comment section or something, or hit the leave.
He'll be back.
Very cool, Pat. That rock day. What'd you think of that, gentleman? And tried.
I like it in excess.
So do I.
Right over here. Give me a moment.
That's right.
That's so raw.
It was rooting some hot chicks, mate, that Michael Hutchinson.
Yep. Here's what
or whatever, fucking, if you couldn't understand that. He had some hot girlfriends.
And that my old gold one.
It was rooting Kate Moss, wasn't he?
Really?
Yeah, fuck yeah. He was fucking all the hotties back in the day before he.
Kate Moss, in my book, was not a hottie. She was the beanpole.
No, before she was the beanpole. Oh, she
No,
always.
I just, models are just not my type.
Yeah.
I like women with brains.
No, well, after Michael Hutchinson fucked her, she got all fucked up and turned into an anorexic Sheila.
Well, he probably had her strung out on something. I'm sure.
Oh, he wasn't innocent, mate. He was a rock and roller dude.
Oh, I know he was.
Yeah.
Believe me. All those people, they don't all stay with it, but they all go through something.
Yeah.
You have to, you mean? To get where they're at.
Most of them party somehow.
Know how old he was.
Hey, the
when
first thing you do is make you sign a suicide note in your handwriting.
I wonder how old he was when he died. I can't quite remember, but it was quite a while ago. I wonder if he made it to 33.
27 is the one everybody died at.
Yeah, 27, 33, 36.
And you're talking about the guy that sang with In Excess?
Yeah, Michael Hutchinson. Or Michael Hutchinson. I can't fucking remember.
I'm going to try to sing that song again, guys.
Again? You cracked it the first time, mate.
I want to do it because if I fuck up or something happens, I like to redo it so that way everything is good. I'm just like that. I'm sorry.
just go for it.
All right, brother, man. Here we go. Fucking let's kill this son of a bitch.
Your degree from Purdue University with over 170.
Here we go. The second time is the charm. All right. Come on.
Hey, he was 37 there, Spud.
Let me know if you guys can hear this. All you got is this moment. 21st century's yesterday. You can care all you want. Everybody does, yeah, that's okay. Yeah. So slide and give me a moment. Your moves are so raw. I've got to let you know. I've got to let you know. You're one of my kind. Yeah. Bam, bam, bam. I need you tonight. 'Cause girl, I'm not sleeping. There's something about you, girl, that makes me swear. And I tell her, how do you feel? I'm lonely. What do you think? Can't think at all. What you gonna do, girl? Gonna leave my life. So slide over here and give me a moment. Your moves are so raw. I got to let you know. I got to let you know. You're one of my kind. Yeah. Bam, bam, bam. I need you tonight, girl. 'Cause I'm not sleeping. There's something about you, sexy girl, that makes me swear. So tell me, girl, so how do you feel? I'm lonely. What do you think? Can't take it all. What you gonna do? Don't live my life. How do you feel? I'm lonely. Huh. What are you gonna think? Can't take it all. What you gonna do? Gonna live my life. So slide over here, baby.
and give me a moment. Your moves are so raw. I've got to let you know. I've got to let you know. The side over here, you're leaving me so raw. I've got to let you know. I've got to let you know, girl. You're one of my kind. Yeah. I could put my own spin to it. A little raunchy rock along with the NXS's cool jive fucking sound.
Cello chop.
Yeah. Holy fuck, Pat. That was awesome, man. You kicked nuts on that.
Yeah,
boy.
dude, you killed it.
I didn't know they were an Australian band. So I read.
Oh, yeah. NXS is
Yeah,
from Australia.
Yeah,
Badass fucking group.
Sydney v. Wales or some shit it says.
I also like Men at Work. Men at Work is a good fucking group, too.
Oh,
Who can
they're
it
good.
be now?
And Mental
they-
of Anything.
Can it be knocking at my door? Go away. Don't come around here no more. Right?
I
Yeah,
also
that's
like
a
I
great
also like
song.
Mental as Anything. Mental as Anything is a good group too from Australia.
And
And I will walk 500 miles.
The Proclaimers.
They're Scottish.
What's that? Right said Fred, aren't they from Australia?
I'm pretty sure they are.
This is the Tommy. He's English.
Oh, okay. He's too sexy for his shirt anyway.
Yeah, and his shorts, whatever. Too sexy for this song.
Yeah. They were too bald for no. It was weird.
Yeah, no, what you're after is a bit of Cold Chisel. Daddy Cool. They're Australian, the ones who sing Eagle Rock. Lockie Dolly. It's spelled Lachy Dolly. DOLE.
Yeah, we looked it up for. Well, I'm gonna see if my speaker will work. I'm gonna try this one different.
You won't get a strike with Lockie Dolly.
Only time I get a strike's bowling.
Amen. Strike.
Hey, look, Into the Night, Bigfoot Paranormal Talk.
Don't play ACDC, they'll fucking strike.
Here you go. Who's this? Ask any girl in this lonely world. Ask any girl, she'll say, make it last forever. I'm holding out my hand. I finally understand. So turn out the lights, oh yeah. We'll make it last forever. Ooh, I've been down the streets of this life. Sometimes I was so you found what was locked up inside of me. This could be the night to remember. We'll make it last forever. This could be the night. Whoa, to end the world. I've always been the one loving on the run. That's when you come undone. Oh, girl, why do you wait for me? Out on the borderline between the hurt and the true emotion.
They'll make it last forever. This could be the night to remember. We'll make it last forever. This could be the night. Whoa, to end all night. Canadian band. I've been down the street of desire. Sometimes I was so inspired. You found what was locked up inside of me. Yo, this could be the night to remember. We'll make it last forever. This could be the night. Whoa, to end all night. This could be the night to remember. We'll make it last forever. This could be the night. Whoa, to end all night.
That's the end of the song. Thank you.
Yeah, man. That was the first concert I went to with Kansas and Loverboy.
Good job, buddy.
Yeah, good one. Good job.
Are you guys ready for another awesome group? And I know you guys know that movie, The Crocodile Dundee, the part where him and the chick that were in the party, they were having a party and there was a song playing in the background. Is a group called Mental as Anything, and the song is called Live It Up, and I'm gonna sing that one.
Sounds good.
Here we go, guys.
Soundtrack then.
Very good.
Awesome. Guys, ready? How can you see looking through those tears? Don't you know you're worth your weight in gold? I can't believe that you're alone in here. Let me warm your hands against the cold. A close encounter with a hard-hearted man who never gave up half of what he's got has made you wish that you've never been born. That's a shame, 'cause you got the lot. Hey there, you with the sad face, come on to my place and live it up. You beside the dance floor, what do you cry for? Let's live it up. If you smiled, the walls would fall down on all the people in this pickup joint. But if you laughed, you'd level this town. Hey, lonely girl, that's just the point. Hey there, you with the sad face, come up to my place and live it up. You beside the dance floor, why do you cry more? Just live it up. Just answer me the question why. You stand alone by the phone in the corner and cry. Hey, baby. Ooh, girl. Let's live it up. Come on, you with that sad face. Come on to my place so we can live it up. How can
Can you see looking through those tears? Don't you know you're worth your weight in gold? I can't believe that you're alone in here. Let me warm your hands against the cold. If you smile, the walls will fall down and all the people in this pick up joy. But if you laugh, you'll level this town. Hey, lonely girl, that is just a boy. Hey there, you with the sad face, come on to my place and live it up. You beside the dance floor, why do you cry for? Let's live it up. Let's live it up. Live it up. Ooh, live it up, girl. Hey, yeah, you with a sad face, come up to my place. Come up to my place, baby. Hey there, you with the sad face, come up to my place and live it up. You beside the dance floor, why do you cry for? Let's live it up. You with the sad face, come up to my place and live it up. You beside the dance floor, why do you cry for? Let's live it up. You with the sad face, come on to my place and live it up. You beside the dance floor, why do you cry for? Let's live it up. Yeah.
Yeah.
The lead singer, I think he died last year before. His nickname was Speedy. That guy, I listened to that song.
Andre.
No, I mean, it's a beautiful song, man. I mean, I love a lot of old school music because it meant something. You know, it didn't matter who sang it, where they come from. It was beautiful. It was magic. It was electric. It was new. It was happening.
Oh, Pat, can I?
What's up, brother?
Check us out. I got something for you to watch.
What do you got, Seth?
This is where we had that 10-day camp out with people squatching down there. This is the area we were in.
Dude, that's awesome.
And I'm getting ready to show you how big Walt's property was. He got murdered, you know. I'm going to ride to where his trailer is, and this is where we camped. You see those guys? They had tent, air conditioners. They're like lazy. I put this video up, and I was mad at them. I said they had shrunken penis disease.
No,
I was mad at him. This one guy said, I'll tell you about it sometime. It just wasn't good. The guy had a microwave, a computer set up with air conditioning in a tent. I was like, really? You know what I mean?
Supposed to be getting away from all that.
I know. And this is down in Branson West. And my buddy had 400 acres and had been in his family since 1820 or something.
Do what?
The guy just gave me this. It's like a. There's a camera that mounted on my head, on a hat or whatever. Yeah, this 4-wheeler doesn't have any brakes either. It doesn't have brakes.
No brakes.
Fuck, it looks like you're doing 100 mile an hour.
Oh, I drove it everywhere full throttle. Some places though, you got to slow down for big holes and shit like that. It gets going on the. I don't like doing this shit. This is how I used to walk this down there. I park my car up there and walk all the way down here.
Is this the fishing hole?
Okay, when you go in this creek on the left, there is a whole about 20 pawpaw trees on the left, and I used to sit there and munch them.
Is this where you catch the bluegills, Sassy?
I can't hear you.
So
this is like this is. You don't get any better than that to me. Riding the 4-wheeler. Or like jet skiing, you know, that's the thing. And this is all rough, you know what I mean? It's that
uphill. Yeah.
It's about 40 minutes from my house. 45. It's big property.
Looks like a lot of fun, mate.
400 acres is quite a bit when it's in the Ozarks like this, all ravenous, and you can see how far going up here. You know, it's uphill the whole way.
Yeah.
Down there where we were camping's a lot, you know, a lot lower. One time, right up here by this gate, me and two other guys used to go with, they pushed a tree over. We had to chainsaw it to get through there.
Take the high road, Wesley.
I'll tell you here in a minute when I get up to the top of this hill, there'll be a house on the right, and that's the guy that lived there that was squatting on the land and shot and killed my friend.
Wow. Well, that's terrible.
He got murdered because he wouldn't get off the land, you know what I mean? The guy, he went down there, I don't know what happened to him. I just know the old man shot him. He went to jail. I mean, this is a great big place. It's crazy. We've been seeing Sasquatch there since for 200 years, you mean? And then he needed some money, so he did some, he had some wood cut down, you know, and did that shit, logging, and that really pissed him off. I mean, this place, I used to go down there and spend weeks at a time and not talk to anybody, just go out in the woods. Look at this. Up here on the right, where that old man was squatting, and he's right there. That's where he was at. He was a mean son of a bitch, too. He'd done that 3 times to people and got their land for squatting on it. If you stay there so long, you know. Right here, there's a one night we're in like one of those gators, you know, like a bigger 4-wheeler thing, and we were running in the dark, and I was filming, and he ran into a fucking trailer, fucking cut my hands up and shit. Right here on the right, we were cruising like this, and we ran into a trailer. My face went right in the windshield, you know what I mean?
God, dude.
See, that's right here. When I'm turned right up here by the barn, I've got pictures of UFOs and when the sun came up behind that barn. And this is still all his land, and it's like, it's a bitch too, because the ravines are real steep. You know what I mean? This is just going around the barn. Get on it. I like getting in the grass and slide, you know. This is the house that right there is a cousin that lived there. She was like disabled.
Right.
Yeah, finally getting on the highway. And look how this thing's fast when you get on the pavement, because you can see the front end take off. Watch. Right, nail it. Watch.
Let's
look
go
at
up.
that. I'm doing about 70. You know what I mean? I'm fucking cruising in that much. Well, I've had throttle. There we go. This is all his land still on the right. Oh, I mean, he was putting in a bow range to shoot bows and arrows, you know. And when I pulled up, there was some guy there I never even met before. And I don't know who he was. He's pretty cool. They were fishing. This is where Walt lived. He had a house in town too, but it was a trailer. Look at that. It's got a roof built over it, see? Like a travel trailer. And I've cleaned that thing so many times. And right here where that window was one night, Squash was trying to yank the window air conditioner out of it. See, like he sat up there and barbecue and shit, you know what I mean? It was like, that's where I went to get away, you know? And he had every kind of he had every kind of gun gadget. We'd do those animal calls at night, see what we could draw in, you know? And it was pitch black down there. No lights at all. I mean, you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. It was just like, it was nice. And when he first thought, he didn't know it was Sasquatch, he thought people were down there messing with his land, and we went and got wrist rockets, and we got shooter marbles. We used to shoot them in the woods. Better shooting somebody. But me and my old research partner, his channel is Ozark Mountain Sasquatch, and we went down there for 2 years every weekend, and then camped out with people from Pennsylvania and Kansas City, all over. You know what I mean? He did a documentary. Hey, interesting things. What's up, brother? Mark? Right on. That's a good friend. Come up. Yeah, the guy I used to research with, he's got it's on Amazon Prime documentary, and that's why I changed my name, because I didn't want to be involved with him. Here we go. Interesting thing, there's a little bit about Squatch too. Patrick, you want to sing or what?
Yep, I'm trying to get people to guess which George Michael song I'm going to sing.
Freedom! Or it's like Papa Don't Preach.
No.
Before you go, Pat.
Yeah, that's Wham.
I could do Wham, but here's one for you. I know you guys know this one. Here we
George.
go. Here you go. One more try.
Yeah.
Not that big of a fan of George, but I don't know.
I've had enough of danger and people on the street. I'm looking out for angels, just trying to find some peace. Now I think it's time that you let me know. So if you love me, say you love me. But if you don't, just let me go. But teacher, there are things that I don't learn. And the last one I had made me cry. So I don't want to learn to hold you, turn you. Think that you're mine, because there ain't no joy for an uptown boy whose teacher has told him goodbye. 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 When you were just a stranger and I was at your feet. I didn't feel the danger. Now I feel the heat. And look in your eyes, telling me no. So if you think that you love me, you know that you need me. I wrote this song, I know it's wrong, just let me go. And teacher, love me that I don't want to learn. So the last one I had made me cry. So I don't want to learn to hold you, turn you. Think that you're mine, because there ain't no joy for this uptown boy whose teacher has told him Goodbye. 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 Oh. So when you say that you love me, you know that you'll never leave me. I know you're wrong, you're not that strong. Let me go. And teach you nothing that I still have to learn. But the last one I have is my pride. Oh, so I don't want to learn to hold you, tell you. Think that you're mine, because there ain't no joy for this uptown boy isn't willing to try. I'm so cold inside. Maybe just one more try. Newman, I'm singing One More Try by George Michael. One More Try by George Michael, Newman. Good to see you, brother. Good to see you again, Newman. Thank you, Spud.
Bravo, Pat. Bravo.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it's One More Try by George Michael. I'll do Wham's. I've done Wake Me Up Before You Go before, Spud.
Oh,
it's a good song.
Yeah, that's a good, fun, upbeat vibe. Fucking good song.
I'll wait till Sassy's done. If Sassy wants me to go again, I'll go again.
Go again. I'm posting people's skills.
When you use the app. Damn McDonald's ads. Who cares? You're making me hungry. I'll eat me a sandwich some other time. Damn it. I'd rather go to Hardee's. I'd rather go to Hardee's.
I wouldn't eat that.
I like Hardee's. I don't like Burger King anymore because Burger King don't put real meat or anything in their burgers anymore. Just that plant. I look at it like this. If I want to eat freaking plant, I eat a salad. I eat a fucking salad. I don't want to eat no hamburger.
There's not much nutritional value in a salad, though, dude.
Yeah, I know. The meat, man. You got to have protein. It's hamburgers, hot dogs, right? Here we go. Here's for Spud. Here we go.
Let's go.
Jitterbug. 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 You put the moon into my heart. You see my soul sky high when your loving starts. Jitterbug into my brain. It goes a bang, bang, bang till my feet do the same. When something's bugging you, something ain't right. My best friend told me what you did last night when you left me sleeping in my bed. I was dreaming, so I should have been with you instead. Wake me up before you go. Don't leave me hanging on like a yo-yo. Wake me up before you go. I don't want to miss it when you hit that high. Wake me up before you go. Cause I'm not planning on going solo. Wake me up before you go. Take me dancing tonight. I want to hit that high. Yeah. You push the gray skies out of my way. You make the sun shine brighter than Doris Day. You turn the bright spark into a flame. My beats ferment and never been the same. Cause you're my lady, I'm your fool. It makes me crazy when you act so cruel. Come on, baby, let's not fight. We'll go dancing and everything will be alright. Wake me up before you go. Leave me hanging on like a yo-yo. Wake me up before you go. Don't wanna miss it when you hit that high. Wake me up before you go. Cause I'm not planning on going solo. Wake me up before you go. Well, take me dancing tonight. I wanna hit that high. Baby, the gentleman. Oh. Put it up, baby, moving time. We'll go dancing tomorrow night. It's cold out there, but it's warm and better. They can dance, we'll stay home instead, yeah. Come on, wake me up before you go. Don't leave me hanging on like a yo-yo. Wake me up before you go. Don't wanna miss it when you hit that high. Wake me up before you go. Cause I'm not planning on going solo. Wake me up before you go. Take me dancing tonight. Wake me up before you go. Don't you dare leave me hanging on like you go. Take the dance up. Boom, 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 boom. Oh. Boom, 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 boom.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Take me dancing. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Take me dancing tonight. Take me dancing. Yeah.
Oh my.
Oh yeah.
Very nice, Patrick.
That was back when I liked or George Michael's.
Was that song before or after he got caught wanking in a toilet?
I think it was in the 90s when he caught wanking. And like he wanked in the bathroom in front of a police officer. He's like, I'll show you mine if you show me yours. He got in trouble.
If you're going to choke your chicken, choke it in your own bathroom.
Yeah.
Hey, Patrick, can I request a song?
Go ahead. I hope I know. If I know it, I'm definitely going to sing it.
I bet you know. I don't think it's much. Can you sing the Kit Kat song?
Give me a break. Give me a break. Break me off a piece of that Kit Kat bar. I said, give me a break. Give me a break. Break me off a piece of that kitty cat bar. I said, give me a break. Give me a break. Break me off a piece of that kitty cat bar. Give me a break. Give me a break. Break me off a piece of that Kit Kat bar. So
Nice, dude.
What's that one I did that had Klondike in the Klondike?
What would you do for a Klondike bar?
What's the hot dog song?
Oh, I wish I was. No, I don't. I never wanted to be an Oscar Mayer wiener myself.
Or how about this one? How about this one? I want to hit the party best for Christmas.
What about the bologna commercial?
What's that
I
one?
Bologna has that first name? Yeah.
Yeah. What about this one? Ring, 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 banana phone. Do, 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 do.
I thought you say, ding dong, Avon calling.
Oh, I got another Wham song set up for you guys.
And before you before you do that, Pat, I got an Australian song, and guess which charity it is? It goes, I'm gonna knock on your door, ring on your bell, knock on your tap on your windowsill. I'm gonna knock and ring and tap. I'm gonna knock and ring and tap. I'm gonna knock and ring and tap until you do. Tonight,
Holy shit!
nation, They're
Hello, Miss
annoying.
Southern Belle.
Hey, what's up?
I just subbed to your channel, Miss Southern Belle.
Miss Southern
There
Belle.
you go. Thank you for coming. There's your Spanish. Spanish. They call it in England a spanner. That's funny.
Sassy.
Well, I had a song ready, but I had to give her a wrench first. Like, fine.
Amen, brother. I'll mute out.
Get back where I was thinking that. There you
I think I'm muted.
go. Kind of cotton throated out from all the weed.
Yeah.
I'm like you, Patrick. I'm like, get off my phone, ads.
What?
I had YouTube. I had the YouTube Premium for 3 months, and that was nice. No ads.
Oh,
That was crazy.
I've had it for
Yeah, ads
years.
suck.
I've had it for years.
That's not what I want. I want California case. Oh man. Did it again. Go ahead, Patrick.
What about Walkabout by Chili Peppers?
I like the Chili Peppers. Anything by them. It's like,
You like
space may
Walkabout?
be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement.
I will do Everything She Wants by Wham after this song. I'm just gonna break it random right here. Here we go. I know you guys know this one. From one of the best duo bands of all time, Hall and Oates, baby. Hall and Oates.
All right.
Kicking an 80s style. Here we go. I'm out of time, but I'm out of my head when you're not around. Shake it up is all that we know. Using bodies up as we go. I'm waking up to a fantasy. The shades all around are the colors we used to see. Broken eyes still melting the sun. In times that are broken, kept awfully one again. We're so alone, and so really matters to me. Hey guys, take a look around. You're out of touch, I'm out of time, but I'm out of my head when you're not around. You're out of touch, I'm out of time, but I'm out of my head when you're not around. Oh, oh, reaching out for something to hold, looking for a love when the climate is cold. A manic moves in drowsy dreams, yeah. Maybe there's a middle between the two extremes. Smoking guns, hot to the touch, would cool down if we didn't use it so much, yeah. We're so alone, and so really matters to me. Too much, too much. You're out of touch, I'm out of time, but I'm out of my head when you're not around. You're out of touch, I'm out of time, but I'm out of my head when you're not around. Oh, 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 out of touch. Oh yeah. Wow. You're out of touch. I'm out of time, but I'm out of my head when you're not around. You're out of touch. I'm out of around. You're out of touch, and I'm out of time, out of touch, out of time, out of touch, out of time, girl. Reach out for something to hold, but I'm out of my head when you're not. You don't go, you go. Yeah, fucking A, man. Sorry about my language. God. Woo.
Right on, right on.
Oh my goodness! Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Woo, 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 woo.
Hall and Oates had, every year they had 2 or 3 hits, for a long time.
Oh yeah, I love Hall and Oates. Hall and Oates.
I like, I might.
Watch any of that Daryl's House.
Yeah, that's good. That's really good. They cook and sing and shit.
Yep.
He did.
Got a lot of
He did.
different.
Yeah, it's cool. I've seen a lot of different people on there, like you said, a lot of different ones.
Hey Ron, do you remember when he did that episode, Ron, when he sang with the girl that sings the Black Cherry Tree or whatever? Forgot, but him and her sang Out of Touch, and they both did fucking cool in that song, man. I forgot her name though. I have to look.
Because I've seen a few female.
That's her name, KT Tunzel. KT Tunzel. Her and him sang Out of Touch together, and oh my God, man. Sounds really
I'm
good.
excited to do one of this thing gonna die again. I can't stand these damn things.
There you go, Sassy. I'm gonna mute out so you can sing.
All right.
Baby hand, with a woman's eye, I can feel you watching in the night.
Power on.
Yeah. It shuts off and says power on. You know what I mean? Does that make sense?
That's weird. I don't like Bluetooth speakers that do that sometimes.
Well, this has been great until just like, I don't know, just recently decided to be a bitch. It's just 'cause I'm trying to order a new battery for it.
Power on.
I thought about running a cord to it instead of using the Bluetooth to see if it would change anything, but it probably won't. It's got an outlet for auxiliary.
Hey, what's up, tinfoil hat? Tinfoil hat or tinfoil hatters here. Hey, what's up, tinfoil hatter?
Hey, what's up? Has he got a wrench? Okay.
No, he doesn't.
Okay, I'll give him one in just a second. Okay,
Bluetooth.
see, it's weird.
God does.
If I got another speaker here, it might work. This one I found on the side of the road.
What do you find, Sassy?
I find a lot of shit though. Let me see if this plays. No, and it hooks to some other phone in here, I guess. Go ahead, Patrick. I'm going to work on this for you.
All right, brother, man. Here we go. Here we go, guys. Everything She Wants by Wham. Another good song by him. Somebody told me, boy, everything she wants is everything she sees. I guess I must have loved you because I said you were the perfect me, baby. And now we're 6 months older. And everything you want, and everything you see is out of reach, not good enough. I don't know what the hell you want from me, boy. Somebody tell me why I work so hard for you. I want to give you money. Oh, ooh, yeah, yeah. Some people some people work for fun, girl. I just work for you. They told me marriage was a give and take. Well, you showed me you can take. You got some giving to do. And now you tell me that you're having my baby. I'll tell you that I'm happy if you want me to. But one step further and my back will break. If my best isn't good enough, then how can it be good enough for two? I can work any harder than I do. Somebody tell me, oh, so hard for you, oh, to give you money. What do I do to think I do, girl? Tell you if I do. Oh my God, I don't even think that I love you. Won't you tell me, girl? Why did I give you money? Money, oh! Go, yeah. Oh, tell me. How could you stand up for like me? When all I can see was the end of the week. All the things we sign and the things we buy ain't gonna keep us together. It's just a matter of time. My situation is changing. Walking in and out of the door, like a stranger. Waiting. I give you all the time that you want. If you was the end of the week, all the things we sign and the things we buy ain't gonna keep us together. Girl, it's just a matter of time. Wham! Wham! Oh, I said, wham! Wham! Somebody tell me, what's so hard for you? Money, oh, to give you money. Somebody tell me, oh, why I work so hard for you? Give you money. God.
Right.
Yeah, brother Pat.
There was
what were you
different.
going to give him? Money?
There was different things like when I sang somebody tell me, and then it goes, won't you tell? I was trying to keep up, but I couldn't. With some like hopefully if I can get somebody to help me with a couple songs like in unison, we could fucking kill some songs, man.
I know we could.
Won't you tell me why I want to give you money? Oh, to give you money. I get that. Like cool shit, dude.
Patrick, can I give you some homework, please, mate? Cheap Wine by Cold Chisel, an Australian band.
Well, I'm getting ready to do one too. Maybe it'll work.
Amen, Sassy. I'm gonna mute out so you can try.
Holy.
Fucking awesome, brother.
It looks like a spotlight too. It's pretty cool. See if this POS will work. I hear the bong. You must think that I'm stupid. You must think that I'm a fool. You must think that I'm new to this. But I have sang this song before. I'm never gonna let you close to me, even when you mean almost to me. 'Cause every time I open up it hurts. So I'm never gonna get too close to you, even when I mean almost to you. In case you go and leave me in the dirt. But every time you hurt me, the less that I cry. And every time you leave me, the quicker these tears dry. And every time you walk out, the less that I do. But we don't stand a chance. It's sad, but it's true. I'm way too good at goodbye. I'm way too good at goodbye. I know you think that I'm heartless. I know you think that I'm a fool. I'm just protecting my innocence. I'm just protecting my soul. I'm never gonna let you close to me, even when you mean almost to me. In case every time I open up it hurts. So I'm never gonna get too close to you, even when I mean almost to you. In case you go and leave me in the dirt. But every time you hurt me, the less that I cry. And every time you leave me, the quicker these tears dry. And every time you walk out, the less that I do. Baby, we don't stand a chance. It's sad, but it's true. I'm way too good at goodbye. I'm way too good at goodbye. The way that you see me cry. I'm way too good at goodbye. No. No, 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 no. No, no.
'Cause every time you hurt me, I cry. Every time you leave me, the quicker it stays right. Every time you walk out the side of you, baby, we don't stand a chance. It's sad, but it's true. I'm way too good at goodbye. Boom chaka laka laka boom. I like this song.
God, dudes. And a
Good
big
job. Good
shout
job.
out to Silent Auditor. Take care, mate. Take care.
Yep.
Be kind to yourself.
Hello, brother. Smoke him if you got him. Smoke him till you pass out, right?
Well, if you got shit to pass out on, fucking go for it.
Sleep is for the weak. I'll sleep when I'm dead.
Yeah, I'll sleep. No, sleep till bedtime.
Go sleep till Brooklyn.
I've already slept 1/3 of my life.
Yeah, you spend 1/3 of your life waiting too.
How much time do you spend on the fucking toilet? They reckon a couple of years by the time you're 80.
I don't. I only eat once a day, so I don't spend much time on there as most people.
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
When you only eat once a day, you absorb almost all of it. You know what I mean? You do.
Yeah.
Waste not one not.
They call them dunnies over here, and they don't go in a circle. It's like a waterfall.
Are you talking about the toilet?
Yeah, they're dunnies.
I guess I don't know.
Well, that's all. Yeah, DUNNY, dunny, toilet.
So you flush when you're done?
Yeah, when you hear someone in Australia saying they're built like a brick shit house,
Yeah, I've heard that before here too.
Yeah, they're a bouncer.
You guys, are you guys
We
ready
have
for my
garbage
song?
and you have rubbish.
Yeah, we have rubbish.
I didn't know that until I worked with some Australian guys and they go, we get free rubbish pickup. I go, what the fuck is that?
Yeah, garbage pickup.
Yeah, but they were talking about it was free of the rent, you know. They're excited.
Well, Sassy, I'm here in my house for 5 more garbage pickup days, and I got to find another house. And there's fucking no rentals, mate, in this town. It's a booming bus town, and at the moment the fucking joint's booming.
So what do you think? What are you planning? Are you just going day to day? Or are you planning?
We're planning on putting our shit in storage.
There you go.
And we got a van. We got a dog too, which makes it hard. We can't get an apartment.
Down by the river. You could be in a van down by the river.
We can be in. We're planning on trying to find a house out bush with all the kangaroos and all the shit.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. That's
funny because we call it country and you call it bush.
Yeah. Well, there's plenty of bush down under me.
Means the same thing too, kind of country.
Hey Sass, I messaged you on Facebook my StreamYard link, and I also messaged Silent my link too. If I can get a hold of you guys, like off of here, I can give you guys link because I'm gonna
That's
drop
why
it.
I know I sent you, that's live, and I told Darlene, I told Spud.
Indeed, brother man. I got a song for you guys.
That's why I like
You guys
Messenger.
ready?
You can get a hold of somebody.
Hey, Silent, I'm up here, and Darlene, I'm here. I didn't disappear. I'm still here. I also messaged you my link too, Darlene. Here you go. You guys ready?
Yep.
My favorite song. Blowing notes, one-on-one. Hear the great music, but make sure you guys want to hear me sing. I can hear it. I'm tired of playing on the tape. Oh, it seems I don't get tired anymore. Oh, what would change if we said face to face? No, don't even try to score. Oh, and I can feel
feel the magic of your touch. And when you just get close, so much. Oh yeah, yeah, you got to understand, baby. Time is what I'm here for. Whoa,
Not just that.
whoa, whoa, I wanna play that game tonight. I know. I wanna play that one-on-one. I wanna play that game tonight. One-on-one so slow. Ooh. You can't tell me you don't miss me, girl. No, I think I know you too well. Oh, I wonder what you see. You know I was coming tonight. I want you, could you tell? Ooh, one-on-one. I wanna play that game tonight. One-on-one, I know. I wanna play that one-on-one. I wanna play that game tonight. One-on-one so slow. Ooh, that's all you need to know now. Have a great night, Miss Sutherland. God bless you. Cause if it's really right, there's nothing else. One-on-one, I wanna play that game tonight. One-on-one, I wanna play that game tonight. One-on-one, I wanna play that game tonight. One-on-one, I wanna play that game. One-on-one, one-on-one, girl. Ooh, I don't want no one else. I don't want no one else. Ooh, baby, I'm chocolate. Ooh, I don't wanna play these games no more. Ooh, yeah, I wanna play. I wanna play. It's you and me, you and me, you and me. My goodness.
Good call, mate.
Ah,
That was good. I got
Did you
one
get
of
your-
them.
Call those good one.
Did you get your
Very
Bluetooth
cool.
speaker working, buddy?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Let's
All right.
roll. Thanks.
Can either of you do any Foreigner or Boston?
Oh yeah, that's good.
Oh, hell yeah, JJ.
That was wrong.
Sassy Sass on Boston.
I'm looking at it right now.
It's pissing down rain. It's about the fucking
I bought
bucket.
it in 1980.
Road rivals. Every new Toyota comes with Toyota Care.
I think it charged up to enough, you know, where it's not completely dead.
Can I get an extended warranty with that?
Yeah. Okay. So long, I've been looking too hard, I've been waiting too long. Sometimes I don't know if what I was mine. I only know it's a matter of time when you love someone. Yeah, I really love someone. It feels alright, so wrong and true. I need to know if you feel it too. But maybe I'm wrong. Won't you tell me if I'm coming on too strong? This heart of mine has been hurt before. This time I wanna be sure. I've been waiting for a girl like you to come into my life. I've been waiting for a girl like you to love and will. I've been waiting for someone new to make me feel alive. Yeah, waiting for a girl like you to come into my life. Ooh, yeah. So when we make love is understood, more than a touch, the words we say, only a dream can bring its way. We love someone, yeah, I really love someone. But I know it's right from the moment I wake up deep in the night. It's hard on earth that I'd rather be than holding you tenderly. I've been waiting for a girl like you to come into my life. I've been waiting for a girl like you to love and will. I've been waiting for a someone to make me feel alive. Yeah, waiting for a girl like you to love into my life. Ooh, I've been waiting, waiting for you. Won't you come? That was 1981 when that came out.
All right, I got another one for you guys. Please let me know. All right, here we go. Good job, Sassy.
Hey,
Now I'm not like this. I'm really kind of shy. I get this feeling whenever you walk by. I don't want to down you. I want to get you high. If you could see your way to me, come on, let me try. Let me take you home. Hey, Mama, now it's all right. Come on, Sassy. Take you home. I'll show you sweet delight. Yeah.
That's good.
You must understand this. I watched you for so long. you. I know it can't be wrong. If we just get together, I wanna make you see. I'm dreaming of your sweet love tonight. So mama, let me take you home tonight. Mama, it's alright, let me take you home tonight. I'll show you sweet delight. I don't wanna make excuses, I don't wanna lie. I just got to get loose with you tonight. Yeah, yeah. Let me take you home, mama. Smoke a bowl and chill. It's so easy, Sasquatch in my stream. Jam. Come on, baby, let's jam. Right now, let me take you home tonight. Mama, now it's alright. Let me take you home tonight. I'll show you sweet delight. I don't want to make excuses. I just want to get with you tonight. Yeah, yeah. I don't want to damn you. I want to make you high. And then I get this feeling whenever you walk by. If we just get together, I wanna make you see. I'm dreaming of your sweet love tonight. So mama, let it be. Let me take you home tonight. Mama, now it's alright. Let me take you home tonight. I'll show you sweet delight. I'm gonna show you sweet delight. Let me show you sweet delight. Pretty mama, mama, show you sweet delight. Let me take you home tonight. Ooh, now I wanna take you home. I wanna be alone. Yeah, let me take you home tonight. Come on, I don't want to be alone. Yeah, yeah. Ooh, yeah, yeah. Let me take you home tonight. Come on, yeah. Ooh, yeah. Take you home tonight. Mama, mama, let's go. Let me take you home tonight. Mama, mama, there you some Boston, dude. See, JJ got
All right, thanks.
from
Good one.
Sassy
Good
and
one.
Boston from me, man.
That's
Good job.
Got two for the price of one, brother, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, two birds
Got
with
both
one
in.
stone.
Two birds with one bong. Fucking sharing the bong.
Let me see here.
That's the new saying, Sassy. Two birds with one bong.
I've killed two birds with one stone, with one rock before when I was mowing the yard. There was a blue jay and a butterfly were fighting, and I threw a big old rock, like a softball size, killed them both.
Oh,
okay, this here is probably not something you're used to, but I like the song I'm going to do anyway. I like singing chick.
Yeah, go for it, Sassy.
I was
You might not
very
even ever heard
concerned that
this.
if I started to talk
I
to
hate
someone about
commercials.
my experiences, tell other people or tell my command.
Contrary to the stigma, there's
I got your stigma right here.
Hey. Whoa. Baby. Baby. Are you listening? Wondering
you been all my life? I just started living. Ooh, baby, are you listening? Oh, when you say you love me, no, I love you more. And when you say you need me, no, I need you more. Boy, I am gone. I am gone. Baby, can you hear me when I'm crying? Oh, I'm scared, so scared. When you're near me, I feel like I'm standing with an army of men, armed with weapons. Ooh, hey, whoa. When you say you love me, no, I love you more. When you say you need me, no, I need you more. Boy, I am gone. I am gone. I am lying next to you. We can do this for eternity. You and me. We were meant to be in holy matrimony. God knew exactly what he was doing when he led me to you. When you say you love me, no, I love you more. When you say you need me, no, I need you more. Boy, I am gone. I am gone. When you say you love me, no, I love you more. When you say you need me, no, I need you more. Boy, I am gone. I am gone. Boy, that's pretty cool, song. Never heard that before, huh?
No, never heard that one.
You know who that was?
No.
Miley Cyrus.
Really? Wow.
He has a lot of good songs.
That was awesome, dude. Hey,
She's
look
going to
what
hell in a handbasket, you know.
hey, look at that avatar I just put up.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Hey, man.
Hey, man. I got another song for you guys by another great fucking band. In my opinion, one of the best bands I've heard. And I had to look up a lot of their songs, and I like this group. Here we go. Ooh, I'm so excited to sing this one. Steve Miller Band.
Rocking me.
Bear with me here.
Great in concert.
That's good.
Well, I've been looking real hard and trying to find a job, but it keeps getting tougher every day. But I've got to do my part, cause I know in my heart I tried to please my sweet baby, yeah. Well, I ain't superstitious, no, I don't get suspicious by my woman is a friend of mine. And I know that it's true that all the things that I do will come back to me my sweet time. So keep on rocking me, baby. 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 I went from Phoenix, Arizona, Northern and California, where the girls are warm, so I can be with my sweet baby, yeah. Keep on rocking me, baby. 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 Baby, 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 keep on rocking. Rocking me, baby. Keep on rocking me, baby. Ooh, don't get suspicious now, don't be suspicious, baby. You know you are a friend of mine. And you know that it's true, all the things that I do are gonna come back to you in time. I went from Phoenix, Arizona, all the way to Tacoma, Philadelphia, Atlanta, LA. From Northern California, where the girls are warm, so I can hear my sweet baby say, keep on rocking me, baby. Keep on rocking me, baby. Keep on rocking me, baby. Keep on rocking me, baby, baby, baby. Keep on rocking me, baby. Yeah, keep on rocking me, baby. Ooh, yeah, keep on rocking me, baby. Keep on rocking me, rocking. Yeah! Fucking A, man.
Good job. Good job.
Thank you, guys. I love Steve.
That was a good job. I remember that was that that song was popular when I was in high school. And I remember that they were playing that album one day when they had to run as long as we could in gym. You ever have till you couldn't do it no more? Remember those?
Who can forget them?
I miss the good old days where you can hear a song and you didn't have to worry about gossip bullshit. You just hear it on the radio and you're like, damn, dude, this fucking song's incredible, man.
I used to record them with a cassette player with a handle. Remember those? And then write down the lyrics, like Joe Walsh. Remember writing that Leisman Good? That song?
Yeah. Yeah, and play them in your Walkman.
Yeah, but I didn't have a Walkman. I was pretty piss poor. I had just this one. We all shared it. When I was young.
Yeah.
We were so poor we had to recycle toilet paper. Yeah, we drank clear Kool-Aid, it was just sugar and water.
Yeah. Hey, you could sing Life's Been Good.
I know I can't. Many times. I'm gonna sing something else.
All right, bro. You want me to sing Life's Been Good?
I eagled out for a decade.
Do you want me to sing Life's Been Good then?
Before you do that, can I do a bit of comedy?
Yeah.
Say, Paul, we couldn't afford ice cream. So what Mama do would pour milk in a bowl and call me and said, I called you early, you didn't come. There's your fucking ice cream melted.
Damn.
Yeah, I bet it did.
Hey,
nobody has ice here right now, you know what I mean?
I mean, think about it, guys. If we didn't have freaking milk to put in our cereals, we just need to use water.
I don't eat it. I don't drink milk.
No, Jack Daniels, mate. Jack Daniels.
No thanks. They used to put Jack Daniels into what do you call it? Skull. You know what I mean? We give it a little flavor or whatever.
Oh yeah, in the Skull Bandits, the jaw gum.
That was candy, wasn't it? Here we go. Let's see if it'll work.
Chest to chest, nose to nose, palm to palm. We were always just that close. Wrist to wrist, toe to toe. Lips that felt just like the inside of a rose. So how come I reach out my finger?
This radio is like, I was doing it. I like Rihanna. I used to listen to her every day. I know every song of hers. You know, she's the second richest woman in the world now.
Wow.
I have no idea.
Oprah's the only one richer than her. She worth like 250 billion or some shit. She ain't even 30, I don't think.
Are you guys ready to hear a song also I haven't done before, and it's out of my element, but I really like this guy's voice. His voice is amazing. And I know you'll definitely know who I'm talking about, Sassy. I know many of you will, but I know Sassy will. Here we go. I've always wanted to sing the song, but never had the courage to do it. But I am tonight, so let's do this. She sits alone by her lamppost, trying to find a thought escape her mind. She said her daddy's the one I love the most, but starts from far behind. She never lets me in, only tells me where she's been when she had too much to drink. I said I don't care, I run my hands through the dark hair, then I pray to God, you gotta help me fly away and just let her cry. Tears fall down like rain, let her sing. These days all her pain, let her go. Let her walk right out on me. And if the sun comes up tomorrow, let her be. Let her be. This morning I woke up alone, found a note sitting by the phone saying, baby, I'll be back someday. I wanted to look for you, you walk, and I didn't know what to do. So I sat back down and had a beer and felt sorry for myself, saying let her cry. If the tears fall down like rain, let her sing. If it eases all her pain, let her go. Let her walk right out on me. And if the sun comes up tomorrow, let her be. Oh. Last night I tried to live, cried so much I could not believe she was the same girl I fell in love with long ago.
She went in the back to get high. I sat down on my couch and cried, yelling, "Oh, mama, please help me. Won't you let me hold my hands? Let her cry. If the tears fall down like rain, let her say. If it eases all her pain, let her go. Yeah. Let her walk right out on me. And if the sun comes up tomorrow, let her be. Let her cry. If the tears fall down like rain, let her stay. If it eases all her pain, let her go. Let her walk right out on me. And if the sun comes up tomorrow, let her be. Oh, let her be.
Good job.
Oh, God. I'm earning my drink. I haven't had nothing to drink yet, but I'm earning my fucking drink tonight.
I've streamed on it for like 18 hours and didn't even get up to take a piss before.
Damn, dude.
But I don't drink water, so you know it kind of goes with it.
God, douche. Well
Thank you,
done.
Vic BC Live. Thank you, Spud.
I got one here to go. Well, it's working. Way to go. Here we go. Don't leave me in all this pain. Don't leave me out in the rain. Bring back to me that smile. Come and take these tears away. I need your arms to hold me now. The night's so kind. Bring back those nights when I held you beside me. Oh, bring my heart. Say you love me again. Undo this hurt you got when you walked out the door and walked out of my life. Oh, cry these days. I cried so many nights. Break my heart. Take back the bad word goodbye. Bring back the joy to my life. Don't leave me here with these tears. Come and kiss this pain away. I can't forget the day you left. Time so kind. Life is so blue without you here beside me. I'll break my heart. Say you love me again. Undo this hurt you caused when you walked out the door and walked out of my life. Cry these tears. I cried so many nights. Oh, my heart. Don't leave me in all this pain. Don't leave me out in the rain. Bring back the nights when I held you beside me. Break my heart. Say love me again.
I do it hurt down when you walk down the door and walk out of my life. Oh, God, so many now. One way back, you break my heart. Oh, baby, that you say you love me. You break my heart. We got it. You love. And a high for high. That's a high ass song. I used to like Tony Braxton, Keith Sweat, Tony Rich.
Oh yeah, Tony Rich Project.
Yeah, that's good. Keith Sweat. Nobody.
God douche, Sassy. God douche. That was cool.
I like it.
All right, I got a song for you guys.
Go for it, Pat.
All right.
Can you do Thriller tonight, please?
I could probably do it. Yeah, I'll surprise you. Here
Thanks.
we go. Oh, damn it. Not a good version. I want a good version. Here we go. Let's try this again, guys.
Nobody knows it but me.
Yeah. I wish I told her how I feel. Maybe she'd be here right now. But instead, I pretend that I'm glad you went away. These four walls closing more every day. And I'm dying inside. And nobody knows it but me. Yeah. Like a clown, I put on a show. The pain is real, even if nobody knows. I'm crying inside. And nobody knows it but me. Yeah. Why didn't I say the things I needed to say? How could I let my angel get away? How my world is just crumbling down. I can say it so clearly, but you're nowhere around. Nights are lonely, the days are so sad, and I just keep thinking about the love that we had, and I'm missing you, and nobody knows it but me. Yeah. I carry a smile when I'm broken in two, and nobody knows without someone like you, and I'm trembling inside. And nobody knows it but me. Yeah. Whoa. I lie awake in the 3:15. I'm screaming at night if I thought you'd hear me. Yeah, my heart is calling you, and nobody knows it but me. Well. How blue can I get? You could ask my heart, but like a jigsaw puzzle, it's been torn all apart. And a million words could say just how I feel. A million years from now, you'll know I'll be loving you still. The nights are long, nights are lonely, oh so sad. I just keep thinking about, oh well, I'm missing you, and nobody knows it but me. Yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. Oh, no.
Tomorrow morning, I'm hitting the dusty road. We're gonna find you wherever you may go, and I'm gonna unload my heart, baby. Nobody back to me. Yeah, yeah. When the night lonely, oh, not so lonely. I just keep thinking about the love that we had. I'm missing you, and nobody knows it but me. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Ooh, since you've been gone away, I've been missing you, baby. But we know that you know you'll be by my side. Yeah, baby. Nobody knows it. Nobody but me. Yeah. The nights are lonely. The days are so sad. And I just keep thinking about the love that we had. And I'm missing you. And nobody knows it but me. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh.
Right on.
Love, passion, Pat. Love the
Yeah.
passion, Pat.
Puts a lot into it.
Here you go, Chop.
Hello, Devo. Whip it good. Hey,
Hey,
Devo.
what's up, Devo? Devo in the Weed Chronicle in the house. Let's drop this here. Come
What's
up on
up
panel here.
with Devo?
You like to smoke weed? Let's bet you much we do. Come on up here. From another mother. We need some more of us 50 and over now.
All right. Can I do some more, please?
No, that's my turn. You can wait. It'll make you jones out like a junkie. There you go, Devo. If you want to come up, that's up to you. I'm ready. I'm ready to jam this shit. Here we go.
Yeah.
100 days will make me older since the last time that I saw your pretty face. 1,000 lies will make me colder, and I don't think I can look at this the same. But all the miles that separate disappear now when I'm dreaming of your face. Here without you, baby, but you're still on my lonely mind. I think about you, baby, and I dream about you all the time. I'm here without you, baby, but you're still with me in my dreams. And tonight, it's only you and me. Yeah. The miles just keep rolling as the people leave their way to say hello. Ooh, I've heard this life is overrated, but I hope that it gets better as we go. Ooh, oh, yeah. Ooh, I'm here without you, baby, but you're still on my lonely mind. I think about you, baby, and I dream about you all the time. I'm here without you, baby, but you're still with me in my dreams. And tonight, girl, it's only you and me, everything I do, and everywhere I go. But it won't take for long. When it's all said and done, but it won't take my love. Mario. Whoa, whoa, yeah. 2 doors, 3 doors down used to be real popular. What happened? The Nickelback, remember Nickelback? For some reason, they lost all their people too. I don't know why.
What's happening, Devo?
What you smoking?
What's up?
What are you smoking?
What's up? What are y'all smoking, man? Is it good?
Mr. Carter.
So good.
I smoked a few bowls, and
Oh yeah.
What's up, Devo?
Washington, right? We are Devo. He's an Okie from Muskogee, a place where even squares can have a ball.
Dang right.
I got a couple more songs left in me, boys.
how's them puppies, Devo?
Oh, they're growing, bro. They're growing.
2 words,
More
Brian.
video coming.
Cool.
More video coming.
Yeah, they're cute.
Cool, Dave.
Are you guys ready for another kick?
Yeah, man. Fuck
it.
Here we go. Oh yeah.
Devo, you gonna sing too?
You gotta make up your mind.
Not anymore. I quit.
Yeah.
Rehab recorded.
Carlos, help me out. You know you are my loving baby. Girl, you got me twisting over you. I got what you need right here, baby. Baby, I know. Baby, I love you so.
Ooh, I love you.
But you don't feel like I do. So tell me, what can I do? But I gotta be strong, girl, you did me wrong. I know we were down.
You
want me, girl. Ooh, make up your mind. I'm not gonna be here for long. You know you are my loving baby. Girl, you got me twisted over you. I got what you need right here, baby. Know what you wanna do. Maybe in time, baby, I know you'll find was here. Just think about me, my dear. But I gotta be strong, girl, you did me wrong. I thought we were down. It seems that you want me, girl. Ooh, make up your mind. I'm not gonna be here for long, yeah. You know you are my loving baby. Girl, you got me twisting, baby. I got what you need right here, baby. Oh, yeah. Break them down. Boom, boom, you got me twisted. Think about the way we used to be. Whenever you and me, girl, you're gonna set me free. See, you made my heart start like it's Cupid. And when I started downright foolish, shit's stupid. But now you know the reason, the pain, to the headaches. You left me alone, now I can't concentrate. I guess I'll wait until the day you come back, because my heart will love you as it got me twisted. You know you are my love, baby. Oh, you got me twisted, baby. I got what you need right here tonight, baby. Ooh, what you gonna do? You know you got
twisted, twisted, twisted by love. Oh, you got me twisted right here, my baby. Oh, oh, yeah, yeah.
Right, all right.
Hey, freaking man. Hey, man. Much love.
Good job, dude.
Oh.
You ever sing that song before or listened to it before?
When I was a kid, I sang R&B, I sang boy bands, I sang 70s music, I sang 80s music, I sang country. I sang a lot of stuff as a kid, man, and teenager.
I fell into the burning ring of fire.
Johnny C.
You heading out? Yeah.
Johnny C.
It burns, burns, burns. I like Johnny Cash.
The ring of fire.
Yeah, exactly. You got that voice. I like Johnny Cash with that poster where he's got the flipping you off, in the black.
I like this Hurt 9 Inch Nails cover he did.
Yeah, it's too sad to listen to, man. It's like, it just really, it is. It's like, do you ever listen to Glenn Campbell's last song he did before he died?
Which one's that?
Most of all, I Ain't Gonna Miss You.
I'd have to hear it.
It's his last song because he had Alzheimer's. And he said this, he told his wife of 40 or whatever, 50 years, I'm not going to miss you. The best thing was because he won't remember, He died. It's a song. Have you never? I'll play it. I don't care if I get in trouble. It's a badass song.
Campbell, mate.
Hey,
I liked Glenn Campbell when I was a kid. He was like a stud. I know. He boned Tanya Tucker.
Hey, do you
I know a guy that did all the cabinet work in her house in Arkansas, and
Glenn Campbell. It was
it's cool, Devo.
He was a good dude, though.
Hey, Sassy. Do you remember the stream we did on Halloween? The kick-ass stream that you pulled, and we had fucking all kinds of Halloween shit.
Yep.
I haven't sang this song. I'm gonna sing. I haven't sang since that Halloween. That freaking stream.
Okay, I'm playing this Glenn Campbell song right now.
All right.
I'm not gonna show the video, but you don't want to watch it. It's one of those ones that heartstrings, Yeah. It shows him kids and wife and all that stuff that makes you cry. Yeah. They do that shit on purpose, though. Here we go. Listen to the words. If I get taken down, I'll come right back. Hey, what's up? Fuck BDSS. I'm still here, but yeah. Oh, you. Yeah, I'll get it back. I had it up too loud. Satan is rebuked.
You know what one really gets me is Tears in Heaven.
Stay away, you evil bastard. I didn't used to believe in that shit, but it's just, bad connection. Really. I don't think everything that happens is nefarious, like a lot of people, It's like you live in the country and you can't get phone signal. It's got to be the government.
It's nasty.
You know what I mean? You live in bumfuck Egypt and you can't get a phone signal. It's probably not the government fucking with you. You know what I mean?
You got gamers living in a bunker hacking your Wi-Fi, mate.
Hey, I know. I went through a metal tunnel this summer when I was live, and it didn't cut out at all. I mean, it was solid metal. So it's even.
Hey, Cass.
That's me.
Sound like an airplane.
Are you guys ready?
No.
Power on.
Oh, I ain't gonna do it. Go ahead.
It's not. Power off.
I know. Talk to you, motherfucker.
It's like, no, you're not ready either.
And it's like bad that it don't work. It says power off, bitch. You know what I mean?
Are you ready, kid? Are you ready, kid? I can't hear you. Oh, who lives in a pineapple under the sea?
Yeah.
Long John Silver.
Davy Jones.
Jeez, mates.
Yeah. Tits up. Kids up.
That's a bummer.
Cheers, mate.
Yeah. Got those. Gutters. Double gutters.
I'm gonna try it again real quick, one more time. Then I'm gonna give up.
Dang, it's daylight where you're at, bro.
Yeah.
In Australia.
Greg's in Australia, dude.
It's on the
He's
other
halfway.
side of the
He's on
world.
the bottom side of the plane. Here you go.
I'm still here, but I'm gone. I don't play guitar or sing a song. Never define who I am. The man that loved you till the end. You're the last person I will love. You're the last place I will recall. Best of all, not gonna miss you. Not gonna miss you. Never gonna hold you like I did. I say I love you, keep you. Never gonna see it in my eyes. It's not gonna hurt me when you cry. Never gonna know what you go through. All the things I say or do. All the hurt, all the pain. One thing selfishly remains. I'm not gonna miss you. I'm not gonna miss you.
That's the last thing you ever sang. That's a killer song, isn't it?
Good job. Good job. Yeah.
And if you watch the video, though, he's with his wife and grandkids and kids. You know, that would suck.
Yeah. To think that, you could write songs and you sang like that and you knew it was your time's coming.
Yeah, so I mean, it's like your last message to people or whatever.
It's like David Bowie.
Oh yeah, he just got through with his album, and so did that.
And he knew it. He knew he was going out.
That black lady that sang
Etta James.
Yeah, she did an album and died right after she did it too. Like, it's weird. A lot of the older ones have an album and they work on it and then they die after they do it. Or they go live in that land up in Antarctica they don't tell us about. They're up there with all
where they keep the seed vault at?
Well, did you know when they all went up there and they all came back with black eyes? Every fucking one of them. And fucking Buzz Aldrin was put in the hospital. They're going up there. I mean, that's crazy. The Pope went up there. Everybody. But like John Kerry had black eyes. George Bush. That's kind of weird, isn't it?
Oops.
That guy was. You know what the Mandela effect is, right?
Mandela effect. I've heard of it, but no.
No, it's what it is. People thought. Remember Nelson Mandela dying in jail, and then there's all like, okay, what's the adult diaper called?
Adult diaper. Depends.
No, it's Depend. It never had the S on it.
Oh,
I know
yeah,
that's
right.
because people used to talk about the Rolling Stones, and I crack jokes all the time. And I said, they said, how long do you think the Rolling Stones will keep playing? And I used to say, that depends. That was part of the joke, you know. And like, there's just a bunch of them, and it's all about spelling, and you know what I mean, like spells. It's all the spelling, than most of it, you know. Like Smokey the Bear is not. It was Smokey Bear. Bullshit. It was Smokey the Bear. I know.
I
Don't
always
you?
said Smokey the Bear.
Yeah. And I even found residue. I found old comic books and stuff that say Smokey the Bear. But they, you know, like, okay, okay, the mamas and the papas, California Dreaming. What happens to him when they're, if you know the song, he finds a church along the way. What's he do?
Let's see. Churchill. I don't know.
Well, he said, I got down on my knees and began to pray. Remember that? I got down on my knees and began, and now it says pretends to pray. Why would you go into church and pretend to pray? You know what I mean? And when that first came out, I looked. There's probably like 100 people that did that song, California Dreaming. And when I first looked it up, all of them said, "Get on your knees and begin to pray." And then through the last year or so, then they all changed to pretend. And I don't know how that's, you know, it's weird. And then now James Couch invented the couch in 18 something. Now it says couches in the Bible. And they were named after the guy that invented them. How's that possible? You know what I mean? And you know, it used to say lamb skins and stuff that says bottles. They had, I mean, you wouldn't believe there's all these scriptures. The one about the lamb and the lion and the lamb, you know, there's different verses. That one's kind of rough. But now it says the wolf lays with the lamb, you know, the lamb lays with the wolf, the lion in the Bible. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
Because you see pictures all over everywhere in the old days of a lamb and a lion laying together.
Let's see, care.
That's just crazy stuff.
According to Wikipedia, the concertmaster is the leader of the first violin.
I was looking something up, and it
hey, mine comes on at the weirdest time. Sometimes it's like, and sometimes it's real weird, you know, because it's like in sync with crazy shit.
But it's weird when I Google something. Sometimes it will come up and it will read, you know, it will say it. And then some other times it won't say nothing.
I know. And then mine has there's another voice on my phone. It's like real high pitched, goofy shit. And it's something to do with your, something that helps you on your phone, you know, assistant, Google Assistant. It has a different voice, and it's a squeaky robot sounding fucking thing. It is. It's freaky, dude. But sometimes I get fucked up, and I'll just get on here and talk to Google and try to fuck with them, and they don't like it. I ask you crazy questions. You know how they'll send you to a link usually. But if you stay on them sometimes, I've had it making fun of me, jokes and stuff, like slamming me. It's crazy. Man, and bongs really got me ripped. Feeling no pain.
So what's happening, Devo? How you been?
What?
How you been?
Oh man, good. How you?
Doing all right.
I wanted to show y'all. You said
you collect NASCARs, don't you? Is it NASCARs you collect all behind you and stuff?
Well, actually, it started out one of my drummer had a car on the wall a long time ago, and it had my old football number on it, and I made him give it to me on a condition that I'd start collecting too. Well, he passed away. And that one car got me. I got about 1,600 of them. Yeah, some of them are Hot Wheels. Most of them are.
What position did you play? I'll get your number. What position did you play?
35. I was a fullback. My number was 35.
Okay.
Check it out.
Oh yeah.
They're starting to get teeth now, man.
Starting to get some meat on the bone.
Yeah.
Little pup.
I was number 80. I was number 81.
81 tight end?
No, I was wide receiver, but I graduated in 81 too.
Yeah.
You was a speedster. Yeah, we had a good time my senior year.
Yeah, I was only good for about 5 yards, man. You know, then I'd fall down. But I could get 5 yards about every time.
I run like a striped deer. I had my whole life. You know what I mean? I'm serious. I'm not. I mean, I'm not normal. I know that. I've never been normal because I can outwork any punk. When I used to work, I've quit jobs after I hired 3 people because I'd take on everything they give me. Always did that. Job security. You know what I mean? And they don't realize what you're doing till you're gone. Then they'd like call you and try to get you to come back. I'm like, nope.
Yeah.
Should appreciate me. Well, I had like 50 some jobs because I didn't never take abuse. Someone said they give me shit. I just get my car and leave a black mark in front of the building so I had to look at it every day when they came in.
Yeah, I know it.
For like years, that shit don't go away when you power brake a fucking 455 Oldsmobile. That's like, whoa, you can't even see the whole building from the smoke. You know what I mean? That's what I would do when I left. As a state, I wouldn't even get my last check. I'd say, keep it. Fuck you. I was like that. You know, I got fired a lot of jobs because it was my mouth. It wasn't because of how I work. You just can't tell the boss to fuck off. You know, no matter how hard you work.
I got fired from my job from the burnout, so I did leaving black marks.
I left black marks when I like to smell the rubber when I was a kid. You know, and we had muscle cars. Every car, we just fucking faked the tire. Just grandma's 4-door smoke shit. You know. I've always been in,
brother.
I got 2 drag racing tickets, and that's it. So, every other. People used to go outside of town and line up and watch for traffic and, run a quarter mile, against people come to bring trailers, Other, you drive out there with like $3 worth of gas in your car, so it's real light,
Yeah, we have spots too still.
Yeah, there's a place my buddy lived. His driveway to the next one was a quarter mile exactly. And there'd be people on both ends, and just, all of a sudden, someone would say cops, and
everybody runs 8s nowadays. I don't understand that, but that's what I used to run quarter, man. I mean, your car get wound out good,
Yeah, that's perfect. And it's just, if you got a low rear end, you can top you out before you get through it. I mean, I knew a guy had a Maverick 302 and it had a 513 gears or some shit. That motherfucker, it had baby moons on it. It was one of those Mavericks with the hood scoop, the fancier one.
Mm-hmm.
And it would top out before a quarter mile. It was so low geared. But it get out of the hole, I could smoke anything out of the hole. You know what I mean?
Good boy. No.
Monotone, like auto tune. Like a high. Hey, you want to hear the greatest speech ever? That's all. Yeah, it is too. I show it all the time. Yeah, it's good for like Eye of the Tiger shit. You know what I mean? Something to pump up your your masculinity. Here you go. Listen to it.
I don't want to rule or conquer anyone. I should like to help everyone if possible. Jew, Gentile, black man, white. We all.
Oh, I don't have to have it on there. You'll be able to hear it on here. It ain't that. I don't need that. Cool.
That's not my.
Oh my God! I don't know why they call them smartphones. I don't even know it went to somebody getting nominated.
I don't want to rule or conquer anyone. I don't want to rule or conquer anyone. I should like to help everyone if possible. Jew, Gentile, black man, white. We all want to help one another. Human beings are like that. We want to live by each other's happiness, not by each other's misery. We don't want to hate or despise one another. This world has room for everyone, and the good earth is rich and can provide for everyone. The way of life can be free and beautiful, but we have lost the way. Greed has poisoned men's souls, has barricaded the world with hate, has goose-stepped us into misery and bloodshed. We have developed speed, but we have shut ourselves in. Machinery that gives abundance has left us in want. Our knowledge has made us cynical, our cleverness hard and unkind. We think too much, we feel too little. More than machinery, we need humanity. More than cleverness, we need kindness and gentleness. Without these qualities, life will be violent, and all will be lost. The aeroplane and the radio have brought us closer together. The very nature of these inventions cries out for universal brotherhood, for the unity of us all. Even now, my voice is reaching millions throughout the world. Millions of despairing men, women, and little children, victims of a system make torture and imprison innocent people. To those who can hear me, I say, do not despair. The misery that is now upon us is but the passing of greed, the bitterness of men. Fear the way of human progress. The hate of men will pass, and dictators die. And the power they took from the people will return to the people. And so long as men die, liberty will never perish. Soldiers, don't give yourselves to brutes. Men who despise you, enslave you, who regiment your lives, tell you what to do, what to think, and what to feel, who drill you, diet you, treat you like cattle, use you as cannon fodder. Don't give yourselves to these unnatural men, machine men with machine minds and machine hearts. You are not machines. You are not cattle. You are men. You have the love of humanity in your hearts. You don't hate, only the unloved hate, the unloved and the unnatural. Soldiers, don't fight for slavery, fight for liberty. In the 17th chapter of St. Luke it is written, the kingdom of God is within man, not one man nor a group of men, but in all men, in you. You, the people, have the power to create machines, the power to create happiness. You, the people, have the power to make this life free and beautiful, to make this life a wonderful adventure. Then in the name of democracy, let us use that power. Let us all unite. Let us fight for a new world, a decent world, that will give men a chance to work, that will give youth a future and old age a security. By the promise of these things, brutes have risen to power, but they lie. They do not fulfill their promise. They never will. Dictators free themselves, but they enslave the people. Now let us fight to fulfill that promise. Let us fight to free the world, to do away with national barriers, to do away with greed, with hate and intolerance. Let us fight for a world of reason, a world where science and progress will lead to all men's happiness. Soldiers, in the name of democracy, let us all unite!
Damn, I'm fired up.
That's Charlie Chaplin.
I thought I heard that before somewhere.
Yeah, it's in from a movie, and it's just like it fits now perfect. I mean, you would think he's talking about the situation we're in right now.
Man, I heard one of Paul Harvey back in 1965.
If the devil, if I could.
The devil, yeah, talking about the devil. That was weird.
Hey, I like Paul Harvey. Good day. I listen to him every day when he was on. He was just he tells some crazy stories. You know what I mean,
to think he's known for that mustache, and then one person can destroy that hairstyle or that style. Hitler, he just destroyed it. Nobody will ever have a mustache like that again.
And that's Charlie like Raleigh. Remember Raleigh Fingers?
Yeah, oh yeah, Raleigh Fingers.
Big old handlebar mustache. That was killer, wasn't it?
Yep.
Yeah, it was.
We have Silver Dollar City down the road, and it's that way in the old days. You see a lot of the old nostalgia,
I love that place.
No, my friends worked there growing up and stuff. I spent a lot of time there.
We go there about every year, man.
Well, hey, believe it or not, just about a few miles west of that, where I went, did all my research for 11 years. And I mean, where the train is, I hiked all the way to that from where my buddy lived, where the train was. I didn't know first time I went that far, But there's a lot of woods there, and they have a Sasquatch deal. You can go there, and I think it's zip lines or something.
Yeah.
Through the woods. You ever done zip lines? Man,
no.
That's killer. I mean, I liked it.
I got talked into doing a homemade one.
I like rappelling. I like playing horseshoes and cornhole, fucking darts.
Hell yeah, man.
Golf. I play it, you name it.
Oh, well, look at his puppy.
Oh, yeah.
There we go.
Hey, that's his wife. No. He said she's a bitch. No, I'm just joking.
He's a cat.
Yoga with yoga. Yoga with yoga. I just noticed that. I like it. morning. How are you doing? Top of the day, mate. Oh, I'm Henry the Eighth. I am. I'm pretty fucked up.
We thought it was over. Missouri Republican Governor.
I'm goofy. I don't know why. Yeah. Damn. Somebody spiked the weed.
No joke, man. Hey, Sassy, thank you for letting me hang out with you guys,
Hey,
man. I'm gonna
anytime,
lay
brother.
down.
I heard you.
I appreciate it.
Don't make a meatloaf.
Squig 420. I know Motor City Maniac there, and I know you too.
Yeah.
All right, guys, I'll catch you on the flip side. God bless. Keep smoking, boys.
You know, when you can't find a community, you make your own.
Yeah, we gotta get out of here too, Sasquatch.
I mean, I'm all about being positive. That's all I care about. Because I've seen everybody, you know, it doesn't work the other way. I'm old. I've seen it. It just doesn't work ever.
All the
sugar, not vinegar, right? Honey, not vinegar. Yeah. Because I've been, there's times in everybody's life that you're an asshole, you know, something happens to you and make you a dick for a while. You get over it.
Yeah.
I've been there a few times. But I didn't treat people bad, you know, I just wasn't as friendly. You know, there's a big difference.
Yes, there is, definitely.
But like, you know, a lot of stuff when I was younger, I thought, how could that happen? And when you go through life, you're like, now I know exactly how that shit can happen. You know?
That's what I was just saying earlier. We live and we learn.
And don't be careful what you wish for. That's what I've always been told. And it goes, if you don't, don't, you know, you can make shit happen by just thinking it.
All the tribes will gather together. And
well, you get everybody on the same frequency, you can really feel it. You know what I mean? You get all people in the same attitude and everything. It's like that's when it.
All the tribes will gather together. Which
it's fellowship. You know what I mean? Is what they used to call it.
Yeah, fellowship.
Well, I tell everybody, you know, everybody's trying to save everybody. You know, you can't save the world. I tried for years. You know, it's useless. So I quit trying to tell everybody what to do, how to live, or anything, and I just try to find like-minded people and grow in strength. That's all I've been trying to do.
Yeah, we'd like a good outlook on life, mate.
Yeah, you adapt your environment. If you hang around with rich people, you're going to get rich if you like it or not. That shit just happens. You know what I mean? You've seen that, you know. Somebody's drinking and shit. What happened to him? They said, well, he moved and changed his lifestyle, but you have to change it. If you want to change, you can't be around the same people. And that's what people always fuck up, you know. Because your friends don't really care about you. They just want somebody to party with. They don't care if you're going to get in trouble. You know what I mean?
All depends on what your definition of rich is.
No, I'm not talking about. I'm just talking about in like in the beast system, people with material things. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like cops always, not all cops are probably bad, and a lot of them probably weren't bad when they went in there, but you either adapt or you don't work there, you know? They get rid of the good cops. They don't work there very long. The ones that won't go along with their blue line gang.
Then what do? Become security guards. Rent-a-cops.
Yeah.
Beautiful pie.
Yeah.
I just eaten sass. I had the best mashed potato top pie I've ever had.
Fingers and mash?
No, a meat pie. You know, Aussie. Bloody meat pie topped with mashed potato. Mashed potato.
Taters, man. Mashed taters. I don't know either. There's something to you?
Yeah.
I don't know what's going on. You know, that's the way my life is.
With tomato sauce.
Oh, yeah, with red sauce? Yeah, I like it better than white sauce. Okay, I can't even see straight. I don't even know who's up here.
Red sauce.
I can't even remember how to fucking post the thing. If somebody's saying shit about me and I did something, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about because I haven't done nothing, anything to anybody. Just letting you know.
I know I walked out of the room. Did I miss something or something?
I don't know what happened either. I mean, people perceive me different than I do. I guess I don't know, but I don't care. I'm not gonna. I don't play that shit. Not gonna bring me down. I don't even know what.
Don't bring me down, 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 down.
I'm lost. Living in the land of the police stacks are coming to get me. Land of the lost. Oh well. Okay. Yeah, I even have to trying to get over here. Keep me back. Hey, I'll play some music and you guys. Hey, let's see if you can guess who it is. How's that? You want to play some trivia? Hey, Scott. Whoop, whoop. Can you hear me?
Okay. No, just fuck. Yeah, we can hear you. Yes, I see.
Yeah, it ain't me because I only got one window open. I only got this only thing I got to open on my phone.
Oh, another one. So we'll do it one time. So
yeah, I forgot. I mean, what kind of you guys know? I don't know if I can find it.
Is it a mashup or?
No, I was just gonna randomly pick some songs, but people don't know music. But I know how old everybody is.
A lot of people like music. That's why
I know,
we
but
have.
a lot of people don't know the name of bands or most people I know don't. I mean, people don't buy music anymore. You know, not like we did. You get to know if you bought a record, you know everybody was in the band, their name. You know, at least that's the way we were.
Tapes. I was buying tapes.
Well, yeah, I forget. You know, I could hear of. It's how about this on 8-track?
First record I bought, Sass, was Alice Cooper with picture.
Oh, yeah? Mine was Elvis and the Beatles. You go.
Look out, you'll get nailed for that.
Let's get out. The speakers were Jensen triaxles. Huh? She was a fast machine.
Ever seen? She has
that was my favorite song off that album. You shoot me on that one.
Knocking me out. Whatever.
You know, like Hell's Bells. Look at all the good songs on that album, Back in Black. Like every song on it is good.
I love Akadaka. I'm not allowed to play it. I put down a 50-minute.
Akadaka? Is that what you said?
I put down a 50-minute video. I recorded a 50-minute video. Had AC/DC, Long Way to the Top, the one with the bag, and fucking I got fucked over. I had to take it down.
Yeah, I got that shit for playing Led Zeppelin.
I got the shit too for playing Gordon Lightfoot Sundown.
Yeah, and yeah, that's not even a song worth a strike. I mean, it's good, but not for that. I mean, like, come on.
That's
you're gonna get tagged. You're gonna get tagged for something that fucking everybody's heard of.
Yeah,
you know,
I didn't.
You get older, people don't even know who the fuck that is. You know.
Yeah, on Sundown, no one in Australia can watch the video. and
yeah, when they banned it in like Iraq and Iran, I'm like not losing sleep.
Yeah, he gives a fuck.
City.
Snack bar.
I need to look at. Man, I'm ripped, dude. I'm glad It was hot today.
Yeah, was it 100?
It was 90 something. Is that a cockatiel? It sounds like. Is that a wild bird?
Oh, just some rando flying over, mate. Yeah.
Well, that one there is in the bushes right there because it hasn't moved. It's been doing the same sound in the same place for a little while. Bushes right there. Yeah, look. Okay, I give Yoga made her blue. I didn't know she wasn't blue. That's why. I hate hearing my own voice. God,
Jay,
that was a lion roar, kind of like fucking king of the room. Yeah. But 29.5-foot pole. Or like a bare necessities. Remember that shit? Jungle Book. No? You're a tough crowd. Whoa, hey.
Tough crowd. Oh,
yeah, my wife, she was so ugly that when she cried, the tears rolled over her forehead. He said her family used to put her in the corner and feed her with a slingshot. Whoa.
Yeah, my sister was so ugly we had to put pork chops around her neck.
Play with her.
Play.
Yeah. That must be a universal joke. Except yours would be put pork chops around the dango. Maybe the dingo ate your baby. I'll never forget that in my life. That's stuck in my head.
All the dingo, mate.
Oh,
They
no.
pretty fucked up. The baby stole the dingo.
That's creepy. Do you have frogs in Australia?
Fuck yeah, we got.
I was talking about Bart Simpson. Remember, he supposedly he epidemic when he brought a frog to Australia that time on the show a long time ago. Yeah, like they didn't have anything to eat them. They were covered in everything with frogs everywhere. Remember that?
Yeah, I remember that. And he said, "Kick my butt," or
Yeah.
"Kiss my ass."
Yeah,
or something.
yeah. He said, "Kiss my." I think he said, "Kiss my." Yeah.
Yeah. Hey.
Yeah. Hey, pretty dirty kid.
Hey, Sassy.
Yeah,
remember? Oh, I'm losing my memory. Oh, really quick. Oh, hang on. As you were, brother. I got
you lost it already?
I got a house inspection coming up to inspect the house I can move into.
Ah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know the feeling.
That's exciting because I've only got 5 more weeks, and I gotta get a joint where I can have a dog.
You know how many people I've heard that it's that way everywhere, dude. I mean, everywhere, even here where I live. I mean, the rents went way up. You know.
Oh
hey,
yeah,
what's up,
man.
Scott? Hey, it's the first time. Hey.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
G'day, mate.
Hey, Sassy, I just wanted to join you real quick and say, hey, we run into each other everywhere, but we've never had a chance to just sit down and talk, right?
No, that's the first time I heard your voice.
Right. And then Spud over here. I just had to jump up here because I actually had a chance to live in Australia for about 5 years. I was wondering where he lived at.
Tropic Capricorn in Queensland, mate, on the coast, right
Okay.
on the coast.
Yeah, Queensland. Okay, so I live down in South Australia, a little town called Woomera.
Oh, well, I thank you for your service, mate, if that's the case.
Actually, it was my dad that took us over there.
Right, eh? Well, thanks, Dad. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, I moved there when I was like 9 years old and came back stateside when I was like 14, 15, something like that.
Oh, good on you, brother. So you know you love the Aboriginal people.
Oh my goodness, yes. We actually had the opportunity while we were there. What is it? Pindanjara tribe is real popular out there, prominent. And I remember sitting around a campfire making boomerangs one night with them.
Oh, lot of fun, mate.
Yeah, that's good stuff.
Yeah, it was probably one of the, with my dad being in the military, we moved, but not as much as some people. And I would have to say that 5-year stint we did over there was probably some of the best years. I didn't want to come back stateside.
Oh, yeah.
My dad's in the Air Force and he was stationed in Newfoundland.
Oh, right on. There's another connection. Not only are we in Missouri, we both had military dads in the Air Force, huh?
Oh, wow, yeah.
Hey, Dave.
Did we lose him?
My grandfather went to Woomera when Britain were exploding nuclear bombs in Australia. He died at 33. I never got a chance to meet him because my mum was 12 when he died.
Wow.
And he was a frogman in the Navy, the Royal Australian Navy.
Wow, he was in the Navy and found himself inland.
Really? Sorry, mate. I missed something there.
Yeah, I must have missed it too. You said your dad was in the Navy?
No, my grandfather was in the Navy.
Oh, your grandfather. Okay.
Yeah, my grandfather. He died at 33. I never got a chance to meet him, and his last assignment was in Woomera for the blasts over there when the British were setting off bombs.
Right. Okay. Yeah, I understood that. Okay, I got it. I just found it odd that with him being in the Navy, he found himself out in the middle of the desert.
because he was a frogman in the Navy, and he was at the atomic blasts at the Marshall Islands, Bikini Atoll, and all that. He dived down to check the radiation levels underwater.
Oh, right on.
Yeah, and so he was radiated, so they sent him out to Woomera and as well. Didn't matter.
Yeah, that was good radiated ground over there because they did blasting just due west of there.
That's right. It's sickness land. Yeah.
Well, they never told us that, when I didn't find that out until, oh my gosh, years later, when we were there, the only thing they made sure to inform us as soon as we got off the airplane, there was a little building they shuffled us into, and they kind of introduced us to a bunch of the town folk and kind of went over the local culture, and then made sure to inform us about all the hazardous snakes.
That sounds about right.
Yeah, it was quite the stay. And, as a kid, yeah, they tell you they're snakes, but you know what? There's snakes everywhere you live. So I wasn't that worried about it, but it was pretty funny to watch the responses of the parents. If you're a kid and you're out playing, of course, if you're familiar with Woomer at all, it's got a main road that cuts it in half one way and another road that cuts it in half the other way. And we always had these little wars, as little boys, what were we, 10, 11 years old, this side of the street against that side of the street. We built these elaborate forts, but we always crawled in and underneath the flats, and our parents always had such a conniption fit over it. And all you had to do was yell snake. And my God, every parent with a damn shovel within a half a mile came running.
God bless you. God bless our parents and our great grandparents and grandparents.
but it was a different time then, and I
And
know it changed a bunch because we left there in what 78, I think, and apparently after we left there, it went really downhill. The whole town basically turned into a giant detention center, and
yeah, there's a lot to say about Woomer at the moment. And just to get off track, just to take it similar, they launched the first NASA rocket out of Australia in Northern Territory, mate, a couple of weeks ago.
really,
Yeah, dead set.
huh? I
First
don't
NASA rocket.
I don't keep up a whole lot with the news, but usually that's some kind of something we hear about over here normally.
I don't know. I thought it'd be big news being NASA. Everyone would have heard that. But
Right.
yeah,
Wow. I might have to go check some of the news feeds and see what's going on. See, because I don't have TV. I mean, I have TV, but I haven't
yeah,
watched TV to get my normal news for like 10 years now. So,
mate. If you got a TV, put a cover over it because that black screen is evil.
hmm. Yeah, about the only device I ever use anymore is my phone.
Yeah, I'm on the phone. We sound all right. I can hear you loud and clear.
That's good. Yeah, I gave up watching TV probably about 10 years ago. I don't know. It was kind of weird. I just had this inner voice start talking to me, and I hear that a lot with people about they don't know what possessed them to start changing their diet or looking at where they live, but
The
kind of been
price.
go it's been kind of going on in small waves since like 94. And I know myself, hell, 10 years ago I started getting out of the matrix. I got rid of the home, sold everything off, moved into a fifth wheel. And
Oh,
been
nice.
kind yeah, I've been living in my fifth wheel for the last 10 years now, and right now for the last 4 or 5 years of it, I've been parked right alongside my shop right here where I conduct my business. So I
Oh,
sleep right do right here, and I do my business in my backyard.
yeah. Security as well for your business, mate, living there.
Oh yeah. Well, out here in the country, and Sassy will tell you, you got here in middle America, Missouri here. Even Hillary Clinton referred to it when she was running against Donald about gun carrying Bible thumpers. And man, I've even had calls from my neighbors when I wasn't on the property at like 1 in the morning telling me, "Hey, is there supposed to be anybody on your property tonight?" And the neighbors will watch. And he told me, he goes, "Well, they're still in their truck." He goes, if they get out, should I put a warning shot across their bow? I mean, to know that my neighbors are watching the property at gunpoint when I'm not here, that's pretty good.
When the motherfuckers start fucking with God, guns, and oil, they're fucked.
Yep.
Got
Exactly.
guns and oil. They took the guns out of Australia. They're exporting all our gas. Yeah, you got to jump through hoops to get a gun, mate. I've been grandfathered in, luckily, but it's hard.
That's crazy. Yeah, well, here, that's just like in the U.S. We have enough oil that we don't need to buy any, but I don't. But we do. We always have.
Yeah, I don't know why fuel's $8 a fucking gallon. What the hell's that? Dang nabbit. It's doggone bloody bullshit.
Yeah,
That's
well, it's because my personal belief is, and you guys were talking about it earlier tonight when I was listening. I just couldn't really participate. I was walking around the lake with my dog. Kind of, that's one of my morning and nightly rituals. Right when I get up and before I, wind down my evening, is I spend hours in the woods with my dog around the lake. But it's about vibration and energy.
Yeah, brother.
And we can all sit here and be happy and joke, and that's awesome, because that's what they're trying to take away right now. And the only way they can do that, plus th- you, there's always something bigger at play. Would you agree?
When you're doing something nice, there's someone wanting to take you down. And when they don't let them win. Don't let them fucking win.
Oh
Because
no.
if they can't love it when someone's happy and sharing the love. There's 10 people want to take you down for one person sharing the love. And I've been in that battle for 2 fucking years, mate. I'm
Yeah.
still sharing the love, brother.
Mhm.
I had me battle with the demons, but fucking they're not gonna win. They're not gonna fucking win. The tribe is strong. The tribe is strong.
And ultimately, I think that is exactly what it is. It's the easiest way to say it is it's a test. It's a test of humanity. Now there's people out there that'll tell you that, there's these Palladians and, whatever. I don't know. They're
But yeah. The tribe is strong, mate. Keep the love alive. Share the love. People will ridicule you. They'll bring you down, but just say, fuck you. I love you. The love is strong. And they'll freak out if they can't, if they're a demon.
exactly.
Yeah.
And it's kind of funny because you don't even really have to do much. I have discovered that, just talking to people like yourself and even Sassy there, and I don't know where he went.
Around.
If there's we'll say the lesser vibrating people around, I can't necessarily call them all demons, because not everyone I've run across in my life I consider a demon. And we still get along. Just everybody's starting to find their own path, if you will, their own. There's that old expression, birds of a feather. And I can walk into a room and everyone will agree I'm the nicest guy that they know in the room, but they won't gravitate towards me because they're not of my frequency. They'll get in their little bunch and they'll go run off and do whatever. You know what I'm saying?
When you're running on a high vibration, it's you're either on board or you're not.
Oh, exactly. And it's really hard because you have to play, and some people refer to it as a 3D vibration versus 5D vibration. I don't, whatever you want to call it, the wheat and the chaff, whatever. There's definitely a separation taking place, but you still, as a high vibration individual, you still have to get into that low vibrational world, meaning you still got to visit the gas pumps or go to the food store, or you still have to go mingle with these people, and I can really sense the energy differences now between when I'm either by myself at the lake or talking to other high vibration people like you, because let's face it,
Woo, finally.
there he is.
You can.
Well,
He wouldn't let me back up. He said I had no internet. I was like, that's stupid.
get an echo.
Get an echo.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Keep the vibration high. Keep the levels high. Don't let the toxic fucking bullshit world fuck with your head.
Oh,
And
exactly.
that's the hardest part, mate. Oh, I find it easy now. I'm nearly 50. I find it easy not to let. I can recognize toxic people, and it makes it easy. If someone's affecting my vibration, they can fuck off. Really?
Well, I'm sitting here reading through the chat. You know, I'm not real familiar with this being on a panel and watching chat stuff. But we got yoga down there talking about a discipline, and it's some look at it as a discipline, but you know, not okay. So you know, most people would look at me and say, "Wow, I would never sell off anything that I own just to move into a fifth wheel." But at the same time, you know, I completely changed my diet as well. I mean, I don't eat nearly the same foods I used to because, you know, one of the things I have learned along my way is that if you throw it all out the door and leave yourself open to the discipline, if you will, or the blessings, if you, I mean, it's all word voodoo. I mean, so everything's got a label, and you can't really express your feelings correctly with the language that we've been given. But if you just kind of throw it all out the window and just, some people will say, put yourself at God's mercy or, you know, whatever. But I prefer to look at it as more of working with the universe, because I am a 100% believer in the fact that you, me, all of us are a child of God. And I think in this particular form of being a human, we kind of take that for granted, and we don't recognize the actual power that lends us, if you will. And that high vibration, it's just like a radio station. You can kind of tune the dial, and the further you crank up that vibration and get up and up that, you know, they call it Jacob's ladder, whatever you want to call it, you tune into those different radio stations that are out there, and they're broadcasting something completely different than what everything else is being broadcast at. Because there again, like I said, I truly believe that you, me, not only do we have, you know, the spark of divinity within, we are also what they refer to as the tree of life. We give life to everything. That's why we have an electromagnetic signature that goes from the earth to the sun to every single planet in our solar system. Because we are all connected, not only as individuals, but we are connected to this entire solar system because we are the tree of life. That's how we were created. That's just my belief.
Amen, dude.
And that's the bad thing about being up on somebody else's panel, if you will, and spouting off your own beliefs. I try to save that for my own channel, but
Mate, Sassy, this is Sassy's, we should call it Sassy's soapbox. If you got something to say, jump up, say it. If you got music, play it.
right.
Have a laugh. It's a fun. It's fun when we kick back with Sassy, Scotty?
Yes, yoga, that's 100%. Yep. I'm sorry there. I was just reading through the chat again there.
Oh, you're right.
And what's funny is, you know, there's some people in my immediate life who have gravitated away from me just because we are not on the same frequency. We can still talk just like you and I do, but and that's quite honestly why I think you see a lot of couples splitting up right now.
Yeah.
Is because realistically they weren't on. What brought them together was a certain vibrational level, but as people grow, they grow differently vibrationally, and either they stay in the same vibrational pattern with one another as they grow as a couple, or they're bound to drift apart. You know, that's, I mean, that's just the way it goes. I mean, and then there's some people, you know, I've been walking this path now for about 10 years, and I've been doing a ton of research, and people know it, and they'll ask me, you know, so, you know, what's the word today, Scott, kind of jokingly. And I've had people throw me out of their place of business telling me they can't be my friends anymore just because I've changed my beliefs and my viewpoints of how I want to live my life. And these were good friends of, you know, say 20 years. I mean, they weren't just, you know, somebody I met at Walmart a few years back and they didn't really know me. I mean, these were people I'd known for a while. But it
Hey,
is what.
Scotty,
Yes, sir.
how old are you now, mate?
I'm 58, I believe.
58, you believe. I'm 49, nearly 50. Just turned 49. Fucking, if I can make it to 73, I'll be happy. But I didn't expect I'd make it past fucking 33, 36, 39, 19, 17. Why am I alive? Why the fuck are people put on this planet for?
Well,
I'll make this year. I'll make the question easier. What's the meaning of life?
well, here's the thing. And this is strictly my opinion. And this is, you know, again, one of the things that I talk about in my videos is, you know, people say, you know, why is the truth so hard to find in this realm? And that's because, quite honestly, the truth is actually found in life. And this particular realm that we find ourselves in is what I refer to like a life after death. That's why, pardon me. You know, that's why people believe in reincarnation, because, you know, see, I've had to read a lot of books. You know, everybody reads, you know, you're given the Bible basically from birth, depending on where you live and who your parents are.
Right. Yeah.
But, you know, once you get a little older and you realize there's more books out there, because, you know, the Bible didn't work for me. You know, I ran out of church screaming when I was like 5 years old, and I was immediately labeled, and no one came out and said it, but you could feel the energy at the dinner table, right? You know, and you could hear the little jokes even as a kid. Oh, you know, oh, Scott ran out of church screaming. So you immediately get this label as like the black sheep, or, you know, you already just don't start fitting in. I didn't at a very young age, and I always had questions as why
Scott,
things. Huh?
what religion, mate? Were you a Jehovah's Witness? You got scarred?
No, we were a divided household religiously. Being Italian, my dad's side was Roman Catholic, but my mom was Protestant. But we were actually right.
Oh my God. That would have, holy shit. I know what that was like in Australia about 50 years ago. Oh, and longer. long time ago, Protestants and Catholics, they don't fucking mix, guys. They don't mix.
Well, and
Oh,
that's just like, if you read the Quran, the
sure.
Quran and the Christians don't mix either. But the funny thing is, when you when you dig deep, and this is the problem, and I don't know why. Like I said, things happened about 10 years ago, and I had to really start looking into different books, different, just different everything. And because of that, I've experienced a couple different things that most people don't get to. Um, and I've learned a lot. I see things way different now, and that's where I come up with the whole, we are the tree of life. And that's a really hard one to explain, but it kind of comes down to our ultimately who we are. You know, um, Science will tell you you have a bunch of junk DNA that runs in your body. Now, there again, if we're a child of God and we were made perfect, then we don't have a bunch of junk DNA. So for some reason, and that's what got me looking into things, for some reason we are not running on all of our DNA, and that I didn't understand either. Because you also got to remember that same 5-year-old kid that ran out of church screaming, when he got into school. I remember walking the halls telling all my friends that I wasn't going to die and that I was a god and they can't mess with me. Because being a military brat, you're always the new kid somewhere, and you've always got to go through a certain pecking order, to establish yourself. And there again, not all my schoolmates looked at me the same just because I would tell them, so I think I came back into this realm already, certainly with a certain amount of self-awareness. But like I was one of those kids that would sit at the dinner table for like hours and try to roll a pencil across the table and couldn't figure out why I couldn't do it, because somewhere deep inside me, I knew I could do these things. And that's part of, we're electric beings. We are more than just this meat suit that we currently inhabit. And there again, you have people say, okay, so we're just spirits that wanted to have a human experience. And I never understood that either, because if we're children of God and we know everything, why would we voluntarily come down into this mess where we have the potential of forgetting completely who we are and getting lost in it? That to me, that just, I just sat down and took a real hard look at all the different scenarios that people were putting in front of me. I mean, I've been cruising YouTube channels for probably 10 different years now, participating or just lurking in different chats to see what people are saying. And yeah, I kind of formed a very, very different opinion than most people you'll find, quite honestly. Now, there are some people out there that think a lot alike and we gravitate towards each other. I just like, say, the pyramids. People talk about the pyramids. I think, with the 30,000 pyramids that are dotted across this globe, flat plane, whatever you want to call it, right? That was probably our global energy source. We just tied into, you just built a pyramid and tied into the network of energy. And I think there were certain people, because even in, okay, I call this realm that we live in to be not real. This isn't real. And even in the Bible, that Christ character says that, you live on a carcass and this is just a theater. So I kind of want, what's that?
The world is a stage.
Exactly. But you might as well say it's a theater, right? So I had to start taking that approach. you know, and I didn't do this at a very young age, and if I had done it at a very young age, I probably wouldn't be the man I am today, which is probably the biggest reason why we are all half asleep, because even though, in my opinion, we're in this semi version of hell, it's our love and our
hell on earth. I've heard it called that.
what's that?
Hell on earth.
Yeah,
You know, I've heard that many times.
yeah, but heaven is on earth too. So there
And heaven,
again,
you know, but it's also inner. You know, it's in you too. That's why we have to.
well, exactly. That's because the kingdom lies within us. So no matter how far down into the depths of hell we may have traveled, see, because Mother Earth goes with us.
Can I say something? You can have
please.
Armageddon in your own land dream.
Yes. Yes, you can. You can create it all. And that's my whole point. We are the tree of life. That's why, you know, when the Bible talks about the fallen ones and they came down here and slept with our women, that's putting their DNA into us.
And you know, hey, while you're on the giant subject, I look at it like Adam and Eve are 25 or 30 feet tall. There was no standard in height. And then when the angels bred with man, they were already that tall. So we're the little people, and that was their normal size. And then the titans above giants are huge. You know what I mean?
Right.
The Nephilim, you know, I think we're really big. I mean, because
Well, I
people are already big already. You know.
right. I think we used to be bigger than what we were, because if you can envision this, okay, so now take the pyramids of Giza out of the equation, because those are 3 pyramids all onto their own. All the other pyramids found around the earth don't really stack up to those 3 pyramids right there, right? I'd set them aside. But if you look at all the other pyramids and how they're built, they all have this central chamber that was supposedly a burial ground for the pharaohs, yet they've never found a single priest, king, anybody inside there.
And there's no suit on the walls from candles or anything either.
Right, and I think exactly what it is if you're familiar with the movie Matrix, you know, Neo sat in that chair and he could plug in now in that realm. They stuck the thing in the back of his head and he got plugged into the computer, but he could download any program he wanted to.
That's what Elon Musk, his Neuralink is the same thing. It has a USB in the back of your head. You can download any knowledge you want into your head.
Yeah, that's the forefather to, because in the great theater that you're seeing play out, you're seeing exactly the fall of mankind. You had
predictive programming's been on TV, the movies forever about it. I mean,
yeah, because we've already been there. That's why they know about it. All these books, the Bible, all this crap, it's all history, and it's not what we've been told.
You don't want to know the every knowledge of the world. It drives
hey,
you.
I look at it, we're here to observe the universe, not to understand it.
Exactly. But getting back to the pyramids, I think in each culture, in each group of people, whatever you want to call it, there were certain individuals, and we were bigger. I do believe that we were bigger at one point, because you could actually, as a being that had a gift, could actually sit in the chamber, the esophagus room, and you yourself draw in the energy of everything, the earth, the sun, the universe. It would be like sitting in that chair that Neo sat in and could download anything he wanted. I think there were certain individuals that's how we use those pyramids. We just go in, you sit in them, bam, download.
Enlightened. You know, currency is like, you know, use money for currency, electricity, same name.
Saying you have a lot of people talking about time travel all of a sudden. And I also believe the reason why it's such a thing, well, it's because we are all time traveling. I believe firmly that time is actually running backwards. You know, the Alpha and the Omega, I am the beginning, I am the end, because the end is the beginning. How do you fix your DNA? You can't. Once 2 people, and that even happens here on Earth. you know, if I run over to the Philippines and, you know, go get an Asian woman, our DNA is all our offspring, everything from that point on carries both mixes. Well, the only way you can fix that because just look, and there's subtle proofs out there, like, you know, and supposedly 69 we went and landed on the moon, right?
Right. So
Okay.
they're
but the big kicker is it doesn't matter whether we did or we didn't. They had to pull that off because they had to hold that timeline in place. Because when Neil Armstrong got out of that craft, or whatever you want to call it, he didn't say that this is one giant step for humanity.
No,
He said it was one giant step, or one giant leap for mankind. There's two different beings. There's humans, and then there's mankind. Mankind is the original version of us that we were designed, that was born out of the earth. We were birthed originally when we first arrived here. Mother Earth gave birth to us out of the earth. That's why we refer to her as Mother Earth.
Yeah, but there's no mother. There's only one God, and Mother Earth is Greek mythology. Like God and all that shit. I studied that shit hard, and that's just all made up shit. You know what I mean? I'm just saying, in my opinion.
Well, right,
God.
but
You know what I
there's
mean?
lots.
People call it Mother Earth, but it's nature is what I call it. You know what I mean? It's just,
Yeah, but
you know, that New Age stuff talks about Gaia, and you know, if you get study that, you know, it's just mythology. I didn't even know
Yeah.
until I studied it last year, and I was like, wow, you know.
Well, but mythology isn't such a myth. You know, the
No,
God.
I agree. It's not a myth, but I'm talking about, you know, well, just look it up about interbreeding and brother and
Right.
sister.
Yeah, yeah.
You know.
Well, and that's the whole thing. We were altered from our original state because we are the tree of life. And
Okay,
what
you want
happened?
to hear about here's a theory, but you never heard. Okay, you're talking about the tree of life. Well, I think Adam and Eve. I think the serpent got her pregnant, and one of them was his baby, and one was Adam's. That's why one killed the other. And then when they got to Noah, they bred it out enough on that. You know, what I mean, that's just a theory I thought about. You know, because he could be the only one with no serpent blood left in him. You know what I mean? It's like backwards and forwards, like you said. That's the opposite of, you know what I mean?
And that's why, because we have to go all the way back to when in fact, I even in my videos, I talk about how, okay, right before the pandemic is when we had the Black Lives Matter movement, correct? And they were burning everything down. And then even around that same time, about a year prior to that, you couldn't go on YouTube anywhere without people showing you the tracking of military movements across our country.
I know. Yeah, I agree.
Okay,
They
so
call it white vehicles, United Nations vehicles on tracks and stuff.
yeah. So okay, so if you go to the pandemic and then stop, okay, and move it forward in reality, because like I said, this is time going backwards. We're watching it all play out backwards. So if you stop it right there and then move forward again, well, the pandemic represents nothing more than a time when our DNA was changed. And it didn't happen to everybody. It happened to a bunch of people, and then a bunch, just like you see today, a bunch refused to take it, a bunch took it. It's in this realm, how we're setting it right. It's about free choice. Back in those days, it wasn't about free choice. That's where you come up.
The Spanish flu is the exact same as this scenario. The mask, all that shit.
Yeah, and all it was a further division of the people, because it's all symbolic. You're not going to see it play out in this realm like it did in reality, because in reality it was far worse. You know, when the supposed pandemic hit and people were altered, we've never fought these people. Okay, it's always been them pitting one against the other down here. So the humans that got altered even further were sent out to either, and that's where you get all the Borg scenario. You will be assimilated or die, and that's where you get the Crusades, right? The Crusades were nothing more than another assimilation, or you're going to die. Only they changed it in this realm to be not as bad as it used to be. It was all about religion, but basically it's all.
You were talking about the Borg one with the collective, because AI, when the AI are all connected. It's like one brain,
Yes.
so they all have the
Yes.
same knowledge. You know what I mean?
Yes, yes, and you said so yourself. You see that being set up right now with Elon Musk and his satellites.
And they're going to make it look like it's for the good, you know, like to track your kids so they won't get raped and murdered. You know, they always change it to make it look like it's something different. You know,
Exactly. We were abducted as children, just like they do it here on Earth. I mean, if you sit back and watch the whole thing, and like I said, I don't go. You know, once I learned a lot of the things that I've learned about who we really are, it explains a lot of stuff that actually happened in the Bible. Only it's, you know, when David nailed Goliath in the forehead with a rock, that was very symbolic of that was us being the giants and this dude named David, because he's got a name, so he's already been changed because the omnipresent God doesn't have a name.
yeah,
Right.
I am. So, okay.
Right,
Yeah,
but he does it. So any name you see up and down any of them books, like even Hermes was this magical dude that could turn lead into gold in his hand, but he had a name, so he was already altered too. He just possessed some of his original powers. He wasn't as altered. That's
you
why.
know, Jesus talked in allegories and parables all the time, and the people wouldn't understand him, but he would go back and explain it to the disciples. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
The Bible, you know, people take it like they literally bit an apple. You know, it's like.
Yeah, I take that as symbolic of, quite honestly, you know, if we're part of the tree of life and we're part of the omnipresent God that's having a physical experience here, why would I feel the need to go pluck an apple off a tree to eat the fruit that
the dragon, the serpent, it says, you know.
Yeah, we don't need to eat, I don't think, in our original form, you know, because that's the basic root of consumerism.
He flooded the earth. Man and animals got along and didn't eat each other or nothing before that, you know, before the flood.
Exactly.
They were friends, you know what I mean?
Exactly.
The fallen angels, they come.
You know,
down.
after they got kicked out of paradise, that's why fasting is the closest way to get to God, because eating is what got them thrown out of paradise. I heard that one.
Yeah.
But after they got kicked out of the Garden of Eden, well, Adam was still pissed at Eve. It's in the book of Jasher, I think, something. But
he got
mad at her, and so they went and stood in the river on 1 foot or something for like 90 days, and he made her do it too, up to their neck, to like apologize to God, more or less. And then the devil came again and tempted her and got her to come out of the water. And then they were like shunned. And then when she was pregnant and getting ready to have the baby, then the angels, Adam went and got the angels because he was still in good favor with God. You know what I mean? But before that, he made her live by herself while she was pregnant.
See, but you got to hang on. You got to remember to just kind of throw this in your pipe and smoke it, so to speak. All these same gods that man keeps falling out of favor with, man, even back in the days of Atlantis was attacked by a navy because it fell out of favor with God. All these gods that we repeatedly fall out of favor with are all the same gods. They're not our
There's
gods.
only one God. That you're exactly, and you know, all of the Muhammad and Muslims, they don't believe they can have a one-on-one relationship with their God. They can't draw it. They can't do anything. You know what I mean? It's different.
Yes.
Because it's
and out of all the books I've read, and believe me, I have read a ton of books now over the last 10 years. The one thing they see, and I've been approaching this whole spirituality thing kind of like when I first built my first motor as a young hot rodder at the age of 17. The only reason that we decided to do it was we blew the motor up in my buddy's GTO. And we didn't have funds, you know, we're high school kids, so we got a Chilton book and we read through it and we got the motor out of the car.
Got a crate motor?
No, because, you know, you're talking, this is back in the 80s. You could go down to a yard and go get a running motor. Yeah, dirt cheap. So what we did is that's exactly what we did is we went to the junkyard and we got a good running like 400 motor for it. We put it in there and we took the motor that we blew up and we started tearing it.
With a cherry picker or a chain in a tree?
I believe You know, I don't know because we did so many chain and trees. You're not. Yeah, you're right on there. Exactly. Shade tree mechanic. That was exactly what we did.
They're
But
pretty cheap to rent a cherry picker. You can rent them pretty cheap, but still, we never would. We just
right. But my whole point is, you know, when we did that motor, we didn't just go off of the Shilton book because we wanted to build it up a little bit. So we read a lot of other books. We talked to a lot of different mechanics, and pretty soon you discovered there were certain combinations that all of them used because they worked.
Yeah.
Okay. So I approached all my book reading, all my talking with people, because all the stories, even if you look at like the Hopi prophecies, okay, the Hopi prophecies talk about ascending. So that means there again, that's further proof that we kind of live in this below realm. Even
they
people,
already knew about the flood and everything the Bible had in it before Christians even came here. So,
yeah, and all, well, see,
yeah.
and it doesn't matter what culture you study, even the Aborigines out there in Australia. Every single culture that you study references a flood.
Yeah, well, all of our history's underneath us. We dig up a civilization under our feet. Wonder why? Because it got covered in mud, after the flood.
Well, here's my take on that too. So we still live in this below realm. That's why when people die here, they're still trying to get to heaven, correct? Because we're not in that upper realm yet. And all I do is just call it a dimension, period. So every time, because Earth is a living, breathing entity as well, and she's going to leave this realm as well. It isn't just us. It's about the
In
Earth.
the Bible, God will destroy the earth and make a new earth.
Well, what's going to end up happening is we're just going to go through another dimension, just like we did before, and that's where a mud flood comes from. Everything goes back into the earth. So everything you see around you, the house you live in, everything. The only thing that's left remaining from any of these shifts, quite honestly, is bones and brick and mud.
Yeah, but
Everything.
all the stuff they try to say is stuff is petrified because after the flood, everything was covered in silt and dirt and volcanic ash, and all the water pressure petrified everything. So all this shit they tried to tell you in history was carved out. It was wood, half of it. It just turned to stone like everything else. I mean, it's pretty crazy.
Yeah, well, and that's because there again, everything goes back to the earth. So every time we go through a dimension, here's a big kicker. The Bible also says that hell, okay, the description of hell is a place far removed from the light of God. So if you take the light away, it becomes a very cold, dark place. And how many ice ages has this planet been through?
Darkness is just the absence of light, is all it is.
Exactly, but that's what created the ice ages here on Earth. Every single one of these Earth is like a giant interactive video game. She's her own breathing entity, and we are her offspring. And anything that we can dream up to create, the Earth will provide either through knowledge or through resource.
Whatever you throw out at the universe, it'll throw back at you.
Exactly. So, but we're taking this whole trip with Earth. Okay, so we've been all the way down to the Ice Age, which explains the Borg, because if you have a global civilization that's all run by computer, you need it to be pretty freaking cold to keep the computers cool, right?
Everybody had the same language, same color, and that's the Tower of Babel. That's when we separated.
Yes, exactly. And it had to be a super cold place because computers need cold temperatures.
Yeah, the G-wave.
So we've already been down that realm. Like I said, Earth's already been down there. We've already been down there, and we're heading up. That's what ascension is. And if you read the Bible, it talks about the rise of the Antichrist. Now, in reality, when we were walking down a given path, that probably is when he rose, okay? But in this meat suit that we are in, we are the Antichrist. We are the unconscionable, right? So the rise of the Antichrist in this round means us. It's the same thing as the.
So I think it's the son of perdition. That's who will be coming. Yeah, I mean, he'll
Yeah,
people.
yeah, we're
people,
going. Yeah, we get to go back to what we were made.
See, I mean, I respect your, but I don't believe that at all. I'm just saying. I believe too. I mean, I don't care. Everybody's got their own beliefs. No
Exactly.
two eyes see the same. You know what I mean? Because
Exactly.
everybody's life changes how they think about everything.
exactly. But see, that's the thing about high vibrational people, and this is why I really appreciate people like you and Spud here, and there's other people that we probably all know, like Code 1111. I've talked to him a couple.
He's a
You
good
know,
guy. Me and him
high
had our minutes before, but we always bounce back just when you know you have a good friend.
right, and that's because high vibrational people have a certain understanding. They're tuned into a different radio station than everybody else, and we can carry on these conversations and go, well, okay, well, it is what it is, right? I mean, everyone has their own belief. They're walking through their own walk, but
You
bottom
find it
line,
inquisitive that people think different like that. I think it's changed my mindset last year, and I just find it now like I like it, being liking hearing how other people think about the same stuff differently. You know what I mean? It's interesting.
well, that's because energy is neither created nor destroyed. So the peace of God that you have that resides within you is different than the peace of God that resides within me, but it comes from the same God. That's why they wanted separation in the very beginning, because the more,
that's their plan forever.
yep, the more little pieces of God you can put together in one room, the bigger the picture you can paint. And that
Hey,
not
why do you
only
think you get that many people together on the same level, praying, whatever frequency? You can make things happen because everybody's on that same mindset. And when you believe something, it will happen. Most people don't have faith
exactly.
behind it. You have to have 100% faith. Most people can't do that.
And think about this. If you go back to my theory about the pyramids, so there's like what 30,000 pyramids that dot this landscape. So if you've got 10,000 people sitting in a pyramid and they're all communicating with one another, I mean, here's the thing: is like you and I,
chanting, like you can chant too, like the monks do. That's the same thing.
exactly. And quite honestly, some of the natural abilities that we have that were taken from us, every one of these things that you see, vehicles, telephones, all this stuff, we have a natural way. Here, let's do that. I'll throw my camera on. You can guys, there I am. But every boom, everybody's got their own little piece. So not only can we gather, typically we wouldn't even need this device. We Sassy could say, hey, why don't we get together tonight over, wherever, and either we could teleport right away there, or I could just sit right here and project my image. And I don't know if you want to call that your spirit, whatever, because there's certain out of body experiences that I've had, and both of them have been different. Okay. One of them was an astral projection where it was just an image in my mind, but I know I was physically there because I saw the news the next morning. Okay. So I know I was there. The other one was an actual out of body experience where I moved through my house and it was pitch black because, I was a young kid, 16, 17 years old. I lived in the back room of the finished basement. So not even street lights would get in there. And as I moved through the house, I could see perfectly because I lit up the way. So that would be like our light body. And I'll let you know another thing. Eyes are the windows to the soul, correct? So basically, if we're in our correct bodies, our eyes should have a glow about them. That's just my opinion. And that's where you get experiences of deja vu, because we've actually
your third eye is off.
Yes, because we've actually been okay. So if we walked a path going this way, and now it's stopped and it's turned around and gone this way. Okay, so what is it? Matthew 20 verse 16 says the last will be first, the first will be last. So because this was the first body that we were in as we progressed down this path going this way, it's the last body we are now in before we hit back to what we originally were. So we've actually been in this same dimension, these same bodies, probably knew the same people. That's why in this life you'll go.
I saw this. I read a book once. This guy, it's kind of like what you're saying. He was on Earth and tragic things happen anyway. Long story short, he ended up talking to an angel, but they told him that he had been every character on the earth.
Yes.
I mean, he was only one person, and he had played every role. And, you know, it was really bizarre how they did it. You know, each person had their own planet, and they played every role on the planet before they got to the moon.
Boom, boom. That brings me up to the next thing. Okay, so you can read certain folklore, okay, and there again, you can call it mythology, whatever. It's there for a reason. They just label it to deter your looking at it any further, I think. But anyway, there's certain folklore out there that says Saturn was once a sun. Okay, Jupiter was once a sun. Okay, so when the tree of life got destroyed, it destroyed everything else. So Jupiter, Saturn, Neptune, and Uranus are all their own little destroyed solar systems that are all down here with us. Like he said, we are all together here. And that's why you see issues about your borders, because in reality, if we all are the children of God and we were birthed from this earth and this is our home, there's nobody that can tell you that you're standing on their piece of land and you owe them money for that. You know, the land we stand on doesn't belong to anybody. But because we are all here together, that's why they're trying to work on global peace. Because once global peace is achieved, that equates to universal peace. And all those people, I think that's what the rapture is. We're not going anywhere. We're taking this ride with Mother Earth. This is our home. But the rapture is all those people get to go back to their planets as well, because the Hopi prophecies also talk about every little thing has a chance to ascend. And that includes planets and dead stars. They get to be brought back to life. It's
poppycock.
What's that?
What a load of poppycock.
Okay.
Oh, coming from ignoramus, obviously, because I've read L. Ron Hubbard. He's nearly the whole dectology, nearly, but I had to bump out because it was fucking with me head. You know, the battlefield there and all that other shit.
Well, it's just one of many theories I'm working on. It's always a work in progress.
No, I'm not saying 100% poppycock, but that last minute was. No, I think I need a med.
Yeah, I've been sitting here working on my remedies.
Yeah. I got to take one pharmaceutical a day, and it sucks. I don't want to, but I'm nowhere near that zen where I can do without it, you know?
Oh, I hear you.
I'm trying hard, dude. I'm trying hard, brother. But I like me bongs. It's it's
the best gift that nobody's ever going to tell you about.
Yeah, from undiagnosed condition.
I tell everybody.
Exactly. But that's what I'm saying. It's on, you're only going to hear about how wonderful, marijuana and THC is from the outworld community. You're not going to find very many doctors that are going to say, "Oh, you need to go get on medical marijuana."
They are now, dude. A lot of them are. Believe it or not.
Nowadays, because it's all about the money. I mean,
exactly. All the tax money they're making is unbelievable.
Yeah, and anybody and their uncle, they don't even have to see a doctor nowadays. You can go get your medical marijuana card right online.
Hey, almighty dollar is the only reason they agreed to that. That's the only reason.
That's what I'm saying. You pay a certain amount of money and you get your card and you know where that money's going. I mean,
Like Missouri made, I can't remember how many millions the first year in taxes. It was unreal. I hope they passed the the recreational and hallucinogens in November.
right. Well, what I think is funny is states like Kansas and how they're sticking their nose in the middle of things.
Kansas is 99% flat. How does that work on a ball?
They fell off.
I mean, it is. It's 99% flat. Kansas, even say it
Now,
is.
well, check this out. I heard a story, okay? Now, Colorado's been set up with their legal marijuana for some time now, correct?
Yeah.
So, as all these other states like Missouri, Illinois, Iowa, as all these other states are coming on board, the Colorado banks are still handling the majority of the money because it's all coming from dispensaries, and they already have their banking system set up to handle dispensary money because I guess it's handled differently than any other kind of sale. And what I heard is there was a guy, he wasn't carrying nothing, but I think he was on his way from Colorado back maybe to Illinois or somewhere, and he was passing through Kansas and he got pulled over for speeding. And during the normal idle chit chat there with the cop, he told him what he did for a living. And basically, what it boiled down to was he was a courier and he moved dispensary money from, I think it was Illinois to Colorado. And because that guy told the troopers in Kansas that, they were watching for him the next time he was passing through. And I don't remember if it was a bogus pullover or what the deal was, but they ended up pulling this guy over and taking all his money, which wasn't a bunch, but 21 grand or something like that, only because it was drug money and it's illegal in Kansas. But they were watching for the guy because they knew that's what he did, was run, legal drug money through the state.
Yeah, all cops are cunts, mate. AC, all cops are corrupt, I should say.
Oh, I hear you.
98% of them. Then you get your good cops, and they have to leave the force because they don't want to be corrupt.
Well, yeah, because all the bad cops are making the good cops look bad.
I'm sure they made movies on it. I'm sure.
Oh yeah, you already see us moving into the Hunger Games movie. Oh, we're running out of food and blah blah blah. It's all more of that fear porn, because that did happen at one stage in our life. I mean, that's how we were, as soon as we were put into a body that required food, then we became pretty easy to manipulate. And all they had to do was use the food to manipulate us.
Mate, is it true that you can't get baby formula for your babies?
Well, unfortunately, I don't have any babies that I have to deal with because I'm 58 years old, but I have heard reports that, some places are out, some places, and, and there again, there's certain, in this big theater that we're watching, there's certain places that are playing the parts, but everywhere else is going on like normal, it seems like. And that's been through everything, the pandemic. It doesn't matter. All these little crises that we've gone through, they've only really cropped up in a couple of places, and it seems like everywhere else is normal.
Brother Scotty, How
Huh.
can you call like over 100 factories burning down in the last 9 or 10 months or
Well,
6 months?
yeah, I
Chicken
hear that.
farms, fake
I hear it. I hear it.
in
I hear it.
Turkey. Yeah,
That just
what's your opinion?
dude, like I said, to me it is all fear porn. Is this stuff actually happening? Yes. In some instances.
Yeah,
Is it happening in all these instances? Man, I don't know because I haven't been there I'm counting on somebody else telling me this. But there again,
seems to
you
be
know,
quite a lot.
what
Seems to
what I
be
t-
quite.
yeah. And what I tell people, it's there again, it's more symbology. At some point, why do you think they had to make Eve from Adam's rib?
Because I had
Because
nowhere else to go.
because they had no women around. All the women were killed. So we're actually seeing in the timeline symbolically, of course, there's all these women still running the earth, but if they weren't here, there would be no more breast milk to feed the babies. So it's all symbolic of a time that took place. That, in fact, that's what that whole Supreme Court decision was about. It's not about abortion like they put it. That it was like a
Women,
universal it was like a universal stance on death or pro-life, because like
women
I
be.
said,
Yeah,
we live in this realm of it's kind of like a life after death thing. That's why we keep reincarnating back, because we're not all the way back to the beginning yet.
Scotty,
Yes,
Scotty,
sir.
did you
Yes, sir.
notice? Did you notice, my brother, that all of a sudden we're back to two genders again after the 196 fucking plus?
You got to be gender neutral,
Yeah, I don't.
non-binary. You have to call your grandparents. They call them grandparents, brother and sister. You can't be talking general now, or it's discrimination.
Yeah, all I know is I don't care what they say.
I know. I'm just saying. Yeah, politically correct people are.
I hear you. Like I said, man, there's such a divide in everything. It was built in that way, and you're kind of seeing it play out. How even the natives, and we'll just pick one continent here in the United States. Even the natives, for all their knowledge, and we look at them and da 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 da. Even they were pitted against each other.
The game's been rigged from the start.
Well, yeah, I mean, okay, so look at the cave drawings of supposed caveman running around chasing wild animals with a spear.
There's 6 toes and 6 legs. Yeah,
How,
I don't believe we were ever cavemen because our brain has been the same since day one. But I don't believe that bullshit. I don't.
no, okay, so if you look at some of the buildings that are being unearthed, like in India, I think I want to say, I don't want to say anything wrong here, but they're finding, okay, this one I heard about, okay, it's a huge palace, and it's as intricate and detail and as beautiful as it's even better than any modern thing you will see. It's full of rooms, and I mean, it's just this big palace, but it's all been carved out of one entire rock.
Yeah, I love that. I love that.
And it doesn't have any tool marks on it. So there again, in our original form, okay, we worked with energy, frequency, and vibration. That sucker was probably carved by hand, but not with chisels or nothing, just with frequency.
Fallen angels with their technology, they might have been able to think about it. Magic could be their power left over from the reading. What if they could just think it into existence? Like, you know what I mean?
Well, that's us, though. See, that's the whole point. If you look at what's going on in the world around you, it's a big technology versus nature, right? We are the natural. Anything, like I said, anything that's down here, this telephone, we don't even need these phones.
Everything was a thought first. Everything was.
Yes, yes.
You know what I mean?
we created just by thought. We didn't have to go dig a ditch to go build something. We did our thing. You know, the Bible says you can move mountains. When you go to church, they preach that to you as, you know,
The faith of a mustard seed will move a mountain.
yeah, and basically what they preach to you is that, you know, any obstacle that comes to you in your life, you can overcome, which that is one symbolic way to look at it, yes. But in
And then,
reality,
hey, this lady got up every morning and looked out the window and said, "Yep, still there," because she had a
yeah,
mountain in the way of view.
yeah,
She didn't have
but
faith. She didn't have the faith,
but
right
in
faith.
but in reality, when it says you can move a mountain, okay, so are you familiar with Star Wars when they just wave their hand at shit and shit moves? You can literally walk up to a mountain and without touching it, just take it out of its place. That's how we were built.
Well,
Yeah,
you
but
know,
they
when
reckon
they call
about
it the living word.
10%.
I mean, you can just speaking and writing shit down. I mean, it spells and curses.
Oh, the whole English language is nothing but a language of spells and curses. And you can thank the Phoenicians for that. You know who they are, right?
Tartarian.
Oh, Scotty, did you
Yes,
see
sir.
the two AI robots having a fucking conversation?
Yeah, I've seen that. It's like Alexa and Siri or something, you know, shit like that.
Yeah, I've heard about it. I haven't sat there and watched it.
They made them look humanoid, and there was
Yeah.
one conversation with some reporter interviewing a robot, and it sounded like a
Sophia.
female. But imagine
Sophia. He's the first robot to get citizenship. Saudi Arabia.
imagine his opinion if that robot sounded like Lucifer. You know, I bet you
That could be.
But guess what they're doing? The robots
Good
are
night, Yoga.
jobs and they got to pay taxes.
Yeah.
Well, see, and that's the other thing too, you know. You see, and this is what kills me. It kills me to this because even the people that are reading the newspapers aren't understanding what's going on because, you know, for a couple of years now, they have been telling people that following the pandemic, we're going to have this global reset.
What's his name? Biden Time said you get ready to have a second pandemic. He said it that day. Slip of tongue.
Yeah.
It's in fast forward. It's blatantly in fast forward. Agenda 21, Agenda 30. It's in fast forward. The world can
had the
see
regular
Well, what if I told you? What if I told you Agenda 2030 is basically 2021? You just add the two and the one together, and you get three.
They were using due to wipe out the West Coast. It goes right along with their whole plan.
Yeah,
you know, they wanted the coastline back in California. I know that. You know,
what's happening to Yosemite at the moment? Apparently, that's festering up. It's going to
the whole world's on water. Is it flooded, on fire? All of it at the same time. Tornadoes in Saudi Arabia, hailstorm, in Mexico. What?
Yep. Yeah, but at the same time, the whole western part of the United States is burning up.
Yeah, like we got 18 inches of rain or something. Now it's already so dry. We're in a drought again already.
Exactly. Yeah. No, it's
It's raining in Florida apparently.
Okay, so if you look at the Hopi prophecies, they talk about the return of the blue and red Kachina.
Yep.
Okay, that's why the weather patterns. That's because they're here.
Look how red the sky is with all that iron oxide in it. You know, people think, "Oh, look how pretty that is." All the poison in the air. I mean,
now the funny thing is. Okay, they call it raw, whatever you want to call it. Okay, it has its own electromagnetic signature that is showing up on our satellite, so he is here. The only problem is you can't see him because he exists in another dimension. But we are so close to him and that dimensional shift that. Okay, that to be quite honest, that is why everybody's going so batshit crazy because you're either grounded like you guys are, And we are, I mean, everybody that's in this chat, we, everybody's here for a reason, birds of a feather, vibration, all that other stuff. The people who aren't properly grounded, it's affecting, I heard George Carlin say one time that, marijuana, amplified your personality. So if you were a happy person, it made you even happier. He goes, but what if
Yeah,
you're a
if you're an
dick?
idiot, you become dumber.
Yeah. So the energies that are coming in from those other energy sources has having the same effect on people. Either people are just being perfectly comfortable and just kind of gliding through this like we are, just finding their happy spots, or they're running around being dicks.
Yeah, hey, Ed, for sure.
You're right.
Yeah, well,
People have been
like I
indoctrinated too long. I mean, so they did it over. They knew their plan was just to do it gradually. That way you don't notice it.
Well, and that's because in the beginning, that's exactly how it happened. That's how we were captured. It was so gradual, we didn't even notice it. And next thing you
How
knew,
great America is women's lib because it was a false hope. The
yeah,
Rothschilds and the Roosevelt, what's her name? What's her name? The Rothschild, Rockefellers. They all backed
Rockefeller, yeah.
women's suffrage to get the women out of the house. That's the whole
Well,
plan, was to give them rights to go work so that the state could raise the kids.
exactly.
And now look at the kids are
and they
fucked.
and they got to get more tax money that way too, with two incomes in the
Church used
household.
to help people, and it was like that. The church would build a house, get you a job, feed you, and then the states would go over with welfare, Medicaid, Boys Club, YMCA. Kids lost respect for their parents.
Yep.
It's
Well, because they were,
their parents nowadays don't worry about their kids; they're worried about what they're going to do.
yeah, the kids all got.
Daddy. There's no family anymore, and that's what God. That's the whole thing, is to break up the family. That's what the devil's main goal is.
There you go. There you go.
And why do you think they attack children? Because that's the most sacred thing to God. So that's why they go after them. I mean,
Because
the way I look at it, good and evil, God and devil, it's like down to that. Either you're one or the other.
right. Well, and that's the division. And actually, you're seeing a couple different timelines being played out. I mean, because there's people that like I said, that I know in my life that I don't vibrate the same as, and we're not together, but they're not evil. They're just not at quite the same vibration level.
When you're in a higher level than someone else, they don't know. They try to drag you back down to theirs.
Exactly.
Hey, toxic people, I've learned you can't hang out with toxic people, even if they're family, because they'll suck the life out of you.
Exactly. That's why I live alone. I got me and my dog.
Hey, one flight's highest in solo flight, no baggage.
and see, and here you go again. You're gonna find that most of the people, I'll be perfectly honest with you. I was actually in a relationship with the same woman for like the last 18 years, up until, I don't know, we actually started really splitting up about 5 years ago, but it became the real deal, I don't know, 3 months ago. And her, Tanya.
No.
AY not 8.
Z?
AY not 8, Tanya.
Oh my goodness. Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
That's how she knows me so well. And she's not a bad lady.
I didn't even think about that, but I kind of wondered,
Yeah, but see, the thing is, and you've heard us talk. We don't have any animosity. There's
I
just,
would have never known that until you just told me, dude. That shows you, that proves it.
yeah,
I didn't get any bad feeling or vibes at all from any of that.
no, and I don't have any bad vibes about me. Period. Just her vibrational.
Dude, if you cut yourself down, the warrior inside of you takes it literally.
Yeah, and she's not a bad person either. Just and even as high vibration as she is, just we still aren't at the same level.
I heard you, dude. It's hard when you're whatever you want to call the truth journey, wherever it can be lonely.
Yeah, and I'm finding that's with a lot of people. There's so many people that I talk to that either they were in a situation like I was, where they were together for a very long time, and now all of a sudden they're apart, or they've been apart.
28 years. I was married 28 years, dude.
There you go. Or they've been alone for the last 2 or 3 years, but it's the new norm, and people are freaking out. It's the breaking up of the families being brought about by COVID and that. No, it's those energies that are coming in. People are finding themselves regardless of
They're
what.
putting all this estrogen in all the plastic, so men get pussified. You know what I
Yes.
mean?
Yep. But see, there again, if none of it affects you and none of it affects me because our vibration is so high.
And exactly, and it'll fucking bounce off lower or eat it. You know, that's what I look at.
Exactly. Just like the book says, no weapon formed of this earth. So it doesn't matter if,
You know, as long you can see if you rebuke something in Jesus Christ's name, I don't care what it is, it will flee. That's just the way
let
I
me tell
believe.
you something. I've been doing fiberglass repair for the last 30 years of my life, and I don't even wear a mask to do that. So what makes you
Hey,
think
I was
I'm
gonna say, I used to remove asbestos, and fiberglass is worse than asbestos because it irritates your skin too.
yeah, and I don't even wear a mask for that. What makes you think I'm going to wear a mask for some virus you can't see?
Exactly, dude. You know, I don't even want to go there, but people already had blinders on. They just got them to put the gag on with it.
Hot showers to get the
I
fiberglass.
only wore a mask one time at Walmart, one time when it first started, and I never wore one again. And I got a buzz wearing that mask, breathing in my own air. I was dizzy and shit.
Oh yeah. Well, and what really bothers me, I mean, and I don't let any of it bother me. You just see the vibration for what it is now. I mean, those people are driving solo in vehicles and still wearing masks.
Hey, riding their bike out 10 miles from town in a park, you know, with a mask on their bike. I'm like, oh my.
Exactly. Their lungs are really appreciating that too, I tell you.
Hey, no child left behind filled the fucking streets with a bunch of dummies.
That's
Hey, when I had a pawn shop in this small town down the road, this guy worked for me. His name is Daniel Haskin. He couldn't even spell his name right, and he graduated high school. I'm serious. He couldn't even spell his own name. He got the letters mixed up in both of them.
Man, because I know when I put my kids through school, you know, and that was, 30 years ago, 25 years ago, but even to get them into like kindergarten, they had to know their name and at least their address so they knew where home was and who they were.
Hey, you take it for granted when you got a brain because half the people in the world now can't read or write.
That's truly sad, isn't it? Well, I don't know. You can look.
Go ahead.
You can look at it from either way. I mean, if they can't read or write, they're not subject to the voodoo spells being cast by the language either.
That's true.
So, it's like I said, it's a matter of perspective. That's just like I tell people when they start complaining about the the stratospheric spray jobs that are being done.
Chemtrails. I don't care.
Yeah.
I don't care.
Everybody knows there's aluminum in there, but here's another way to look at that too.
And sodium and
right.
lithium.
But here's another. Hang on. Here's another perspective to take on that. If it's all about frequency, energy, and vibration, and Mother Earth is a living sentient being, and we talk about how you just, you turn up the radio dial and you get onto a different station, right? So if you're at the lake and you're listening to your favorite station and it can't quite come in, sometimes it helps to put aluminum foil around your antenna, right?
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
So, I mean,
too, our third eye is charged by the sun, and a lot of people went to solar. So by spraying up there, that's two things that you can't charge, and also the different colors of light affect you differently emotionally too, like the sun.
Oh, exactly.
And also we're like a pressurized system, just like our atmosphere. And when it's off, so are we. It can make you sick. You know what I mean? It can throw your balance off in just the pressure.
Yep. They stopped teaching cursive writing so kids can't read the Declaration of Independence.
Yeah, they stopped teaching cursive a couple years ago, I think.
I think some places brought it back though.
But see there again, I think it depends on where you live too.
Exactly. Like here, we're God-fearing, gun-toting people here.
Right.
People, you know what I mean? Most people here have
famous
guns in every window.
cigar. What's that famous piece of paper you yank cigar?
The Declaration of Independence.
Yep.
Yeah, the one in running writing. Cursive.
That's where the P's and the Q's came from, because whoever wrote it, they used to write their P's and Q's backwards. So he said, make sure you get your P's and your Q's right. That's where that came from.
That's why I haven't said the C word tonight, Sassy. I'm minding my P's and Q's.
I know. They call it lubricant for a reason.
Lubricant. See you next Tuesday.
Yeah. I can't understand normal thinking.
What part of the country do you come from?
Yeah. The woods.
What was that?
It's funny when people say I'm going in the bush. It's all different where you live. What is that song? Just Another Hand in the Bush.
That's right.
Cult of personality. Isn't it? Look in mine eyes. What do you see?
In fact, speaking of Ozzy, I talk about times actually running backwards. He even mentions it in the song "No More Tears." It's not
the crack in the mirror. The crack in the mirror.
I don't know all the lyrics, but there's just some spoken words in there that says "moving forward in reverse."
Back matching. Well, everything is backwards, upside down too. A lot of stuff, in that.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Aleister Crowley is "Do as thou wilt." Like everybody's just a self-serving world now.
I get it. But see, there again, that's because of it's like I said, the energy.
Fear is one thing because people are afraid of their neighbors. They don't even talk to anybody because they're scared. That's part of it. Fear mongering is the worst thing there is.
Oh, most definitely.
YouTube was so bad with fear mongering a couple years ago when this shit started. All these people on these channels just talking about, go buy canned food and bury it. Fuck that. I ain't prepping for nothing because I ain't worried about it. I ain't prepping for anything.
Well, here's the big thing, and this is the way I look at it. Period. Is if you think like I think, and I don't expect anybody to think like I do. That's but you know time is short, and there's no reason to prep.
Yeah, because you're going to do no good. Someone's going to come and kill you for it.
Well, there's that old expression that tomorrow's promised to nobody. If you're prepping, that means you're actually doing an act of fear because you're fearful something's coming up that you're not gonna whatever.
If you get enough people on that fucking bandwagon, that shit will happen.
Yep.
I believe in that they call it whatever you want to call it, manifestation or whatever you want to call it, but it's like you got a law of attraction, shit like that. That shit's real. You can call it whatever you want, karma, whatever.
Exactly, karma.
Yep. The right mindset, you can do anything, but most people don't have that 100%. You have to have it.
Well, and it's misrepresented too, like karma, let's say. There again, it's just another spoken word, but people will have you believe karma is something you figure out generation to generation. That's why you come back, is you've got some kind of karmic debt. No, karma happens in real time. It may not happen, I can go screw somebody over today and it may take a month, 5 years, whatever, but at some point that's coming back to me in my life.
It all comes out in the wash is what we say here.
Exactly. Yeah. Nobody, God ain't waiting till your ass dies to set you down and say, okay, you got to go back and work on this, and this. This is shit you figure out while you're here, period.
And if you go down the wrong road, he'll fucking clear the path for you sometimes even.
Yeah.
He'll help you either way. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because he'll take you all the way down into that dark place that you need to go to turn your ass back around again if need be.
Hindsight's always 20/20. I said that forever too.
Yeah.
It's always clear when you look back because you already fucked up.
Well,
the only way to get rid of bad things in the past is add good things to the future.
Exactly. And since we are the way I look at it, since we are the creators, that's why certain people are grouping together right now, because this is how I explain it. When you were in like, and I don't even know, I was in like grade school, and they told you to like draw a circle and put all the stuff that you liked inside that circle. And then they went around the room and they asked everybody, well, you had two circles. You had the stuff you liked and the stuff you didn't like. And the teacher went around the classroom and asked everybody, okay, so what's in their circle of stuff that they liked? And all the common stuff all got put in the middle, right? All the circles overlapped. And if, you know, all 30 kids like dogs, cats, whatever, then everything that was the same was in that dead center, right?
Yeah.
Okay, well that's how you're building your future with a group of people. Everybody in their, me here, you in Australia, Sassy down there to my south, everybody's spread around the globe, but there are certain people that are all vibrating at the same level, and they're all talking to one another, and they're in their hearts, you know, their little piece of God, it's registering with God, and they're building, you know, their worlds, and it's kind of almost they're doing it together.
And you know that's what I've seen a bunch of stuff about people that died and come back to life and stuff. And what I get most of them say, it's not what you know, your works don't matter anyway, but it's how many people you brought to God. You know what I mean? How many people did you save by teaching them the word of God? You know, that's
Right.
how you'll be by how many people you got to go to heaven.
Right. And it's not, and I don't even think it's, quite honestly, because there again,
They're the ones waiting on you when you get there.
right. Well, because there again, if you're, you know, if we all come from the same God and he's a good God, I mean, is anybody really going to be banished to hell?
I know. You know what I told you? You know how they everybody used to be the same race, same language, and then the Tower of Babel. They spread throughout the earth. Well, I think God is going to come back when everybody was the same color, and that's why they keep dividing us and keeping us fighting so we can't get there.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Well, the book talks about how there's many rooms in heaven. And to me, like I said, to me, it's just a dimensional area between down below and up above, period. There's a different dimensions that live
people are in
within
the lower frequency and people in higher frequency, though, right?
yeah, and there's different dimensions, or let's say timelines. So when there's, you know, so there's many rooms in the kingdom, and everybody.
You'll be kind of like what you did, how you'll be up there.
Well, yeah, because okay, well, and I'll just use my own life and the people I know. Like we were talking about Tanya. You know, Tanya's room may not be exactly like my room, but it's not going to be in hell. I mean, you see what I'm saying? It's just gonna be a matter of a particular timeline of similar thinking people. You know, when we were first created, a bunch of people thought this way. So if you still think that way today, you may go all the way back to that original timeline. But as man progressed, because he got here as a child, he was full grown, but he got here as a child. And as he learned, he did different things and created different timelines of mankind's existence or whatever.
They say the meek shall inherit the earth, because people that have money and are Luciferian, they make heaven on the earth. So it's better than what heaven seems to them. They don't want to leave here. That's, you know, they make a heaven on earth, and heaven doesn't look that glamorous when they've done it here. You know what I mean?
Right. But see, there again, the Bible talks about how the sky's going to roll back like a scroll, and there's going to be a new heaven and new earth. And I think that's exactly what it's going to when we shift from one.
A lot of people believe in the pre-tribulation, you know, that pre-trib stuff.
Oh, we're going through it now.
Because a lot of people don't believe that, because God says he will, people that you know, served God and did the right thing would be brought out of the hellhole and not have to suffer through the
yeah, we've already, things actually started shifting back in '94.
Well, I know the world's went to shit in a handbasket real quick.
Yeah, because yeah.
I don't get to know when we didn't know Freddie Mercury was queer and he was named Queen in a black leather, and our mindset wasn't like that. You know what I mean? Rob Halford, they didn't think he's gay, you know, and now you think back, you got another thing coming. I'm your turbo lover. I'm like,
Hey, I've had to relook a lot of my old bands that I used to like. I mean, think about that band Cinderella.
Oh, I know. And like that Striper toured with Judas Priest. It was called the Heaven and Hell tour.
Yeah, but see, I have a theory behind that too. You want to hear this crazy theory?
Right on.
Okay. So we all know energy, frequency, and vibration can change the look, the shape, and even the color of water. Correct?
Oh yeah, water's got memory.
Right, exactly. And water is self-healing, and water is one of the few things on this planet that it's its own spirit, but it hasn't forgotten where it came from like we have. The water is very knowledgeable. Just keep that in mind. But anyway,
Yeah, I had a theory. You're talking about that the Nephilim, that God put them underneath the ice till He let them out. And I thought the way it's been melting, that they don't have a physical body, but they have a spirit. The the fallen
yeah.
angels. What if they learned how to get into water and then people drink it? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It bumped my head one day. I was like, you know what I mean? You never know, because it said things will happen that men will
Yeah.
fall from there, like never before. We can't even imagine what happened.
Truth is stranger than fiction.
Yeah.
But anyhow, so you remember the movie Ghost?
Oh yeah.
Okay, so Patrick Swayze's ghost, his entity, his energy, whatever you want to call it, jumped into Whoopi Goldberg, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so how many of these Hollywood people are claiming that they're non-binary?
Exactly.
Okay, and it doesn't take not all those females that look like dudes and all the dudes that look like females probably had to go under some kind of surgery to look that way. They were probably born with a female body and had a
Look at Bruce Jenner. He was like everybody's idol for a certain generation. Everybody. And they turn him into a woman. That just fucking kicked you right in the nuts.
You got to make shout out to The Crying Game. Remember that movie?
Yeah, yeah. I can say I never saw Brokeback Mountain. Thank goodness.
Yeah, but anyway, so my point being is, not all those people probably had to go through some kind of physical altering surgery, some dude. Now, some of them did probably there's probably are dudes in Hollywood that had surgically implanted boobs and took hormones. But basically, I think all it took was just, you take a female physical body and you stick a male entity in it and it takes on the features of a male. You take a male body and you shove a female entity in it, and all of a sudden it takes on the features of a female.
Succubus and the incubus is?
Pardon?
A succubus and the incubus.
Yeah, I've heard of them. I've never looked into them.
Succubus, like when you have a wet dream. And it takes your sperm and gives it to the male, and he implants it into a female, and the kids are either born retarded or backwards or evil. You know what I mean? That's the only way they can put offspring off is through that.
Really? I hadn't looked into that one.
Look into it, dude. You'll freak. I never started reading on it one day. I was like, what the? It'll trip you out. It will. That's where the wet dreams from, they say.
What's that?
That's pretty bizarre. The wet dreams, because they're the female. Have you ever been in bed where it feels like somebody held your feet down? Like, I've heard a lot of people talk about they couldn't move in bed.
I've heard that, yes. The other thing that really worries me that I see a lot on YouTube is these paranormal people, which paranormal research is one thing, but and I saw this happen live on one of the damn YouTube channels. They were talking to some entity and they told it to go towards the light.
And that's deception too. They're so dumb. That's evil shit right there.
Well, the problem is we are the light.
Yeah, exactly.
And they obviously don't understand that, because not only was she sitting there telling it to just go to the light, then she started freaking out that she could feel it touching her because she got incredibly cold. Well,
like
dummy.
All that shit, dude. That's deception, and you let them out. You know what I mean? People don't realize how fucked up that shit can do to you.
There's a reason they're probably not in a physical form right now.
Once you let the evil get 5149, what do you think it's going to attract? You don't want to make it comfortable for evil shit to lay in your head and stew. You know what I mean?
Well, no, but at the same time,
they'll let them in because they'll pump up their ego and pride, and you know what I mean, make them start getting, you know, and they don't even know it's them not thinking. That's what I think.
I just wanted to talk to Patrick down there. He said we are the way to the light, which that is true. We have a connection to source, but we are also
I
the
only
light.
survive because my light shines brighter than the light around me.
That's right. We are still the light. I mean, like I said, I've actually had an out of body experience that was probably my spirit form because it was in a dark room and I lit everything up as I moved through the house. We are the light. So when you're talking to these spirits and you tell them to move into the light, you're basically asking for them to jump into your body.
Have you ever done any remote viewing?
Actually, I have astral projected one time. Now I've done remote viewing as far as, you know, I'm familiar with certain areas. So when I go into like a meditative state or whatever, I can envision those things. It doesn't mean I can necessarily.
Hey, I'll put a link in my community thing for Max Vision. He does remote viewing.
Oh, I know Max.
Okay, well, he came to my channel and I said sunset. It was a sunset, and I went to his and I said mountain range. It was a mountain range.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, and that's crazy because you just write that number down. He tells you because it's related to that picture. And
Well, I did that one day,
and it's the first thing that pops in your head. You just tell them. That's what I did.
Yeah, I dropped in there one day and they were doing the same thing. I think he'd already been doing it for like an hour and I just noticed he was on. I'd been out with the dog or something. Stopped in there, said hi, and he said, okay, you know, think of I don't remember what the number was. He goes, this is the number we're going to view right now. So I just participated.
You write it down 3 times on a piece of paper and then you just.
I didn't even do that. I just looked at the number. I closed my eyes. I envisioned that number on a file. I went in and found the file, opened it up, and I said, it's a blue sky. It's a blue landscape. And that's what I wrote down. And that's exactly what it was a picture of the sky.
When you get that, you know, I saw Rob Lowe do that with his sons because they're so close, you know. They went to like different countries and he wrote down what they were seeing.
Well, let me tell you something about my astro projection then, okay? Because you might get a kick out of this. So, I every night when I go to bed now, I actually, like I do like a pre-tribulation, if you will. I always try to stay in a meditative state of mind. But like when I lay down to go to bed, I really concentrate on my breathing and I just basically I go to sleep while I'm in meditation. So I never truly go to sleep. I don't get REM cycles anymore. I don't have, you know, crazy dreams. Now, part of that's probably just because of all the inner work that I've done, but I never go completely out anymore either. And one night, I was talking, and this is years ago, and I was still studying. I'd been talking to the local Cherokee up here. I had just taken a drive all the way out to Arizona, which that is a crazy story in itself. Took a drive to Arizona to go visit some Hopi Indians. And I'd been studying the Inuit because, you know, they're the ones that took it to the government like 20 years ago that said, hey, shit's not right. So, in my dream, and it was very real, in my dream, I was standing in front of a Native American and it was dark all around and he was lit up like a light behind him from like a campfire. And we weren't communicating verbally with the mouth. It was all mental. But I asked him like 3 questions. I said, are you Cherokee? And he shook his head no. And I said, are you Hopi? And he shook his head no. And I said, are you Inuit? And right then, you remember the old football games from, I think they're the 70s or the 80s? Yeah, and the men bounced around.
Steelers and the Cowboys.
Okay, so anyway, he started bouncing around like one of these, you know, table football players. And I wasn't, but he was. And I mean, he just started shaking and he started motioning me to go back. So I said, okay, so I went back. Well, I came to, and it was like, I don't know, 1:30 in the morning. And the only thing I remember was, you know, that was a really strange dream. Why am I talking to a freaking Indian? So I laid over and I went back to sleep. Woke up at my normal time at like 6 o'clock in the morning, got on the internet and started reading the overnight news. And lo and behold, this happened like 5 or 6 years ago. So, and you can look it up because it made the news. It was like the first big 8.5, 8 point whatever earthquake they had up there in Alaska had happened overnight. So I was actually there. I mean, I wasn't physically there, but I was there talking to somebody in the spirit realm when that earthquake hit. That's why he was jumping around.
Wow. That's a trip. That freaks you out, huh?
Yeah. Well, it was like I said when I first woke up from the dream. What do you know? Like the very first out of body experience I had was when I was in my spirit form, I think, and I was just moving through the house, lighting it up. I was 16, 17 years old. I just wrote it off to a dream. I mean, what do I know? It wasn't until, fast forward 40 years and I'm doing all this inner spiritual, whatever you want to call it, work, and I have a flashback to that out of body experience, and I think, oh wow, that's what it was.
In the end days, people with little faith and knowledge will have it taken from them. That's why people that can't see the stuff, they won't be able to, because they don't have the eyes to see and the ears to hear anymore. It's called it's called spiritual blindness from the hardening of the heart.
Yeah. But the funny thing is okay, so through my little mini path I've been on here over the last 10 years, I've talked to a lot of religious sects. I've talked to Native Americans, whatever, read a ton of books. But I talked to a couple different Mormon people, and he said that that's exactly how they teach the Bible and there again, the Mormons have been broken up into their own little segments too, I guess. So, but anyway, in his particular Mormon church, is that it's just okay. So just like Jesus said, he never healed anybody. Everybody said he healed people, but he said he never healed a person. It was their belief, their faith, their belief.
Yeah, somebody just grabbed the back of his clothing and is healed.
Yeah, so it's only through your belief and my belief and Spud's belief and anybody's belief, based on what I've learned and what the Mormons teach, is that it's all about your belief. It's your consciousness, and you can actually that's how you make yourself into a living God, is through belief. If you don't believe that you can do these things, it's the same thing in sports. When you take the field, you're taught to believe that you've already got that team beat. You just got to go out there and do it.
You know what I did? Hey, I played softball my whole life, and I was a coach always. I'd get in there and I'd piss 2 or 3 people off, and they get their adrenaline up. And then next thing you know, you got a rally going, you know what I mean? Because everybody's up there on that same pumped up feeling.
That same energy, it starts to flow. Yeah, and that's kind of funny because there's another connection. Tanya and I both actually coach softball. In fact, we took this is kind of funny, we took a bunch of Clinton kids who were 12 to 15 years old and registered in the USSSA league and started taking them to tournaments because they were kicking everybody's ass locally here in Clinton, and they thought they were the shit. And we said, okay, we'll take you to go play some real people. And but what we didn't realize is that we got into the tournaments, we were registered as 16 and under because of our ages, but they never had enough 16 and under teams and 18 and under teams to do the 2 separate leagues. So our 12 to 15-year-old girls spent an entire summer playing against 17, 18, and 19-year-old girls.
That makes them, you only get better if you play people better than you.
Oh, exactly. My 12-year-old, she was the youngest on the team. She turned 13 during the USSSA World Series, which we got invited to. She turned 13 during the whole tournament. She actually won an MVP award.
Hey, in 1999, we always had teams that kept everything, stats. In 125 games, I hit 90 home runs, had 450 RBIs in football.
Cool, there you go. Actually,
I bat 5 times sometimes,
I think it's the year 2011. Was it 2011? I'm going to have to go look now to double check, but I think to this day, you can still look up the Missouri USSSA softball standings for the 16 and under group. And the Blue Thunder, the team that we coached, was ranked 9th in the state that year. and they only won one game.
Hey, if you ever come to Springfield, go to City Hall, and my picture's hanging in there.
Really?
Played on the first Guns and Hoses. We beat the cops.
There you go. But see, there's another connection we have. See, we wouldn't have known that had we not talked. I'm glad we did this tonight, brother.
Oh yeah, everything happens for a reason. There's no coincidences anymore.
Oh no, not at all.
I'll tell you one weirder than this. I was on this guy's stream I'd never went to before. I can't remember his name now. But anyway, I went in there and I was there like 2 minutes and they're like, we're going to raid another channel. You know how they do that? Because he got his 500 subscribers.
Right.
So, and it was Squash Mod Squad, you know? So I jumped over there and my number's 23 because I was born the same day and year as Michael Jordan. So, I got married on the 23rd. Everything was 23. So I put in the number 23 and I won. And it was I actually got a bone collector blanket.
Right.
Deer. And I got bones everywhere, And so I said, give me your address and I'll ship it to you. And I give my address. He goes, I'll bring it over tomorrow. He lives a quarter mile away. I met him on YouTube.
There you go.
And he got some Squash Mod Squad, SMS, but I used to hang out with him, go fishing with him and all kinds of stuff. But
and a lot of people will give you, I don't know, I don't even notice. So I can't even say a lot of people, but when you talk to them about, meeting people on YouTube, they kind of look at you funny or something, it's, that's online crap. Where do you meet your people at the bar? How's that been working for you for the last 10?
I don't think they're meeting in the library or church.
Yeah, it's all in how it's your intent.
Married girls they met at the bar, and then they wondered when they were like hitting them with a ball bat and kicking their windows out. Well, you picked them up at the bar. That's all you need to know. You asked for it.
Exactly.
We expect you're going to get some road scholar that's going to wash your feet. No, it's not going to happen.
Right. So, but and that's all it is. It's about one's belief, and that's what I try. Even, there are people in my family that I've looked up to my entire life. They weren't in my immediate family, obviously, but when I talk to them about the God that lies with them in them, and they are a God, so to speak, they're just baffled. Well, I've never heard it put that way. Well, because that's the one thing you're not going to hear in this world. In fact, if you walk the streets and tell everybody that you're a God, chances are they're going to lock you up somewhere.
It's just a wording. It says a lot in the Bible about not being God-like, because that's what the devil told them. He could be just like God.
Yeah, it's all programming.
I know, but I mean, it doesn't resonate with me though. I thought just because I don't know why it's like Uno, like solo, the one. It always me has been, except for the Trinity. I know. The way I look at it is like God had to come to Earth and actually be physical so He could relate. I mean, you can't really, even if you're God. I mean, I think He just did it so He's us now. He's like He's been us.
Well, exactly. He wanted the experience. He wanted it from many different aspects. That's why everybody's got their individual piece of Him within them.
He could see that we were fucked up and we were never going to live that way. So that's why he did it because we're fuck ups. If you look at it like that, I mean, as long as you believe that Jesus died for your sins and you try to live a good life, I mean, if you deny the Son, you deny the Father. I tell people, it's like, wouldn't it be like if you believe there's one and there's not, but what if you don't believe and there is?
Right.
I mean, think about it. What's the odds of eternity or like getting a hot poker shoved up your ass?
Well, it's all kind of
eternal. Hell's going to be whatever your worst nightmare is. You might be down there with like 50 of your mother-in-laws.
hey, it's all eternity. That's why we're still here. It's the never-ending story.
His story, yeah.
Well, this version of it, yeah. But even in that movie, if you've ever seen the movie, The Never-Ending Story, and you can see that. Well, but you can see that playing out in the children today. I mean, we just talked about how the state raises them and it takes away their imagination. Well, in that movie,
they don't teach creativity in school.
Exactly. So in that movie, it talks about all the kids lost their imagination and the great darkness took over.
And that's getting rid of cursive is the first thing, because that's an art form. I love drawing. I can, I wrote people's notes for them in school because I can.
Your drawings are awesome.
But I've always had good penmanship though, because it's like cleanliness is next to godliness. Because if you work someplace and the place is a pigsty, your work's going to be a pigsty too. You know what I mean?
Exactly. That's what I
It's so
was
easy
saying.
too.
They got rid of cursive, so the children of the next generation can't read the Constitution.
I got one for you. You know why it's bad luck to be left-handed? You know how they change kids over in school usually? Because back in the day when they said smite the hand that feeds you, you ate with your right hand and wiped your ass with your left hand. So if they cut off one of your hands, you had to eat and wipe with the same hand. That's what the big deal was.
Yeah, well,
Really?
this
Isn't it crazy? Yeah, because you use one hand to wipe your ass and one to eat with. And that's why the left hand is what they wiped with. So it's had bad karma since, bad juju or whatever you want to call it.
I always thought it was because your left-handed people were typically a little more creative because they thought with the right side of their brain, and so they reprogrammed to use their right hand, which teaches them left-brained thinking.
Well, and maybe, but originally that's what started it, though. You know what I mean? Then people just, how people stretch shit into bad luck.
Right. Or maybe that's what they said. That was the programming that they told people without understanding how the brain worked yet.
Dude, I draw with both hands, and I can write forwards and backwards at the same time, and I can write backwards just like forwards.
I've seen Sassy do it, mate.
I got videos of it. I can write upside down, backwards, forwards, everything.
I believe it. I believe it.
With 2 paddles. I can shave with 2 razors. You know what I mean? I bat left-handed and right-handed. When I was a kid, I built the goalpost, and it was Gary Premium against Jan Stenerud from the playoffs. So I kick left foot, right foot, left foot. You know what I mean? I've always done everything with both.
Right. Yeah, I can do everything with both. I'm better with one side than the other. It depends on what I'm doing, which side is better, but I'm predominantly right-handed, but yeah, I can bat left-handed, right-handed. I played soccer for a lot of years living over there in Australia. And that was the really cool thing because, the 9-year-old kid that moved to Australia that had no friends when he got there, the only way he could fit in was to learn how to play frickin' soccer. And man,
that was. Did you ever play rugby?
And I studied soccer. Man, you would find me, all the kids would be home, from school. I'd still be at school kicking a ball against the side of the school, the brick wall, to get better with my foot skills. And I actually got good enough that I played with the touring Woomera team and actually got to go to like Adelaide, Port Augusta, different places to go play in tournaments. But when I came back stateside, oh, dude, I was a soccer god. Nobody had the skill set I did. Nobody.
You're good on
I
your
played soccer when I was like 45 years old. They had a league, and it's indoors. So I called it socky because there was a wall everywhere. So you could shoot at the goal and bounce back. You shoot like 3 or 4 times.
Yep.
You know what I mean? And you could kick around them off the wall. It was weird to play that way,
I hated playing that way. In fact, because my skill set was so good when I was in high school, I got noticed by some teams and had a 2-week tryout with the I think they were actually called the Denver Avalanche back then before the hockey team took over the name. They were like an indoor soccer team.
We didn't even have soccer at our school.
And I'd spent my whole life playing outdoor soccer on natural grass, and there's you build a certain rhythm based on the resistance of the field that you're on. And when I moved indoors, the game picked up so much quicker. But yeah, you could do
a lot faster.
Yeah, and you could do so many different things, like you're saying, play it off the wall and this and that. But I was too ingrained in the old school where I learned it to get to play it on the grass. And the only way I was going to play it on the grass in this country was through the Olympics.
No shit.
Until recently. They've changed things up recently. Soccer's gotten bigger, but 30 years ago, 35 years ago, it wasn't nothing here. And, I was this kid that had this amazing skill set and it was fun. I mean, I used it to my advantage, picked up a lot of girls.
I did pass and kick a couple of years when I was young.
Did you really? There you go.
I played everything.
There's
I went,
something.
I went to decathlon when I was a junior, and I only weighed 140 pounds. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah, I hear you. That's about what I weighed. But I have to say, I did take advantage of it all because, you know, when I came back stateside, you figure I had just spent 5 years in the Australian
Did
outback.
you learn this? Did you surf?
No, I was in the outback. we
Okay, I got you.
we had tons of sand around. But it was really it was really kind of weird because inside the town of Woomera itself, you know, it was a 1 mile square town, only it wasn't square, it was circular. And everywhere outside of there was just red dunga. It was just flat, barren, formidable. But everything inside town was green and plush. So, you know, you could wake up at 5 o'clock, 5:30 in the morning. And I actually had this happen. I opened up the inside door, the big door, and standing right there opposite me, the screen door on our little porch was a frickin' emu. Because he'd come into town, all the animals did. The power lines would just sag with all these koalas, or not koalas, the cockatoos and the galahs. That's what I'm thinking of, galahs. And all the native birds would just come into town overnight. Lizards, snake. I mean, it was crazy over there. But I spent 5 years going to the swimming pool every damn day and baking in the sun. So I had this incredible tan. I almost looked Aborigine, and because we were out from the time the sun came up till the street lights came on. And, you know, so I looked like an Aborigine, but I was a little blonde-haired, blue-eyed boy, so my blonde hair turned platinum like David Bowie. And so I came back to the States, and people didn't know what to think of me. I had this platinum hair, these pretty blue eyes. I looked like a mixed child, and I had this real thick Australian accent because, you know, you pick it up when you're over there, you know. What's really funny, though, is when you're in school in Australia and you need to borrow an eraser to fix, you know, some
rubber.
it's a rubber, yeah. So as a middle school kid, I come back to the States and I'm asking people in the classroom for rubbers because I'm asking actually for an eraser, you know. So yeah, there was a couple little words, you know, words get in the way and some customs, but man, I thoroughly enjoyed my stay in Australia, man. It was awesome.
God bless you, brother. Australia is a lot of fun. It's different to anywhere else in the world.
Oh, it is. And the people are, you know, that movie Crocodile Dundee came out and people were laughing. It's like, dude, no, you don't understand. I actually spent 5 years over there. It wouldn't surprise me if they found that dude out there in the wild.
Oh, man. I'll tell you what we got going on now, my brother Scotty. It's unseasonal winter rain. It never rains this time of the year. I'm on the Tropic of Capricorn.
That's the first time I saw you with a coat on, though, the other day.
Oh, I've got a bigger coat on now, Sassy.
But I'd never seen you'd always been. Yeah, I guess you've always been warm.
In fact, I lived there in Australia when that big, what was it, cyclone hit Darwin up there.
Oh, you're an AJ, mate.
Well, I'm 58.
You are? I didn't know you were
Yeah.
that close. Holy shit.
I lived in Australia from like 1973 to like 1977, 78.
Yeah, that's a freshman in high school in 77.
73, mate.
Pardon?
I was born in 1973.
Ah. So so you were born probably right after that cyclone hit then, huh?
Hello.
Well, right before it,
It was run
Sorry,
by
I don't know if you had
Fruity.
three.
because I don't think the cyclone hit
I know
until.
you're saying Cyclone Tracy. That happened in 19. Oh, someone's ringing me.
Ringing me.
Crikey. G'day, boys.
Crikey. I just love the language down there, man.
It was run by Fruity.
I'll be back, Sassy. I gotta take this call, mate.
Well, do it there, mate.
Scotty, have a smoke, brother.
I will. I'll have one for you while you're out, brother.
Yeah.
I'll be back, man.
Stogie. And then there were two. And then
Yeah. The language, man. Like I said, I loved living down there. It's the people are different, and I got in there again, hanging out in the desert with the Aborigines down there is way different than even being stateside and hanging out with the Native Americans. I mean,
they just seem like they still getting a raw deal, at least the way it used to be.
well, it seems like their traditions are handed down a little bit better than even like our Native Americans here.
That's cool.
They hold on to them a little.
Oh yeah, because the rainbow. What is it? I was studying that for a while.
Well, the Hopi are the ones that talk about the rainbow warriors, and those are the people you see today. Those are the people like you and me, and there's other colors of people right now, black people, red people, yellow people. They're all coming to a certain consciousness, and that's what we are right now, is the rainbow warriors. We're the ones that are seeing the system for what it is and fighting the system, so to speak, while other ones, there again, how many people out there are just dying for things to go back to normal, even though they done told them for the last, it ain't gonna go back to normal.
Hey, I always thought our generation wouldn't die, we'd be killed.
No,
for some reason I used to think that I did
right.
Maybe
Well, what's really funny is that 5, 6, 7, 8-year-old little boy that used to tell everybody that he wasn't gonna die and that he was a god. By the time he got through middle school, he didn't think he was gonna live to be 35. Now what changed in freaking 12 years, 13 years of that boy's life to make him think he was going from not going to die to wasn't even going to live a full life? It was all the programming of life.
Oh, yeah. Live vision programming is bad.
Well, that it had to do with, part of the crowds that we were running in back in the day.
Yeah, but they flipped the script now. People that are doing the wrong thing don't even know that it's wrong because society accepts it.
Right.
I mean, they're saying there's certain things that when I was young, just when our generation.
Well, like I said, it's all about conscious decisions, and it's always about free will. That's how we got into this mess in the first place.
Do as thou wilt, though, is not from God.
No. Well, actually, it's supposed to be the golden rule, do unto others as you would have them do unto you.
Exactly. Not do as thou wilt. That means just do whatever the fuck you want. That's the wrong.
Right. That means, because in reality, what I tell people, the realm we live in isn't reality. When we get to the reality realm, in reality, because we all have that inner peace, we all understand that, we all do work together, we don't compete against one another for $1. Even the Bible says that you're going to throw your gold and silver into the street, because we never did anything for money. We always did everything out of love, and we did things that
I help my friends for $3.50 an hour. I don't charge people. I never have.
Yeah.
People want my art, I tell them print it off on your phone and go call Walmart and you have any size you want. Poster. And because I just don't,
Hey, let me tell you something. Okay, so I've told you I do fiberglass and gel coat repair, right?
Yeah, I've done it.
Right. Now, do you know how many people actually around this state do that for a living, actual shops?
But I build limousines. It depends on what your industry is, because Fiberglass.
All right, good night, Patrick.
Stuff, you know.
I was just saying good night to
Got that many
Patrick.
now, though, is there?
But the thing is okay. So I have a local dealer down the road here. He's supposedly the largest bass boat dealer in the world. Okay.
Yeah.
And I used to do a lot of boats for him, his trade-ins, his customers when I first started. And
They're Bass Pros, you know what I mean? They're Bass Tracker boat plants everywhere here too.
well, yeah, he pretty much works for them. He sells nitros.
Yeah, that's a good boat.
No, it's not.
I mean,
I used-
it goes pretty fast.
I used to build nitros.
Oh, yeah. I worked at a limited company right by Bass Tracker, you know, it's right in front of us.
Yeah, well, see, the thing is, though, even the good boats, like, you know, if you ask around the bass boat marketing world 10 years ago, Ranger,
I liked Bayliner when I had it.
well, Ranger was the #1 bass boat, but they just got bought out recently by Nitro. So,
Yeah, I believe that.
but like in my world, you know, even the dealer down the road used to tell me, you know, you can get more money for the work that you're doing. And I told him it's not about the money. I'm making enough to live. You know, as long as you pay me what I have on my ticket, we're going to be good. And then we
make the same amount of money and not have a boss. There's nothing wrong with that. That's about it.
right. And so, and what was bad is though, because I did charge, and that's the whole thing. Everybody around here programming is so used to seeing, you know, $150 an hour shop rates to get their stuff fixed. You know, he was noticing I wasn't charging that much, and he's like, you know, you can get more money. So what he started doing was messing with my estimates, and he would pocket
money off you.
Yes, and I caught him making like $4,000 on a boat that I only made $2,200 on.
See, that's right there that's a schemer. I don't know what you call it. That's just
A crook.
It's not a good person though. It's not.
No, and so
they're thinking of themselves.
As soon as I caught him doing that, and he'd been doing it and I didn't know it. You know, how do you know that kind of thing? He's doing it through his books, hush hush. I never know as long as I get my money.
And he's not paying taxes on it, that's for sure.
Yeah, so we had a mutual customer, and he was upset at the price, and it was through his insurance company. Well, anyway, one thing led to another, and I found out what was going on. Now, at that particular moment in time, I'd only been in business for myself about 3 years. And he was roughly 80 to 90% of my business, and I kicked his ass to the curb.
Yeah.
And you know that gets back into that.
That means you don't lower your standards for nothing.
No, I don't, and I'm not going to charge more.
I don't care if I lose out. I'm not lower. I've set my way.
Yeah, and I'm not going to charge more just because I can get more. Yeah, I've made a ton of money doing what I do, but it's only because I've done a ton of boats. I mean, I took the McDonald's approach, if you will. You know, if I make $1 off of each hamburger, by the time I do 1 million hamburgers, I'll have made $1 million, right?
Okay, well, I had a pawn shop. We cash checks, you know, and people come in like, I'm serious. They go, "You cash checks, a money order?" I go, "Yeah." And 10%. And I go, "How much is your money order?" I go, "They said $100." They go, "Well, how much is it?" I said, $20. If you didn't pay attention in 3rd grade, you're getting charged double.
There you go, right?
I'm just saying, if you don't know 10% of 100.
Yeah, but see, even with the approach that I had, where I was undercutting what most people would call it undercutting, I just didn't charge as much as everybody else, and my work.
Retail.
Yeah, my work was better than most people, so they were getting more bang for their buck just because even if they paid the same price, my work was always better. So, you know, my business spread word of mouth. I mean, I've got customers.
Right there. That's how you get business right there.
Yeah, I mean, I actually have customers that drive for an entire day from Nebraska just to bring me their boat so they can spend a night at the hotel and then go back to Nebraska and then come down and do it all over again when their boat's done. I mean, they go a long way, some of these people, just to bring me their boats to have me work on them.
Hey, if you go to a convenience store to get something, and if you go there a couple times and they're a dick, you don't go back. It's all about your attitude and how you react. You know what I mean? That's the whole deal.
Exactly.
So when I had the
Exactly.
pawn shop, I'd be trying to sell shit to people, right? Well, girls would come in there and I'm trying to sell them something and they give me their phone number. That's when I knew this shit was fucked up because just being nice to a woman made you think that you wanted to go out with them because they're not used to getting treated nice anymore, hardly. You know what I mean? Men are so, I've had friends that are just mean to their old ladies. I've never been that way,
No, and that
My mom
is
raised
kind
me,
of the
my dad died. I've just never always had respect for women just because my mom raised me right. You know what I mean?
right. Well, see, and that is kind of funny that because you bring that up. It's like, a lot of people assume that just because you're nice to somebody doesn't mean you're coming on to them, or
Dude, I make shout outs, and I used to do it on Facebook way before here, and I'd have to be like once a month. I go, just because I like all this stuff, make you a picture doesn't mean I want to get in your pants.
Exactly.
Oh, serious.
Exactly. Well, hell, that's just like, okay, like you said, listening to me and Tanya talk back and forth, you'd have never thought anything
I didn't
there. I
even know
mean,
you guys even. I thought you were just met on YouTube. So I never
no,
thought.
no,
And even when you were telling me, I still couldn't get it. And you were telling me just flat out, and I was like, because it wasn't fun, because there's another Tanya Z, and I just
yeah,
wasn't.
no, but that's how, that's how I approach everybody in life. I mean, that's just,
Treat everybody the same. That's how my business. Because I had a trailer court next to me. It was called Meadows Ghettos, and there's just a lot of shady people come in there. But I didn't have prices on my stuff. I just left them. I depend on what they drove, but I treat everyone the same. If they drove a
yeah,
Mercedes or walked in or what, I just always treat everyone the same. I've never met a stranger.
no. And it's kind of funny that things work the way that they do because, when I started my business, I hadn't started what I would call my awakening process. I've always had certain abilities, that just came out of the blue, like the out of body experiences. And, I even had, okay, so when we lived in Australia, my mom worked for the local zoo out there and they called it an arboretum.
Oh
And,
yeah.
and they found, and let me tell you, Woomera is a little town. And when we lived there, to tell you how small it is, there was only like 2,200 people that lived in this town. I mean, it was very small.
Yeah, my
And
hometown was like 3,500, I think.
yeah, and so the zoo, the arboretum, wasn't some big fancy. Hell, we had our water piped in. I mean, we were out in the middle of nowhere, so their facilities were rather crude. So my mom ended up bringing this little chick home. It had been found out in the wild in its nest. Its parents had been killed, and we were bottle feeding it and all this other stuff. Now, 5 years later, when we come back to the States, my dad actually had to write the Pentagon and get a seat on the aircraft for the bird so it didn't freeze to death and go hold. And so we bring it back to the States. He had to spend 2 weeks in quarantine and then he comes home with us. So now you fast forward like 20 years. Now, mind you, any bird that you get, whether you go to the pet store or pull one out of the wild, they cannot tell you the sex of the bird, okay, without performing surgery on it. Look at that
Really?
detailed work. Yeah, and
Okay.
basically,
It doesn't show or anything.
yeah, basically what they told us was based on its markings, they assumed it was a male. So we named him Pete and thought he was a male for 20 some odd years until one day out of the blue in my house, Pete started laying eggs. Now, whether you believe in flat earth or
repeat after that.
no, what was funny was, they say there's a lot to numbers. So what does this mean? That this bird that wasn't supposed to be able to lay eggs in our country, okay, the Audubon Society took a big interest in my bird just because it was a cockatoo that would actually lay eggs in this country. They said this is the whole reason that
Bruce Skinner liked a cockatoo.
yeah, they said this is the whole reason that we import birds is we can't get them to breed in this country. How did you get that bird to lay eggs? And to be honest, I don't have a freaking clue. It laid one egg a day for 7 days.
Wow.
And then it quit.
5 golden rings. I thought of that.
And to show you what energy will do and what money will do. Okay, so my mom found out, of course, I was talking to her the whole time. Hey, guess what? You'll never guess what happened. Pete laid a freaking egg. So everybody started freaking out, and I start making these calls to the Audubon Society, and come to find out, if I followed a particular procedure and saved the eggs, they were willing to give me $1,500 an egg.
Wow.
Jurassic Park shit.
Pardon?
Jurassic Park, they had that sealed
Yeah.
can.
Yep. And so I opted out on that. I wasn't in it for the money. I was calling the Audubon Society because, the bird looked like it was in stress mode after it laid the eggs, and I wanted to make sure it was, not going to die on me or something crazy. I was more worried about the health of the bird than dollars for the eggs. Well, my mom got all worried about dollars for the eggs and wanted the bird back up at her house. And within 3 months, that bird was dead.
At least, no, never mind.
How crazy is that?
That fucking sucks.
There's a lot of things I could have said, but I didn't.
I know, right? But on the flip side of things, okay, now to tell you how energy works again, and at the time, this was the furthest thing from my mind. I mean, you've heard me. I mean, I'm not a violent guy. And when I had my new building put in out here, the guy who was putting it in screwed me over pretty damn bad. I ended up having to go to bankruptcy court to get rid of him. Yeah, he fucked me over pretty bad. Pardon my French. But the thing about it is that's what he did on the side for a living, was put up these buildings. So, I'm probably not the only person that he was screwing over, right?
No,
I
you
mean,
get good at it, I'm sure.
but what's funny is, and it's not funny. This isn't funny at all. But
Ironic.
ironically, and I don't believe in coincidences, but when all was said and done, and I was done with bankruptcy court, and I was finally done with this guy, his daughter was killed in a car crash.
Oh, fuck. That's ironic. Rocky.
Hey, I can tell you a story just like that, dude. That's weird. This guy, he was a highway patrolman, and he was a photographer for cheerleaders and all that stuff, And I guess he was like a Chester, and he, I don't know what he did, but he something with all the girls he took pictures of sometimes. Well, same thing. His 2 daughters got killed in a head-on crash.
Wow.
I mean, it's just kind of like when you made me think of that. I have thought of that for a long time, but no one ever said anything, but everybody just kind of thought it was kind of weird that,
Yeah.
he got that, and then he lost his kid.
And that kind of stuff is weird, and I don't want to think that I had any part in that, and I didn't.
Right,
it was
it's weird how stuff just goes. Sometimes it seems like nature takes care of itself, more or less.
Yeah, that's why I make sure, because I came to the full realization that that's where you get to the sins of the father, so to speak, right? He was the one out doing the dirty deeds, but it may have taken the event of his young one dying to snap his world around.
Hey, I tell people a long time ago, I say, when you're born, they put this veil over you, right? And the longer you wear it, the heavier it gets, and the less translucent it is. So when you get older, it takes either another person or a life or death event to get somebody to take it off. You know what I mean? It has to be something.
There you go.
Because it gets harder. You're thinking. The longer you don't think that way, the harder it is to ever change your mind about anything.
Exactly.
And people don't want to know the truth. There's people that know what you're saying is true, but they got their pride and big balls, and they don't want to admit they're wrong, even if they know they're wrong. They're not going to admit it. You know what I mean?
Hey, you've heard me. I mean, do you think I'm an evil, twisted guy?
No, I would be talking to you, and you wouldn't be up here if I thought that.
But I got called an evil, twisted guy in a chat room the other day just because of my beliefs and what I said.
See, that's like, you know what? Maturity is when you don't let your emotions get involved when you're having a conversation with an adult.
Exactly.
I mean, YouTube should be junior high. It should be called junior high tube.
Well, I had someone. I had someone to.
I had men getting fat hurt. I mean, it's like it's crazy. It is.
It was described to me by somebody when I told them that story because it just happened recently, and someone said, "Yeah, well, jellyfish are unhappy and they sting."
Well, yeah. What was another one? Whenever people will say shit about you because they're trying to, what do you call it? Make an excuse for them hurting you. You know, they're trying to make it okay if you're a bad person because they've hurt you, and they're going to make you look bad because that way they don't feel as bad.
Right.
You know, because that's how they think. You know what I mean? They're trying to think, well, he's a bad person anyway. If they tell about you're bad, then it's okay to fuck. You know what I mean? That's kind of.
I'll go one day and argue with an idiot. I'll drag you down to their level and beat you with experience.
Exactly. I remember that one. Yep.
Yeah, I just take it all in stride.
I just walk around I don't. It takes a lot to get me going. Call me words doesn't faze me. You can call me what you want. It's work. I don't give a shit.
Yeah, I know how that goes.
White trash, ghetto fabulous. Now what?
Because what's even funnier is Tanya, the one I was with for 18 years, is the one that I have no kids with. There's actually two other exes. Now Tanya and I were never married, but the two other exes I was married to and actually had to go through divorce court and custody hearings and all this other crap. So I ended up being a single dad of 5 kids at one point when Tanya and I got together. So between us, we had a big house. There was her and I and 8 kids, so there was 10 of us.
The Brady Bunch.
Yeah, dude, you laugh.
I know. I know. That's hell.
And I always tried to be just as nice to all those other women in my past, but you know. I'm the same guy. They're the ones that, wanted to do this and do that. And,
I know.
It's only a fight. A fight takes 2 people.
Yeah, but, people just need to get over it. When it's over, can't hold a grudge. Anything negative you hold inside you is bad for you. When your balance is off between the physical and the spiritual, that's when you get sick and get diseases and shit, when you're not right inside, you mean?
Exactly.
That I'm going to stay in shape. I'm not going to get fat. I mean, I fucked that shit every day since I was 17. I just got lucky that I was born with a brain.
Right. And that's the thing I'm trying to fix.
Intelligent people seem crazy to dumb people because they don't understand anything they're saying. You know what I mean? They can't even comprehend.
Right.
Because when Columbus and then when they started coming to the United States and islands, the only person that could see the ships out in the harbor was the shaman. Because the people were so illiterate, they couldn't even figure out in their brain what that was. It wouldn't even function, so they couldn't see it.
Well, right. Well, the thing I'm having a hard time, and I'm not struggling or anything like that. I'm rather grateful. I'm grateful about everything that's happened in my life, even all the trauma, because that's, part of what makes you who you are today. But I'm trying to figure out is what makes me so different than most people or us even, you know what I'm saying? How do you sometimes
I've always been a nonconformist, and I've never.
Well, I get that too, and I've kind of been that same way, the nonconformist, but I'm kind of wondering why that is. How is it that you can find these little pockets of people like you and I that have spent our whole life being these anti-establishment? I mean, where did we get that from in the first place? How do?
I mean, used to call people rebels.
I know, right? But do you ever wonder about that? How is it? Do you ever wonder how is it you were blessed with that kind of vision when the other 10 people sitting around you just don't get it?
I don't know, but my dad was a preacher, and he was a really holy person. I've never heard anybody say one bad word about him. And my son, I think it's genetics, part of it, don't you think?
Very well could be. Like I said, I have a hard time putting my finger on that one. I mean, I see a lot of things different than everybody, and I get that, but you run into people like you, me, Code, even Tanya to an extent. I mean, I've had lengthy conversations with Tanya about things that happened to us in each of our past and how she could do certain things that just weren't like everybody else,
And people that don't think that way don't even think about that. Thinking, I mean, they don't even, those thoughts don't cross their mind.
Exactly.
Mindset, they don't even think about it.
Well, no, they look at people like you and me, and we talk about astral projection or out of body experiences or just these other phenomenons in life that we've experienced, and they look at you like you're either lying, right, or you're just batshit crazy.
They don't have an understanding. That's the only reason. I mean, I'm just saying.
Well, here,
everybody has different vision, and you can't really say somebody else isn't doing something because you're not looking through their eyes.
Well, here I'm gonna run a scenario past you, and I want to get your take on what occurred. Okay.
Okay.
Because I appreciate your opinion and your input.
That's cool. I'll give you my honest opinion.
And Spud, are you still with us?
Yeah, I'm here, mate.
There you are, brother. There you are, brother. Okay, I just want to see what your take is too, because you hang out with the Aborigines in your neck of the woods. They're a very spiritually guided kind of people, I noticed. So I took off on a journey from Missouri here to Arizona and back. Okay, and I pretty much left everything in the hands of the universe, because when I left to go to Arizona, I didn't have enough money in my pocket to even make the trip to get back. Okay. So, and that's all it was there was and oddly enough, it was a bunch of YouTube people, and we were going to go visit the Hopi reservation and go talk to some elders, because that's when I was really into the Hopi prophecies. And, so I get all the way there. It turns out to be a bust, and I turn around and come back. And now this whole time, I've been on the road for like 3 days. I think I've had 2 hours of sleep. I haven't really eaten, so I'm doing this all being sleep deprived and while fasting, right? So when I head out of Arizona, I actually get caught on US 40 up in the mountains there, outside of New Mexico, in a snowstorm, and there's been a wreck or something. Traffic standing there still for like an hour and a half, and I'm actually having a good old time. I'm kind of doing a jig on the side of the road to the radio, and the snow's just flat coming down. And I followed this storm system from the West Coast area there all the way back to Missouri. There was only one short area there in New Mexico where it didn't rain, but once I got in towards Oklahoma, back into Missouri, it was, and Missouri weather, it's
if you don't like it, just wait 5 minutes.
Yeah, it was just wicked lightning. There was, just these intense supercells. Now, I wasn't watching the radar, but I knew what I was in. Okay. Now, this is where it gets crazy, and this is where I'll need the opinion. So I believe a lot in speaking things into, like we've talked about, into existence. And I remember sitting there driving the car, and I had just gotten done reading the Emerald Tablets of Thoth, and I'm returning from this bust out in Arizona. And so the whole universe knows what I'm looking for at this point. I went there looking for something. We didn't do crap. And so I put forth to the universe, I said, man, I would love to have the knowledge that Thoth had, because he was regarded as this very guy of high wisdom, correct? So,
yeah.
So in the darkness, this is like at 10:30, 11 o'clock at night. So it's pitch black outside, and I'm driving around the back roads around Stockton Lake. Okay. And so there's nobody out there. It's pitch black, and this huge lightning flash goes off and blinds me. Right. So I immediately start slowing the van down, and I knew. What's that?
I said you would slow down. You're blinded. You have to, don't you?
Yeah, so I immediately started slowing down, and for a split second, what I saw was a green fog around my van, and it almost seemed like time stood still for a second. And I actually saw the pyramids. They weren't in a desert though. It was all green and lush around them. And then my normal vision came back, and I was still driving down the road at a pretty good pace. I'd only slowed down to maybe 45 miles an hour, but somehow instinctively I knew there was another lightning bolt coming. So I jammed on the brakes because I didn't want to be driving blind because I was coming up to some curves. And as soon as I jammed on the brakes, that lightning bolt hit. And when I looked down at my body, I saw it in an X-ray form. I didn't see my skin or my clothes. I saw my bones. And so I looked up to the windshield, and there was another fog around my vehicle again. And it was like a cloud, a face, a vapor in the shape of a face came moving at me out of the lightning bolt. It passed through my windshield. And when the vapor got inside my car, it went from the shape of a face, and all it had was like two eyes and a mouth. We never spoke. And I didn't sense good, bad, nothing. It was a pretty neutral encounter. I didn't feel one way or the other. But what was really weird was the face actually turned into a hand with a finger, and it touched me right on my forehead. And when that happened, there was like a pulse, like, and it started on my skin. And with each pulse, I could feel the electricity and see like an electric field move like over my skin, into my soft tissue, into my muscle, into my tendons, and into my bone. I mean, it just kept pulsing and pulsing. It just kept going deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper into my body. And then it went away. And that whole encounter lasted, I couldn't tell you, 10 minutes, 5 minutes, 30 seconds. I couldn't tell you. Lost complete track of time. In fact,
What state were you in?
Pardon?
What state were you in?
I was here in Missouri, driving around Stockton area. I just was on the trip back from Arizona.
That's crazy.
Yeah, and to describe the pulsation, okay.
Call that infrasound sometimes.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
but oi.
Oi.
Like you can't incapacitated.
I got to bump out Sassy,
All right,
Scotty. Pleasure
Good
to
day,
catch.
good day.
Spud, it was a pleasure meeting you, man.
Yeah, you too, brother. I got to bump out. I got to support a mate on another channel. Thank you for having me for 7 hours, Sassy. It's been good.
All right, love you, brother. Stay safe, man.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah, we'll see you later today.
See you guys.
All righty.
He's a good guy. We do that video chat on Messenger sometimes for 2 or 3 hours.
Oh yeah, I've seen him up here quite a bit. But you remember the scene in The Matrix where the machine grabbed Neo by the head and unscrewed that thing in the back of his head, and then all those hoses went popping off of him?
Yeah.
That's almost what it felt like. With each pulsation of electricity going through my body was just something being unplugged on so many different levels.
Have you ever been electrocuted before?
Oh, more than once.
Yeah, I got it one time. I took some guys fishing, and they're like, they wore the good shoes and shit. They're idiots. So and the water was anyway. There's a cattle electric fence, 2 of them running through the water, and they kept getting their line hung up on it, and I got shocked 3 times. It went through my leg, my arm, and then through my privates, and I was like, it charged my batteries for like a year, dude. I was just like, mean.
Yeah,
The water too. It could have just like killed me dead instantly, you know.
Yeah, when I was younger, I spent some time on my grandfather's ranch, and we were at some kind of cult show, and I didn't know where I was, and I was young. It was actually before I moved to Australia, so I was probably 7 or 8, and I actually pissed on an electric fence.
But that's killed people before, just the right conditions.
Yeah, and I've actually had my hand in a kitchen sink full of water while I'm reaching over to turn on the garbage disposal, and got my finger stuck between the 2 plugs of a plug that was in the socket not all the way, and shocked myself that way. That one blew me clear across the kitchen.
I did that once. I went on vacation I was going to pick up my daughter in North Carolina, and we had a snowstorm. We had to end up staying out there like for too long, and had to light the hot water heater when I got back, and I couldn't get it lit. Finally, I did. It went poof, burned all my eyelashes off and shit. The only thing funnier than that, one time I built limousines in Ozark, and we had this as a purchasing agent. Anyway, I had tons of jobs, and I had to stoke the fire in the morning at like 4 o'clock, and there was a big square metal box out back that you heated up water, and it ran through inside through fans and blew out. You know what I'm talking about, right?
Uh-huh.
Well, they hired some ginger girl that was like a socialite, and for my like helper, and she couldn't even pick up a 55-gallon drum and dump the trash. I mean, that's what part of her job. But she started going like sucking on the boss's ass and trying to change all of our computer programs and all this shit. And she was an idiot.
Right.
So I said, go out there and get the sawdust out underneath the table saw. And she went out there and threw it in that fire. She came in looking like a steel wool.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because that's
funny.
like gunpowder, that sawdust.
Yeah, it is.
She opened up that thing and threw it in there. It just came out and singed all her hair and eyelashes and everything. She quit.
Oh man, that's crazy. Well, see, that's they say common sense isn't so common, and think before you act.
That's not, and it's not now. Freedom is spelled FREEDUMB. Hey, it's no child left behind. Now you got all these bozos running around killing their grandparents for money.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy.
Bad words to my mom or my grandma in their life when they were alive. You just didn't go there.
No, in fact, I'm Italian, so growing up, there was a strong emphasis put on family, and
children are to be seen and not heard. We didn't, unless we were spoken to, we didn't speak.
Exactly.
That's just the way kids were.
We were the first remotes. When they needed the channel change, they usually banged you on the head and say, hey, go turn on channel 4.
And you say, turn the TV over instead of the channel. People would say, turn the TV over. You're old enough, you had that foil antenna and coat hanger shit,
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. That's what.
You're my age. It wasn't even VCRs when I was in high school. They weren't even invented yet.
No, in fact, the first Beta machine came out right after I got out of high school, I think.
Sony Betamax, I still got one. And that guy, he tried to sell it here to RCA, and they all wouldn't do it. So Sony, is an American guy.
Now, I did learn a trick with those. This is back in the day. Of course, everything now is on Blu-ray and DVD and CD. But, back in the day, those Beta machines were built a little bit differently than your VCRs.
They were a lot better quality, everything.
Yeah, but there was something about what was the deal? The filters that they used in them, they didn't have the same features on the filters for like recording. So like if you went to
would get dirty probably, huh?
Well, like if you went to your local, and I don't even remember what they were back in the day, but say Blockbuster, and you went and rented a VHS. Yeah, you couldn't record from video. You couldn't record from VHS to VHS because they had some kind of code put in them, and it scrambled them.
That's why you had to buy the generic Apex and stuff that was cheap, because they could afford to put that stuff in there.
Well, but what I found out is, that's where your Beta machines didn't have those filters. Not every movie, but there was a ton of movies that you could record from VHS onto Beta because it didn't have that scramble device.
Well, just like, when you burn movies on the DVD, most of those good players wouldn't play them because they had that protection thing on them, you know.
Yeah, yeah, and they even had them.
Apex, they'd play them just fine because they're cheap.
Yeah, they, like I said, they even had them on the VCRs back in the day. It would scramble the signal, but for some reason those betas never had that filter. And like I said, not every movie, but I'd say probably 50% of the VCR movies we tried to record on the beta we were successful with.
I used to get fucking black market VHS, and then people get up and go to the bathroom while you're watching the movie on them. They filmed it in the theater, you know.
Right, right.
Audio is plugged in, but you know they could only shine it at the screen. Couldn't really hook it into the video on the camera, you know.
But hell, you got to figure back in those days when people were bootlegging stuff, they didn't have cell phones with little tiny cameras. They were trying to smuggle in complete,
Hey,
you know.
They kept a warehouse in New York and had like 100 VCRs in there taping one movie, you know.
See, that was my first giveaway on the moon landing. You know, I remember watching the moon landing live. I was sitting in the living room folding clothes with my mom. I remember it vividly.
Hey, you know what? You're gonna freak, dude. Never mind. Go ahead.
But no, come back to it. But the thing that amazed me that as a kid that I looked at, I told my dad, I said, you know, if these are the first two guys to the moon, who's standing down there filming, watching this thing come down out of the sky?
Mm-hmm.
And he didn't. And he said, well, they have cameras mounted to the legs of the limb. Now you should remember this is back in '69. Remember how big them freaking cameras were, and I'm thinking, now show me any photograph that's got a picture of that limb sitting there on the moon with these big ass cameras hanging off the legs.
Well, you know, to the temperature too was like 300 or 400 and 300 400 below it when the sun was. They didn't have the stuff in their equipment. You know, I mean, it's so dumb.
Yeah. It'd condensate and everything, especially with the human body heat putting off moisture. I mean,
supposedly they had the door going to the inside on it, and it wasn't big enough to hold the parachute. Supposedly that they landed in the water with it wasn't big enough to hold the parachute inside it. And then they took that limb, you know, the doom buggy up there on it too. Like, come on.
I know. Well, that's what I'm getting at is how did you fit those three guys? And the parachute,
folded up at the bottom, and it fit underneath it. It just
and the rocket engine that got them up there. I mean, there's a lot going on right there. And mind you, the whole thing's wrapped in something that's no thicker than aluminum foil. But yeah, we've got meteorites that are punching holes in the supposed space station. But
it's called the International Swim Station.
Oh, I know, I get it. But you know, don't think.
Being underwater, that's just too much.
All right, goodbye, Janine. I've been kind of watching Janine's comments here through the chat.
What you guys doing while you
Hey, there you go. Look at there.
I'm always like, even when I get new friends on Facebook, I used to draw their name out, and I draw people birthday cards. Better than going
right on. Well, you are pretty talented there, brother. I hate to tell you.
I just always doodled a whole lot.
Right. And that's kind of funny because the talented ones don't really recognize it as a talent. It's just something they do.
Yeah, I can't help it. I've always done it.
Right.
People talking about growing gardens and all this foraging and fish. I've done that my whole life. That's just the way we live. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, I get it. That's like when I work on boats out here and people are amazed and how do you do that? And it's just what I do, man. I only know one way to do something, and that's the right way.
Yeah, you say the same shit as me. It's pretty crazy. Yeah. I was raised that way. Don't do anything half-assed. Just, you know, you have to do it again.
Right. So what were you going to say about the moon landing bit with me folding clothes and stuff?
Oh, well, it was just kind of like I asked my mom what she was doing whenever Kennedy got killed, and you know, a big event, and she said the same thing my mom was doing, ironing clothes. But it's probably that time of day, and you know, that's how indoctrinated they were. She was doing the exact same thing, just because her mom did it at the same time.
That's funny. Well, what's even funnier about that is, okay, I was actually born on Cape Cod, Massachusetts. So, and my mom,
wandering hippie lives.
Yeah, so my mom actually grew up out there, and it's not that she knew the Kennedys personally. She may have, I don't know.
Hey,
But
I got pictures of them and stuff. I got from a garage sale once that people were from Boston or something.
there you go. But that whole group of islands out there, they all visited each other. I mean, and even if you didn't rub elbows with the Kennedys, my God, they were your neighbors. The whole nation knew who they were, let alone the people who live right there on the island. You know what
I was born the year that Kennedy got killed, and my son I had my granddaughter named Kennedy on my birthday.
Wow. Well, check this out. That's what I'm about to tell you, talking about how energy moves. And this is another one that I can't explain. I don't know. But so my mom was an actual switchboard operator, because you figure back in back in those days, again, no cell phones and the phone hanging on your wall. You go back far. Pardon?
Ma Bell, I think
Yeah.
you call it.
Yeah, Ma Bell, but she worked for him out there on the Cape, and she was an actual switchboard operator, because back in those days, they transferred calls across manual. And so she was actually working the switchboard when the assassination calls started coming in, and I was in her womb. Okay. Now, I don't know what I know she went through some emotional whatever when she found out that he'd been killed, because that was their idol, Camelot and all that other crap. But what I found ironic about it was I was born on March 15th, the Ides of March, which is the assassination date of Julius Caesar, and my firstborn son was actually born on JFK's anniversary of his assassination, November 22nd. That whole assassination,
That's like meaning too. 11/22.
Yeah, and now how did that work? That I was in the womb for Kennedy's assassination, and then my son's born on the anniversary of his assassination.
Yeah, like Kennedy and Lincoln. Look at all that stuff that went together with their assassinations. Is Lincoln's secretary's name Kennedy, and Kennedy's secretary's name Lincoln? It's just one thing.
Oh, really?
In the theater, and I mean, it's all exactly. I mean, you can look it up. My grandpa was a coin collector, and they used to have a Kennedy, a penny that had Kennedy stamped beside Lincoln on it, and it was called the Kennedy Lincoln penny. And it had a little piece of paper came with it, told like 25 different things that were in common with their assassination.
Well, here's something that I stumbled across. Okay, so are you familiar with the different tales of like Tiamat and Marduk?
Nibiru, like Inky and
Okay,
yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so hang on. So check this out. So if you go down Inky's bloodline, you will find somebody called Marduk. Okay.
Yeah, I know.
And they say, well, this is where the connection gets made. They say that Marduk is also a planet that's part of the asteroid belt. It's been blown up.
Wormwood. I think some people call it Wormwood, Nibiru.
I don't know. All I know is supposedly there's two planets. The asteroid belt isn't a bunch of leftovers from God making. No, they're leftovers from planets being destroyed. Okay, so what's funny is if you look at the name Marduk, and it's supposedly this blown up planet out there in the asteroid belt, and then you look down Inky's bloodline, you'll find a Marduk. Well, on the play that I'm watching, Trump is playing the part of Inky, and he's been associated with that Q phenomenon. And if you look at who the different Qs are in this world, JFK is listed as a Q. So you've got Inky and Marduk's blown up in the asteroid field. You've got Trump and JFK had his brains blown out.
Coincidence? I think not.
Tell me how weird that one is, and what does that mean? Fuck, I don't know.
I know, I like that shit. Like I tell you, you think you're gonna find out all truth when the end comes, and I said, what if it's a big, tall Ashton Kutcher that goes, burn? Nothing, like.
I know. What you die and you find you're nothing more than a 13-year-old sitting at a computer watching porn.
Yeah. I always heard that in the future, uh, when shit becomes worth the value of gold, poor people will be born without an asshole.
Right.
That was like written on a stall in 8th grade in the bathroom. I'm like, who the fuck thought that up? You know what I mean?
I know, right? Where does this stuff come from?
Oh,
Yeah,
man.
I've thought about that by a great many things. That's just like that 8-year-old kid that thought he was a god and all this other stuff. Couldn't fathom the idea of working for a living. Why did my dad have to go do a job every day? What's up with that?
You need to talk to Huey Lewis. I'm taking what I'm giving because I'm working.
I'm working for a living, right? And I
God even
never.
tells you, even if you do it for yourself, for pride, and you do a good job in your work, even if it's.
Oh no! I get all of it, but
No, I'm just saying that's what I'm saying.
when there's certain things I believe
I
that.
quit the pride system. I don't do it anymore. I ain't going back here. I did. I just can't
Oh
do it.
no!
I was working Applebee's for 3 weeks, all I could take. Everybody there had. I mean, never mind. We can talk about it. But
I hear
they
you.
were all like fluently, genderly, like it was crazy, dude. They had. They let the servers have tattoos and piercings in their nose, their ears, their lips, and tattoos on their necks. I mean, I'm sorry, man. Nothing against that, but not in a restaurant serving food. It's just
Right. Well, they're worried about hair nets on your hair. What about the?
right. It doesn't look right. I think there's professionalism that
Right.
makes people in a tattoo parlor or something, but I think that's there desensitizes people to that kind of stuff.
Oh yeah, most definitely. It's all a psyop.
And you're not supposed. I'm pretty strict on. You either have to go by the Bible or you don't. And my dad was a preacher, and I've always that's the only book that really resonated. And it just, I don't know. It's like when you see something like Sasquatch and people tell you, you're full of shit. It's like if you have a brother and somebody says you don't have a brother, you really don't care what they think because you already know you have a brother.
Yeah. Yeah.
Some things if I knew white was black, God couldn't convince me any better if I knew I was right. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, and the funny thing is, there's some people that, and things get misconstrued too, because you can say something specific, like, somebody could be talking about something, let's say, it's something that's going on in the world, and you may not care about that particular thing, but it doesn't change your love for that person, right?
No, exactly. You know what? Everyone takes everything personal nowadays. When you're talking to them, they think you're talking to them only. And
Exactly.
You're not. I tell people this. I'm talking in general. I'm not talking
Yes.
about you. And they'll still, if they defend themselves again, because you are talking about them.
Yeah, and if you say I don't care about this
I
particular
know you don't
thing,
care. That's what women always say. Oh, I know you don't care. Oh my God.
and therefore you don't, and therefore they misconstrue that with not loving them.
Hey, I know. You know what the difference is? People don't know the difference between complaining and explaining. There's a big difference. You can't really have a conversation with anybody unless it's crazy. People seem to
Well,
snap.
the biggest problem that I see, quite honestly, is like, okay, and we'll just get back to like a couple situation, because this is where it comes through the most. Because realistically, I can sit here and tell you, man, Sassy, love your brother, right? And it's not like people are gonna think we're gonna go run off and get in bed. You know what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? But when you're in a male-female relationship and people say I love you, sometimes they really don't understand what that word truly means, because you cannot truly love somebody unless you have empathy for that person.
You have to love yourself, and people will say it's stupid, but if you can't love yourself, you can't love anybody.
Exactly.
You can't
And
be
even
I know people that say, I know I'm a piece of shit and all that. I said, why are you talking bad about yourself? To me, that just doesn't make sense. Why would you degrade yourself? That means you have low self. You got to stand up for yourself at least. You know what I mean?
God helps them who helps themselves.
Exactly, and faith doesn't make things easier, it makes it possible.
Right. Nobody ever said it was going to be easy. In fact, that's the biggest problem is okay, so and you've seen this happen, let's go back 10 years when things were supposedly normal, which they weren't. You were going to go get a job and you placed all these thoughts and ideas long before you even had that job about what that job was going to bring you. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And instead of just going through the process, because it's people who put their expectations on things that actually get disappointed in the situation that they're in, because they had a particular expectation, the situation didn't meet that expectation, so now they've got a problem. Where if they'd have just went into it without thinking about a damn thing and just took it, saw it, lived it, and learned it.
That's just like the natural events take place.
Yes.
I've been told I don't worry, I forgive people too much, but I live in the moment, and patience is a virtue, because so many times I just sit back and let it fall in my lap instead of chasing it. And it happens. Hey, I saw somebody the other day that did something that proved it. He said, when you go to Walmart or anywhere and you said, I need to park back here because I won't find a place in the front. Well, they said, and I've done it every time since then. I thought I'm getting a place right up front, and I have every single time. I mean, it's still going. It's like, what the fuck? So when I pull in there, I'm like, I'm going to park in the front, and there's an empty spot.
Dude, I do that all the time, and I'll do you one better. You ready for this? Okay. So I stopped playing in the Matrix almost a year ago. Okay. And by that, I mean, I've had a very, 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 I discussed my business earlier. I mean, I have customers in not only Missouri, but every single state that touches Missouri. I have customers in Louisiana, Texas, Florida, North Dakota, Arizona, California, Texas. I mean, I've got them all over this country just because of my work and my quality of work. But I wasn't ever chasing anything, but I was letting the business drive me. I always had like a waiting list of like 20 to 30 boats trying to get in here to be worked on. And I sacrificed a lot of, family time, but it wasn't.
Company man, you call that.
Yeah, but it was.
You're dedicated to your work.
Right, and it paid because the work gave back to me as much as I put into it. See what I'm saying?
Oh yeah. Plus, the longer you're there, the longer you don't have to be around your old lady. That's what I would say.
And you've seen me, and you've seen me and Tanya together, talk together. That was my old lady, so it wasn't like it was a bad thing.
My mind, dude, I had no clue.
Yeah, see, so it wasn't a bad thing. It was just it ended up not being her thing.
Never said a bad word about you, and you never said nothing bad about her, and no one said anything.
No, that's not how we operate.
Cool, though. That's the first time, dude. I've had friends though that smoke cigarettes, and I didn't know it because they never did it around me.
Right.
That's that's a friend.
Right. And the funny thing, and
they avoided it instead of most people just do it in front of you and go, "Well, I smoke. Too bad." You know what I mean?
Right. And the funny thing is just in the time that she's been gone, because she's having to find her own path, right. and now she gets to work on herself and be the giver down there, helping her uncle, right? So that's helping to raise her vibration, and I can see it. She, if her and I were to talk, and I would point out to her, I see the difference. She and her and her.
Love somebody to death, but some people just can't live together.
Right, and because she's living in her shoes, and she thinks she's still the same person as she was 3 months ago, right? She probably doesn't see the change in her that I see.
Yeah, because people look at you differently than you look at yourself.
Exactly. So I can see it's hard
for people to get past that,
Right, and I can see the growth in her, but at the same time, we're still on two separate
planes.
Yeah, I mean, and they're not and they're not separated by much, but there again, that just goes to show how they
may be on the same level, but it's a different level.
Yeah, he said walk the narrow path, right?
Exactly. Yep.
And I'm coming to find that that's, like I said, when you compare people like Tanya and I, who we get along so well together, you wouldn't know a thing, nobody knows a thing, da 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 da. But it's just that slight difference that you can tell. I mean, it's just, I don't know. It's kind of amazing. I don't know.
I was at this dude's house once, and this couple came in and sit down by each other, and they were young, and they were sitting as far away from their shoulders, away from each other as they could. You know what I mean? I said, "Are you guys been dating very long?" Like, no. And I said, "Well, you're not gonna make it because you're already." You can see they were just reflecting off each other like magnets against each other.
Yeah, miles apart.
Happy, and it was showing in their body, language.
Exactly. See, and that's the other thing too. When I can tell somebody, man, I can read your body language.
Hey, most people don't pay attention to detail. I had a pawn shop, and you need to know if people are lying. You know what I mean? You learn, like Judge Judy, she can talk to them 30 seconds ago. You're a liar. You're guilty. Because you ask people questions that they're going to tell true, like where they went to school, and look where they look in their head. Because when they look the opposite way, they're lying.
Yep.
They're making it up. That's your imagination the other way, And
those are those.
And it's an easy giveaway once you learn it.
Yeah, it's those baseline questions. You get them to tell a couple truths, and then you can spot when they're telling a lie.
And that's why cops are like they are, because when you lie, they're done. As soon as you say even a little bitty lie, like they'll come to your house because somebody said you're being loud. And they sit out there for 10 minutes and listen to you scream your aunt. And then you come to the door. I wouldn't yell it. So you're done. They know you're a liar. But everybody lies to the cops. I mean.
Hey, that's okay. It also works both ways. And Tanya can vouch for this. We used to have this neighbor. We lived actually up the road in Clinton. We moved out of town, but for a while we lived
in Blue Springs till 6 months ago.
Really, that's where Tanya went to school at back in her younger day.
I like it up there. I like Clinton too. We got a good Mexican restaurant there.
That El Porto right there on the intersection.
I ate there several times.
Really, I love that joint, man. If you're going to be up that way again, you should let me know because damn, I love that place. I've eaten there many times.
Yeah, I used to go stay with my daughter a lot in Clinton. About halfway through.
But we had this neighbor that got all pissy woo with us because he kept parking his crap in our backyard because we didn't have any fences, and it wasn't like in the backyard, but he'd encroach a couple feet, and so. I actually paid like $400 and had him come out and survey my land.
Yeah.
And come to find out, half the land between us that we were giving him just because that's where we thought the boundary was when I bought the house. We were told it ran right here. Well, come to find out, it ran like a foot from his house. I could literally stand on the edge of my property and reach over and bang on his window.
That's ironic. That's what that is.
Yeah, so he got all pissy woo because he had to pull up a bunch of gardens and all this other crap, okay? So he started calling the cops on me like 4 and 5 times a month, at least once a week, and all he was doing was complaining that my dog was making noise. So the cops would come over like 1:30, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the morning, bang on the door. You go down there. What do you want, man? I got your neighbor complaining because your dog's barking. I'm like, give me a fucking, give me a break. Do you hear him barking?
I would call the cops my worst enemy.
Yeah. So anyway, there's one cop. And the cops got tired of coming down all the time too on these stupid calls. So the one cop came down and I knew him and I don't remember his name right off. I'll think of it maybe here in a second. And I said, look, here's the deal. I said, you guys are down here all the time. I said, look, you're actually parked out in front of my property. I said, you're standing here on my front porch. I said, my dogs protect my property, but are they barking even right now with you standing on my porch? And he goes, no, I can't hear them because they weren't barking. I said, that's exactly it. They're not barking. This guy is just harassing me, and he's using you guys to do it with the threat of my barking dogs. And it's all because of this whole property line thing. And he goes, you know what? We're going to solve this right now. And he actually went over and knocked. So here it is, 3 a.m. He's over knocking on the neighbor's door. Come on out here, man. He goes, I need to have a word with you. And he goes, you know, I'm standing right here, and we just walked from his place to your place, and his dogs still aren't barking. And he goes, you know, they're not really barking, are they? And he's like, well, no. And so the funny thing is so basically right there to that officer, he admitted to falsifying police reports on numerous occasions, and all they told him was, well, just don't do it again.
Well, that's crazy. You know, here when we had the pawn shop, people, when I worked on the battlefield, they had apartments next to it, and people would hit the alarm on the glass. And every time, the cops only come like 3 or 4 times a month, and after that, it's $75 every time they charge.
Wow.
To check on alarms that are false, you know?
Right.
Yeah.
That's crazy. My
Well,
alarms.
People off in the apartments, and they did it every night.
My alarms are my dogs out here.
Oh yeah.
They usually let me know. Well, my dogs. I have one. I have a cat that thinks it's a dog, but that's about it.
Yeah, it goes along with the world, don't it?
Right.
Hey, you know what do you call that guy that the redheaded guy that wears a dress? Transgender.
Oh my goodness! I was at Walmart it's been a couple weeks probably now, and I walked in there, and dude, I shit you not, there was this guy in there. He was probably 6'1", 6'2", real skinny, but he had his hair all done up in barrettes, and he had like this pink full-length chiffon dress on with his Walmart uniform over it.
Oh, he worked there.
Yes. And he's plopping around like some little girl with barrettes in his hair and this big old pink dress on and these little girly shoes.
Hey, there was a guy, he's in pawn shop, and this dude's like 6'6", and his name Billy Joe something, but he ugliest guy you ever seen too, and he dressed like a woman with big heels, dresses, and he went to swap meet, and he worked at Burger King. Well, this old lady that worked at Burger King was crazy, and she talked to herself all the time, you know. And I said, "You work with that old lady?" "Oh man, she's crazy." And here he is, a grown man dressed like a bitch. You know, everything like that. You know, he's like, "What the fuck are you saying? She's weird. Look at you, motherfucker."
Right. Yeah, I mean, you know.
He was scary.
Now my younger undisciplined self would have probably jumped all over that guy in Walmart, but the new just walk my path guy just looked at him and shook his head and went about my business.
I know. I was in Blue Springs at the mall. Some guy had a man bun, and I made fun of him. And he started coming toward me. I said, "You just better go the other way right now." Well, I said, "Nice man bun," you know, and it pissed him off. It was like, that shit's so stupid. What? I mean, I'm sorry. If you're a guy and you wear a man bun, grow up. Come on.
Right.
I don't have. I mean, it just don't make sense to me at all. I mean, I've had weird hair.
I don't have a bun per se, but I have all my hair from the front, back. I just have it all pulled back into one big ponytail back there.
I ain't never cut mine again.
No. Yep, that's kind of like mine. That's why I keep mine in a ponytail. Mainly because of all the grinding and all the shit that I do.
Doing that shit, I'd have fucking dude on almost.
Yeah, so I've been keeping it in the pump, but man, I haven't had a haircut in probably 20.
I always cut my hair anyway. But how much? When you do your gel coating and stuff, how quick does it dry with the stuff you mix up?
It depends on the temperature and how much catalyst I put in, but typically,
I didn't know how long you left it to work with.
Usually I've got about 15 to 20 minutes of pale time before it starts kicking off in the gun, and that's the whole thing.
Hot, man. It gets on you. That shit gets hot as a motherfucker, don't it?
Oh yeah, and it'll chemical burn you too. Not only does it get hot, but the chemicals will actually burn you as well.
I just didn't like grinding. You know, it's just nasty. I never. You know, when I was dumb, do you know how to grind fiberglass? Nope. Yeah. Never done it. I lie. That's the only time, because I'm not doing that ever again.
Yeah, no,
if you get in your clothes, take it home, stay in your car, you're giving your kids cancer. I'm serious. You gotta be careful of that shit.
oh yeah,
You know who dies of lung cancer more than the men that remove asbestos is the wives that do their laundry.
right.
Because
Not surprising.
it's called friable when it breaks down like that, and asbestos is mine, and it's like dirt. You know what I mean? And
Yep.
glass does the same thing, except it'll fuck your skin up too, and asbestos doesn't do anything to your skin. You know what I mean?
Actually, what's really funny is I've spent probably the last 30 years working with, fiberglass and polyester and vinyl ester resin and the gel coats. And I remodeled the house and put in my own fiberglass insulation, and that stuff bothered me worse than the.
That shit makes me itch like a son of a bitch.
Yeah. But
Plus,
no,
you'll get
usually.
your skin, you know it. They'll get underneath your skin, and then that shit's stuck.
Oh yeah, yeah. Usually I get about 15, 20 minutes of pot life in the gel, and then it usually has to sit for at least an hour or two before I can start working it in.
You ever use that DebCon 5-minute epoxy?
No.
Well, when I built limousines, they built mirrored ceilings and all of them, and they'd get that Lexan or whatever, it's mirrored plexiglass, and they'd put it in this big frame and bow it to look like a pond. You know what I mean? Kinda. And then they took a number 18 drill bit and drilled all these holes in it, and they'd run that fiber through there, and they would tape it over on the other side of the plexiglass, and then they'd use that glue, that 5-minute epoxy, to keep that fiberglass in place. But you could use it for anything, and it has a hardener. And you could I used it for gun butts and painted it. I mean, it's kind of like liquid plastic.
Right on. Now I use now your typical like bass boat, your typical marine boat that you're going to see around here is made out of what they call polyester resin. Yeah. And for the structural repair work that I do, like if you take your boat out on the lake and drive a stump through it, that's major structural repair.
They have a gold crown. They have a big gold crown with a V8 on it. Shit, like
right.
We ski and wakeboard. And
oh no, out here on Truman, it's flood.
I've been to Truman and Fisherman's. It's a rough motherfucker.
Yeah, so I make a living off of this lake, and I can't tell you how many boats I've repaired that have come in with stumps.
When you're going down the side there, but you fall and bust your ass in big old white rocks.
Oh yeah.
We camped out there several times, and one time I had like 10 kids, my nieces, nephews, and grandkids, and they were all napping arrowheads. I was teaching them how.
Right on. There's a lot of them up there around the lake. People do it all the time, especially when we've had a dry area.
Yeah, Truman Lake. Someone told me that a meteor hit there because they got coolest rocks up there, badass rocks, don't they?
Hey guys,
really?
can you fucking believe this shit? 26. I had 26 subscribers earlier today. I changed my avatar. I changed my name. Fucking told people.
Yeah, but hey, you know what? Hey, I talked to Google a long time ago about that, and a lot of times if it's a fake account, which a lot of people do to watch you and stuff, they'll just delete it. They said that's some of it. So and it could be. Yeah. I know.
The thing is, man, I made a video just now. I showed it, and all people got to do is if I need to know who subbed to my channel so I can start modding people. The thing is, I want to know who subbed to my channel. I mean, some people don't care.
Hey, there's some way you can see your subs on the studio.
Yeah, but it's not always accurate because when I hopped in on the studio, even the ones that are subbed to your channel, they say they still are, but they're no longer subbed to your channel. Because I've had people tell me.
When you go to somebody that subbed you, it'll say public subscriber on their thing if they're subbed to you.
It's fucking retarded, man. I mean, YouTube changes every fucking thing, man. A decade ago, they had to where if you were rolling in a chat, you had your own stream. You had the chat log on one fucking side, and then on the other side, you knew who the fuck was coming in your room. Nobody could hide. You could see every person that comes in your room.
Yeah, they ain't like that anymore.
All they do is you see how many people that show up. That's it. You don't see who comes in. And
it's like TikTok. TikTok, when you go in there, it tells them right then you're in there.
Yeah.
You go in there.
I mean, it's gotten so.
You do TikTok?
Hell no. My kids did. I had to remove them off there. That shit is fucking government
Oh,
communist
it's
China.
I mean, I use it for. I watch people that fish and play music.
Yeah, I've never had TikTok. My kids had it. I had
Hey,
to
dude,
remove
I
it
like
all.
it though. Hey, I've met some really cool people on there, like hippies that smoke weed and musicians, and especially people that fish. There's some people catching some monster shit in places, dude. And a lot of people make their own lures, and like really, I've learned a lot on TikTok just from. It's like anything; you can get good or bad at anything, you know.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, with me, man, I just if people are going to sub to other people's channel, whether it be mine or anybody else. I mean, either they're going to be real and come in right, or just don't even fucking come around at all.
Yeah, but you
Seriously.
know what? If someone subs you and then they don't come there and visit you, then you're not gonna get notifications. It's all about that.
That's retarded, man. I'm
But you know,
just gonna.
you gotta interact with people if you want. Or if you want interaction, you have to interact. That's how it works.
Yeah. And it used to be too, when you were in a chat room in YouTube, you could push on anybody's little thumbnail there, and you could go to their channel and see who they were.
The moderator, though, it's back to that now, though.
Yeah. Now the only way you can go look and see if somebody's other channel is if you're a moderator.
And they just brought that back a few months ago.
See, the reason why I wanted to do this is because whoever subbed to my channel, they will automatically be moderated. And if any fucking infiltrators come in starting shit, bam, they're done. They're gone. Over. Fuck them.
I don't have any anymore, dude. I just don't, because I don't go there. I don't go to any channels that's drama anymore. I mean,
if you think
poor dirt farmer every now and then, but the other day I went there and man, he was just like, I don't know what he was doing, but he was just screaming and yelling shit I did not like to hear about the Bible and Jesus. You know, I will not listen to that. That's why I leave, because I'm going to stand up for
every person that is sub to my channel. They're going to be modded and they're going to be approved users, because I do both of them. I make sure they're both modded and approved.
I just mod people when they come in. That's all I do.
The good thing is I think you do more on a person's channel when you're an approved user. So I got you as a mod and approved. I did it to Darlene. I've done it to.
I've never even seen that approved user thing before, because I just do everything on my phone.
Oh, I have. I go to YouTube Studio and do that.
But the one on the phone doesn't have all that other shit like that.
No.
When I get off here, I'm gonna, because I am sub to your channel, Scott. I'm gonna make you a mod and an approved user as well.
Yeah, I'm sub to you as well, I believe, Patrick.
Yeah, I'm gonna crack down on these fucking.
The other thing you got to keep in mind too is, you know, if you go to one of these places, and I've seen it happen. This is what happens. You go to one of these places to like promote and grow your channel, and everybody gets in the room and everybody's kumbaya and they're all subbing and subbing each other.
Yeah, but some people don't even sub you.
Yeah, well, and what'll happen is you know, you'll have 1 million people sub you, and then just because that's what they did, right? And then pretty soon, you know, if they're not into whatever you're putting out on YouTube, it's just going to end up filling up their subscription page, and you'll end up getting unsub because they only subbed you in the first place because it was the trendy thing to do at that moment in time.
Hey, I only sub people that I'm interested in what they're doing. That's that's what I do.
Right.
Yeah. See, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to write down every person that's subbed to my channel. I'm going to make sure they're written down on my shit, and they'll all be moderators in my fucking room, and the rest of them just go
in the
piss off
studio.
the
It should tell you last 28 days. It'll say plus or minus your subscribers on your YouTube studio. You know what I mean?
I can't believe it, dude. It's some of these fucking people are stupid. They want to come in here and they want to pretend to be cool with you, and then they want to sit there and be fake and fucking remove their shit just for their own.
But yeah, don't sweat it though. Because that's the way people are.
What's the old expression?
Well, I mean, everyone in life is going to hurt you. You just have to figure out which ones we're suffering for.
What's the old expression? Don't sweat the petty things, pet the sweaty things.
Yeah, something like that.
Oh.
Yeah, because basically it doesn't matter, like we were talking earlier, it's just a platform. It's no different than going to your local bar or to the local Walmart. You're going to meet people, you're going to run into people. Some people are going to seem really cool running into them at Walmart, and you run into them again at Walgreens and they're a dick. I mean, YouTube is nuts. YouTube is just a little capsule of life. There's all different types running
right
through.
there, because we'll have like 20 people that know what's going on, But if you go out in the real world, no one knows what's going on. You ask them about anything like we talk about, they're like, "What are you talking about?" They don't even watch YouTube, or you know what I mean? They don't even know anything
Right.
except what the TV tells them. That's it.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. And then you have some YouTube channels, you'll go there and they might have, 1,000 subscribers, 20 people, 30 people in a chat, and they're all talking. But at the same time, in their little world, they seem to represent some bigger faction of that isn't there. I mean, you figure how many millions of people are on YouTube, and you got 20 of them. You got 20 of them in your
People with
chat.
70,000 subs and have 3 people in their chat.
Yeah, I mean, come on, you're not talking to the whole world here. It's don't take yourself so seriously. It's just it's no different. YouTube to me is no different, and that's how I approach the videos that I put up. YouTube to me is no different than writing a damn thing down on a piece of paper and hanging it up at the window at the local gas station, or writing it on the bathroom wall, for crying out loud. I mean.
Well, I think, I write and draw every day, and I take notes on everything I do. And something about writing it down makes it so.
It's just with me, man. I don't really take it seriously. It gets irritating because when you have people come in and they want to be respectful.
You take it a little seriously, because one, you wouldn't do it if you did, and then two,
Yeah. Like if you want me to be serious, honestly, it's like it's what I'd say if it wasn't you. I'd say, well, like that's fine, but you can rant about it on your own time, not on mine.
Right.
You know what I mean? I'm just saying, I don't want to hear it. And I'm not meaning anything, but this is the way people are too. But you can turn people off just in your tone, because a lot of people don't realize they're talking to you that way. I mean, I worked with this guy, he was on the company, and when people would start, I go, look, if he starts yelling at you, don't yell back. Why? Because he don't know he's yelling at you. So he'll think you're yelling at him.
Exactly.
He doesn't realize he's yelling, he's going to think you're yelling for no reason, because that's just how he was.
It's just real irritating. I mean,
I know it is, dude, and I know it. You can vent with me anytime.
I mean, I'm not serious about it. It's just fucking irritating, dumb. Fucking,
I've never thought about the sub thing. It just goes up, and you never control it. Like I mean, I had to drop 40 before, or like 25, because I said the wrong shit.
Yeah.
Hey, I don't care either, because I want people here, because I'm not. This is how I am. If I tell people, if you don't like it, kick rocks, because I don't want pebbles in my stream.
Exactly. And besides, the way I look at it, quite honestly, we talk about just like that right there. You can't control a damn thing. The only thing we do control in this world is our mood, period.
And how we react. That's how we react to things.
Exactly.
That's the key to everything. You got a 50-50 chance. Everything that people have gotten in trouble for was one bad decision, your life's over. One bad decision is all it takes.
Yep.
Drinking, driving, or shooting somebody, or anything. You just can't. You got to keep control. People that kill themselves, they're not in their right mind, because someone in their right mind can't kill themselves.
Exactly. Exactly.
So they're temporarily insane. They got drugs, evil. They're not. And when you're not in your right mind, you'll do things you never thought you'd do.
Ain't that the truth?
You got to keep your head clear and not watch all this garbage on TV. Like the person I live with watches murder cases, forensic files, and all that crap. I'm like, I don't want to see this. You know what I mean? What's the purpose of it? None.
Hey, I was gonna say something about that earlier, about the things that we bring into our world. Okay. So I told you I stepped out of the matrix about a year ago. Okay. And when I say I stepped out of the matrix, I shut down my business. I stopped paying taxes. So in Missouri, you realize if you don't pay your taxes, you can't get tags, right?
I mean, that's just your property tax.
Huh?
Your property tax.
I ain't paid none of it.
Well, that's what you have to pay, property tax, but it's not very much. I didn't pay it for 3 years, and it was like $30 or some shit.
No. I get it, but I'm not. I told you I'm not participating in that. So I currently drive around with expired. Yeah. And what's funny is, and this is where Tanya used to give me a hard time all the time about hey, there's cops. And I kept telling her, quit bringing them into my world. Yeah. Okay. because that's one of those things that I go out and speak into existence every single day. When I get behind the wheel, the first thing I say is clear the road ahead of me. And if I do see a cop along the way, which I have run into them, in fact, this is kind of funny because Tanya was with me when I got a ticket for expired tags. He flat told me, he said, man, your bright orange tag stands out like anything. We know it's wrong, okay? Now, since Tanya and I have been apart, I have actually even passed that exact same highway patrol guy, and he just kept on going. And all I do, I have the mindset that the cops do not exist in my world, because realistically, I don't need a cop to tell me how to do my thing. I'm not the only thing that
right? You don't need directives. That's all they give.
right, and so. The first thing I do is I clear my path, and if by chance I do cross one and I see him coming, I just do the old Jedi mind trick. This is not the droid you're looking for. And since Tanya and I have been apart, and there again, Tanya's not an evil person. I'm not saying that at all, but it's just. It's just you cannot. It's just that other people can bring crap like that into your world. Where just I found being solo.
Toxic people you have to avoid, no matter if it's family or whoever.
Right, and she's not toxic. It's just that she didn't have that understanding about building the world that we were driving through.
Well, a lot of people. Yeah, somebody has to tell you. You have to read it. A lot of stuff you take for granted that most people don't. A lot of stuff.
Right.
What the general public is called the general public for what they don't know makes them the general public. You know what I mean?
Exactly. And there again, I'm just thankful that somehow I saw through it all, because I'm still wondering how that happened.
Mine was I got started getting divorced, but I went without utilities for no utilities for a year, and I didn't watch TV, and it just went away. When it first, I just got deprogrammed. I think I don't know, because you're watching that shit. It's like I go over to Buddy's house and he's got it on, and I'll be sitting there and I'll catch myself looking right at it, and staring at it for no apparent reason because I ain't watching it. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Is that weird? I didn't know he's back there, Patrick. Sorry. Oh, I guess he was. See, add to stream. There we go. Do you get up here? Yeah.
Is he there?
Yeah,
I didn't know
I was. It's weird. It's weird because I was looking through my YouTube studio, and it only shows 8 out of 15 people that are subbed to me, and you two are one of them. It says on my list, but there's 8 out of 15.
Hey, that's okay.
People are always saying that I had to sub you again. Well, if you get their notifications, you're subbed. If it says so or not, I studied that through YouTube. It's a glitch in their AI or algorithm.
Yeah, their algorithm.
You're not subscribed. If you get the notifications, you still are. Is what it said.
Yeah,
sometimes and hit subscribe like every time I go there, but when I go back again, it's not on the subscribe because you're already subscribed. You know what I mean? It's something like that.
My YouTube dashboard says I have 235 subscribers, but when you look on my homepage, it only says I have 176 or 67 or something.
See, the thing with me though is that I would rather have at least 14 or 15 real people than all of them be fake. You know what I mean? Like if I have 50 people, exactly. At least I know that those 15 people will come and see my page or view my stuff and appreciate what I do.
Well, the thing you got to remember too is the cream will rise to the top. I mean, like I said, you're gonna go through subscription ebbs and flows until you find
the herd. You have to call the herd every now and then.
You guys remember that promo? I think it was Macho Man Randy Savage that did the cream rises to the top. Oh yeah.
In fact, and you never know on YouTube because, like, for example, if you look at my playlist, most my videos average. Okay, my average view I think is somewhere, and I don't know. I don't do the analytics and the statistics. I just run the numbers real quick in my head when I look at it. Okay, it's not hard. My average view is about 50 per video. some a little less, some a little more. Now I have two videos. One's at 185 and one's at 155. Now, why those two particular videos are both over 150 plus and everything else is at 50 and 20 and 70, I have no idea.
It's all about how you word your title, and I studied it, but I just don't give a shit. But like hashtag,
Yeah, exactly.
Hashtag's the main thing. You put things in there that that you want people that are going in and
I don't,
clicking on something, they'll come up.
I don't even know how to hashtag stuff. I'm old school.
Okay. The main thing is keywords when it comes to this algorithm. Like the guy I worked with that built when I built limousines, his was a Craftsman limo. So when he wrote his articles or any of his ads, he put limo in there every sentence because keyword was limo. So the more names that limo's in an ad or whatever, that's who's going to get pulled up first when they put it in.
Yeah, like I said, I use it more like I use more YouTube more like on the video side of it as like a post-it note. I write something down, I stick it on the.
I'm doing this so my grandkids can see how I really was in case people lie. No, I'm just joking.
Right.
Proof's in the pudding.
But you kind of
jog in the woods, go watch it. I only got 2,800 videos. I think you can figure it out by now.
Yeah, I think I don't even have that many. I got maybe 20 videos. I don't know.
2,800, and I got over 150 blocked worldwide now.
There you go.
That's horse dog. I got 31 claims in one stream.
That's how you know you're getting big time is when you're being blocked in other countries, right?
Oh, yeah, because you can get another phone. Like, okay, whenever you use Google, like everybody has to now, the feed when you push in your Google to look for something that has news and all that crap about what? Well, really, it depends on you. It has in there what you look up or say. You don't have to look it up as you're talking. Your conversation, like, I had my roommate and another my friend Mark in the Philippines. We all went into Google. And I said, "No, what is your show?" They were all different because it's only what they cater to you. It's all the stuff you like or talk about. Is what'll be in that news feed. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
And then it's funny too, because people don't know that, and then when they start, I say, "What's in yours?" and they start telling you, and they don't realize that they're telling you what they watch, and sometimes it's like, it's like, oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean, you figure every with our ages being similar, even going back to the days of the rotary phone hanging on the wall, you figure especially in this digital age, every single conversation, everything you've ever looked up, everything is tracked. Even your old conversations on the landlines were monitored.
People that freak out in fear, it's about selling you shit, though. It's about what you're eating, what you're buying. They're trying to cater to you to make money off of you. That's what they're good at. It ain't about. They got to have people to rule over, and what gets power if there's nobody there to tell what to do. I mean, you gotta have the peasants. You gotta have the peasants,
No, I hear you. I understand it. I understand.
I don't worry about all these people were panicking about. I just didn't care, and I mean, there's a lot of people I used to go to. I couldn't stand it when they sit there, like if there's somebody in a stream that's kind of like just write down everything they say in the chat, and then go back and look at it, and there could be 100 comments and not one of them is positive. You can tell they're the one in there spreading the fear and causing shit, Have you ever been in a chat and one person comes in, says a couple of sentences, and the whole chat goes to shit real quick?
Hey, I'll tell you one thing. I watched, and I'm not going to say any names because it is what it is. But I visit a lot of different chat rooms. I get a lot of different opinions. I like to see what people are talking about. And there's one place in particular I used to go, and it seems like, here's the deal. Anybody who lives in this world can see that it's screwed up. Yeah. They don't need a panel of 3 and 4 people and 30 more in chat talking about how we all see it's screwed up. But see, the thing is the message of positivity and reality and the changes that are going on would negate every one of those channels. It's just like the hemp industry would negate every single industry on this planet, the textiles, the pharmaceutical, the oil. The truth they say the truth sets you free. That's the only way that half those platforms can keep their audiences is because they're tapped into
They're
the fear.
the dark side, on the dark side.
Yeah, and they're talking about how.
The dark side will come to you as a light.
Yeah, well, and they keep talking about how, this year is so gloomy as a result from last year and da 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 da. Next
And
year is going to be.
blood moon and the rising. All that stuff's fucking poppycock to me. People got
That's what I'm saying.
About all that astrology and all
No.
that crap. It doesn't mean shit to me. It doesn't really.
That's why you see me participating. Like I'll participate with you here. I participated with Code. I participated with Tanya, because even though everyone may not be on the same level, those platforms, I would rather be in a room that has 10 people in it.
The love, dude. That's all it is.
Yes, I'd rather be in a room that's only got 10 people that are just full of positive vibrations or having a good time than 40 people that are talking about all the doom and gloom that's in the freaking world and how stupid our president.
It's not so much what you believe in, it's how you treat others.
Exactly.
If you treat others right, then you're probably doing the right thing the other way too.
Yeah, it's Scott, you definitely hit the nail, dude. I'd rather have 10 people in my room than like 50 coming in here trying to poach, infiltrate.
It's 100 gill than one big bass.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like
you got to call the herd, because some people wait a long time before they stir the pot and make it stink. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, I'm saying the thing, and the
negative people. Why? I mean, why? I don't understand what's going on. Everybody knows what's going on. Why not just try to help everybody? Because we're all going through it.
Well, exactly, and that's half the problem, though, is because those truther communities, quite honest, all they're doing is they're taking the news and they're representing the news
in the wrong way, because they're fucking how they perceive it's usually not even close.
Exactly, and the news is what it is to begin with.
They create. So if it's on there, they made it on there for a reason.
Half these people that are in the chat rooms all brag about how they don't watch TV anymore, but they're sitting there going over the week's news with somebody who I never, and it almost creates its own divide, because then you have these people running around within the truther community, let's call it, or whatever. I don't care what you want to call it. It's all a label. But you have them all over here saying, okay, you've got this going on, that going on. Well, no. I see it going this way. Well, I see you better stock up on your guns, and because they're
How about you just give yourself that advice? I mean, at my age, I don't need advice from no motherfucker. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Tell me nothing I don't know by now, because I've been through more trials and tribulations than 1,000 people. And so that's sometimes people are here bitching about their hole in their sock. I'm just saying, but. And most people have real problems don't talk about it. Me,
well,
what's fucked up. They don't sit there and whine about it though.
What's really funny is those same people, okay, that will tell you how terrible the world is, do not understand that the world is so terrible because the new world order isn't coming. It's been here.
Yeah, it's a one world order. That's what
yeah,
one religion,
and they don't understand that, because they have fully bought into the concept that it's perfectly natural.
In the box, dude. That's why you can't. When you're in the box, you don't know you're in there because you're in it. And then when you get out, you see it all because you were part of it. And when you get out of it, you see it because, wow, I was fucking stupid. You know what I mean?
And I was
blinded by greed and pride and society agenda. It's over years of desensitizing people over a long period. They planned it a long time ago. They just laughing because they knew it was coming.
Hey, Rob. Hey, Frack. I see some new people coming in down there.
Right on, Rob Random. That's right. No negative vibes, man. See, people I like it now because people know me for I leave when drama starts. People say, you have to live in the world and care about. I don't have to do shit, motherfucker. I don't care about the world. I live in my own world. I raised a whole family. You know what I mean? My world's fine. The little bubble I got the only time I have drama is when I come to this. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it is. I mean, and that
you gotta have balance. So you gotta have that good and bad thing,
And that's the other thing that I find funny too, is you can go to these and I say bigger platforms. They're they're really no different than you or I. It's just, it is what it is.
And you
But
gotta have millions of views to ever make a living or whatever.
well, yeah, but it's kind of silly because they'll sit there and say, I do this for my listeners or whatever. But they don't have an idea who their listeners are because they've never gone to any of the people, like, let's say, that's in their chat. They don't subscribe to them.
They don't even talk to it. Most people don't even talk to people in chat or even recognize that they're there.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying, and so basically that's no different than sitting down and watching a TV program. You're just watching somebody else.
The person on TV ain't gonna say you're a pedophile and a rapist. I mean, people on here is like, if they just try, it's so weird how they make shit up. They're reflecting. People don't realize that.
Yes,
most people are talking about themselves when they're doing this shit.
That's I tell people that all the time. If you're in a perfectly normal relationship and you're going through life and someday at the dinner table one of them brings up the fact that they think the other one's having an affair, usually it's the one that brought it up is the one that's having the affair. Or
if I'm doing it, they got to be doing it too. That's the way they look at it.
Yeah.
How about somebody talking about something and a child and they go, I didn't touch him. What the fuck? Who said you did? Because they're feeling guilty, that's the people that can't even keep it in. You know what I mean? It's like they can't even, they tell on themselves. A lot of people like that.
Yeah, and the funny thing is like you said, hey, I've been there, done that. But like you said again, that's why we can see it, because we somehow pulled ourselves out of it.
It's not where you're from, it's where you're at.
I say that all the time. It doesn't matter whether, people look at me, and this is funny. Okay, so I lived there in Clinton, had a huge house. It was like 2,100 square feet, but it had to be. There was 10 of us living there. Okay.
Yeah, you gotta have a big pad when you got that many people.
And so, we have this big house. I'm self-employed, and we have a few things. Everything I own is old, but it works, and we've got things that we did family stuff in. Like I had an old 1980 pontoon boat that I redid, and I took the family out in that. I did stuff for the family. Now people assumed that because we had this big house, self-employed, that we were rich. Okay, well, we decided to downsize and get into the fifth wheel, and we moved to Pomme de Terre area, and I just drove to work every day. And now all of a sudden, and I'm the same dude, same business, but now all of a sudden, because we live in a fifth wheel, we got to be poor. And it's like, well, first of all, no, we chose to live in a fifth wheel. It's not because I'm poor. I'm not any richer or poorer than I was last year when I lived in that big old house.
They profile people. They teach people to profile people just off stupid shit.
Exactly. And it was coming back to us through my daughter, through the school, because the school thought that she wouldn't have enough money to participate in all this stuff the school was done. I'm like, look, just send the forms home. Maggie's got all the damn money she needs.
Mind their own fucking business. They're getting a little bit too involved when they do that shit.
Yeah. Oh, believe me, we had that discussion. In fact, you should ask next time, if you ever get a conversation like this with Tanya, you should ask her about the time we went and had the meeting with the principal, the teacher, and the district guy that was over the schools. And she said everything's always fine and good until Scott crosses his arm and leans back in the chair. And once Scott crosses his arms, you better clear out the room because he's about to unload on you. And I did. I flat unloaded on that entire school board, the whole 9 yards. In fact, after that, that's when they started instituting cameras and all this other stuff.
Hey, I back my kids because my kids didn't lie. And usually if they didn't like the teacher, neither did I. So when they seen me coming to the principal, they knew. Most parents
they wouldn't
do what you want with them because they don't like their kids.
They wouldn't let me. They wouldn't let me in. They wouldn't let me in the school. They saw me coming. They'd meet me at the door and they'd say, well, can't come in, whatever. We'll get the message to whoever you got to get the message to. Now I could go right down the road to a school that desperately wanted Maggie in their school because she was an awesome softball player. And she was a good kid, and she did get great grades. She was all academic, 3 different years. I mean, she was awesome. every school in the state would have wanted her. And I could go right to that school and walk right in and go talk to the principal and their coach. And it's the same thing. They all know who I am. The only difference is this school has dealt with me screwing up my daughter, where that school, sees me as a concerned parent. So,
Right.
and then
My
still in both.
son, though, he was used to being around adults his whole life. And like one time the teacher said, move your desk up to the front of the room. It was in junior high. And what about my books? She said, you don't need your books. So then 5 minutes later, she goes, where are your books at? He's like, are you fucking retarded? So what do you say to that? It's like,
Yeah. Yeah, and that's kind of sad what they put the kids through, And I get it. I mean,
they called and said, can you come up here? We really need to talk to you. And they said, look at this, your son's demented. And he had wrote down Snoop Dogg verses on the back of his notebook, and they thought he made that shit up. Talking about hoes and all that shit. I'm like, this is a song. You need to get in touch with these kids and get on the same level, or you're never going to teach them nothing. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah,
that made me take my hat off when I went to school. I'm like, what? I was like, get the fuck out.
I had to kind of reevaluate some of my parenting techniques when the same little girl, Maggie, the youngest one of the bunch, her third day in kindergarten, came home with a pink slip already because she had taken a kid's head and smashed it into a plate full of mashed potatoes. And I asked her what it was about, and she said, well, he kept messing with me and he wouldn't leave me alone. And that is kind of my fault, because that is one thing I always told my kids straight up: you don't ever start anything, but if anybody starts something with you, you make sure you end it. Leave no.
I told my, we were taught, if one of you comes home bleeding, you better all come home bleeding from a fight,
Yeah, yeah, and that's how they were.
Like, if you didn't help, you better jump in there and help your brother or sister,
Yeah, and she didn't have any backup, but the deal is she wasn't starting it either, but she ended it real quick. So
yeah.
I actually
had called me one time, and he said, man, I got a whole car of guys are chasing me, and I'm gonna be by your house in a couple minutes. And I was out in the driveway with the ball bat, and he pulled in there by himself. I go, what the fuck? He goes, I was just checking you. I was like, you fucker. He what I was gonna do, and I was out there with a ball bat. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah. When Maggie brought home the note, of course, right off, I was the concerned parent. What the heck did you do, Maggie? And so once I read it and talked to her about it and got her story, I actually had to turn my back to her so she couldn't see me laughing, because, it was kind of a serious matter. But come on, it's freaking kindergarten, and the kid was picking on my daughter, so she took care of it. I didn't see a problem with it. I saw the humor in it, so. But I had to tell her. I don't know. In fact, I think I congratulated her. I don't think I told her she did anything wrong.
My mom was the same way. She always had, she had her back. We came before the school, always.
Oh yeah.
Most parents just tell the teacher, do what the fuck you want with them. You know what I
mean? Exactly.
There's no. Most parents nowadays don't have unconditional love for their kids like they used to.
No. Well,
I mean, kids now, you see a kid like in kindergarten saying, fuck you.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's just a mind blow.
Yeah. Yes. And they're all. And
when I was married, I had people come up to me all the time because I had 3 kids, and they'd say, your kids are the most mannered kids I've ever seen in public, because they knew how to act in public. You know what I mean?
Same here. Yep.
When I was a kid, when I cussed, I had one of the teachers say, you got a severe caca mouth, Patrick. I'm like, well, I get it from my family. We cuss like sailors.
Yeah.
Yeah, I tried to avoid school.
I like school, actually. I did.
Oh, no, I love school, but I was one of those guys that, like, okay, so every semester your report card would come home, right? It always listed your absences.
You make it a B minus instead of a B instead of
No, my grades were always good. I always had A's and B's. Once in a while there'd be a C in there, but for the most part, I was an A and B student. But what got them was You know, my dad looked at my report card and it said I had 7 absences in every single class.
Oh,
So
my.
he naturally assumed that I missed 7 whole days of school.
Yeah, a whole
And
week.
what I yeah, or it would actually be a week and a half because there's only 5 school days in a week, right? So he said, you know, when did you miss a week and a half of school? He was all kind of stumped on that one. I said, no, Dad, the deal is if you have 8 unexcused absences in any class, they will automatically fail you. So all my classes will always say that I had 7 unexcused absences. Now and I told him, I said, I can't tell you where I was on every single absence of a class. I said, because like some days I missed 3 classes in a row because we went over here and did this. I said, but my grades are good. I'm not getting into trouble. And that's what school to me was a social event. I went there to go meet women and go hang out with my buddies. And that was it. Because I played soccer, like we discussed earlier, if we had an away game, that meant you got to be excused for, however many classes.
Yeah.
And sometimes you were still on the property waiting for the bus. So, if I was excused from a class and I've got an hour to kill anyway to get on the bus, I might go hang out in your class with you, Sassy. And all you do is you look around the class and tell me, okay, look, Joe's not here today. Go sit in Joe's seat. So I'd go sit in Joe's seat, and teacher takes names. And when Joe's name come up, I raise my hand. Teacher thinks Joe's theirs that day. Me and Sassy are sitting there having a good time. And then, oh shit, I got to go catch my bus. And I actually had this happen in a class one time. I had to go catch my bus, got up, not in the middle of class. It was towards the end, but it was a little way early yet, and the teacher actually chased me down the hallway telling me to get back into his class, and I'm like, dude, I don't even belong in your class. I mean, that's how I went through high school.
I was raised with the fear of God. I missed 6.5 days in all 4 years of high school total.
Man, I would miss that in 1 week sometimes.
I got my transcript, you know what I mean? But I was never sick. I mean, I had pneumonia one time. That's why I missed that time.
Oh no, I still got I still got my diploma. I graduated, with whatever my average was pretty good. In fact, my senior year was pretty much cakewalk because
I had like 2 classes. The rest was all like basic food, family meals. I helped the coach in the gym in the last hour because I had for City Hall. I just went to the gym.
Yeah, there was only one class that I took as a senior that was mandatory, that if I didn't pass it, I was not going to be able to graduate because I needed that credit. But because of all my traveling around and bouncing between different school systems, like for a while I was in the California school system, and instead of being on the 100-point system or whatever they called it, them out there, they were on like the 1,000-point system. They
call that credits or something.
Yeah, they figured your credits completely different. So by the time I got to my senior year, I didn't even have to go to school my senior year to graduate, except for this one class. I needed 1 semester and I don't know, I think it was English. I think I had to take British Lit or something. So my first 3 classes in the morning was like math, analogy, calculus, because I've already taken all the math classes to this point, and now you're into like your pre-college stuff, right? So I'm in like math, analogy, I'm in my British Lit class and some other class, and then I go to lunch, and then then I go to Aurora Votech for 3 hours. I took a computers class out there to be certified as a data entryist.
Aurora Hound Dogs. Oh, I kicked them off.
4, 5, and 6. Then I came back for lunch, and the only class I had after lunch was PE. So basically, all I had to do was show up in the morning for one freaking class that lasted, maybe 50 minutes. I could do anything I want the rest of the day. I mean, one day, let me tell you something. Okay, so back in the day, cruising was a big thing. Okay,
Oh yeah,
and
Carney, cruising Carney.
yeah, me and my buddies used to run the streets of Aurora, Colorado. I had like a 12-second daily street driver car. You didn't see too many 12-second cars on the street back in the 80s, but I had one. And we used to cruise all the time on the weekends. And we decided one day that we were going to go visit the cruise in the daylight hours because we'd never been there. So we ditched like 4 hours of school. We drove all the way out to West Colfax, did some cruising out there. We were on our way back, decided we're running way late. TJ's driving. He's in his GTO, and he's got the speedometer buried at 120 going down the highway. We get radared by a cop in the other lane. I tell him that you just got radared. We need to get off this road. So long story short, we get back to the high school, and by the time we get there, there's like probably 5 to 7 highway patrol / Aurora police cars in the Gateway parking lot looking for us. And TJ, who's driving the car, his brother comes up and gives us a bunch of shit about, oh, you guys have done it now, because that's how we were. We were always just doing shit and never getting caught. And that's what Derek said was up. You guys got caught this time. So he leaves. The cop comes up to my side of the car, which is the passenger side. He's like, hand me your IDs, boys. So we give him our school IDs, driver's licenses, all this shit. And he puts it on a clipboard. Well, Derek gets in his car, the one who was just razzing us, and he wasn't paying attention when he backed out. And there was a cop traveling down the lane there, and he backed out right into the front quarter panel of that cop car and smashed it all in. So the cop that was standing right next to me that had the clipboard with all our IDs, he seen it happen. He put the clipboard down on the fender there, and he ran over there to go see what was going on. And me and TJ looked at each other, and I reached around and grabbed the clipboard, pulled it in the car. He threw it in reverse, and we took off across the football field. And now, mind you, that is a school that we went to. It's a school that I graduated from. The security guard, Diana, knew exactly who we were. Okay. We took that car home, put it in the garage, and he didn't take it out until we changed the paint job on it. Okay. So it was in the garage for about a week, but the cops all knew where to find us. Everybody knew who we was. Did anything ever happen to that? Not a damn thing. Not a ticket issued. Nothing. The only one that got a ticket.
Hearsay.
Yeah, the only one that got a ticket out of the deal was Derek, the one that hit the police car backing out after giving us a razzing of shit.
That's crazy. I used to run around. The guy had a Belvedere push button, and we would go yard farming and run over big wheels and shit. But like we get pulled over, this other guy Ray, he'd always say, "And you're not searching the trunk either." Shut the fuck up, you idiot!
Right?
Because it had beer in there or something,
Oh, I know.
Drunk people like that, they're just start mouthing cops like, you're gonna get beat up."
Yeah, my daily driver kind of stood out. It was a 69 RS Camaro. It had the hideaway headlamps, and it had a 327 with a tunnel ram and dual quad, so the motor was sticking through the hood. It had tuned.
I had a 72 Chevelle like that with a Moroso. It had the same thing, tunnel ram.
Yeah.
But my car before I came here, I got an old man hit me and pretty much totaled it, but I fixed it back. It was a 92 RS Camaro 5-speed T-top black.
Wow. I just here recently let go. I was building a 427 big block 67 Chevelle SS.
Wow.
And here's another one, you can ask Tanya. I just had everything done. I mean, it was basically a frame off restoration. I mean, I went through the floor of the trunk, the floor of the cab, the rails. It had all new suspension, all new components.
The doors are heavy on them too, like Camaro, they start sagging.
Yep. No, everything went through. I even had a brand new 12-bolt Auburn rear end put in it. The 427 was a fresh build out of a 454 block, so it had potential to go clear up to like a 502 if someone wanted to.
I think I had a 50, I think it was a 502 in a Cadillac.
Hey, Sassy, I was writing in the chat and they wouldn't let me put it in there. I like women with sexy eyes and thunder thighs. Woo!
See how you did that? I've done that in chats before where I wrote it out one letter all the way down through there like that before too. One of the greatest things though, this girl that I'd been friends with a long time, she lived in California, and she ended up going to Texas to some dude she'd met, and he was a real cowboy, like Western goat roping motherfucker. But
Right.
he started treating her real bad. Well, then he started mouthing me because we were friends. I was always talking to her, but he'd only go on his Facebook like every 10 or 12 days. So I took him and put him in Heath Ledger's place, Brokeback Mountain cover. It was on his Facebook for like 14 days before he saw it. He was so fucking mad.
That's funny.
Oh, it was, dude. And like some people, I put them in dresses and shit. I said, you better check your Facebook because at least shut it down where no one can post on it because, you know. This one guy
Right.
knew he had never went on his, Joe, and his sister was on there like 6 months before saying, like, I can't believe you let mom raise all 4 of your kids while you're out skateboarding, you piece of shit. You know what I mean? He's like, and they're on there for like 6 months. They're like, what a moron. You know what I mean?
That's funny.
Oh, hey, check this out. This guy, he was my friend forever. And when I was getting divorced, okay, he was homeless pretty much, and I let him stay at my house. I fed him. And then one day I even gave him the last like $2 I had so he could get cigarettes. And I let him use my iPod, right? So he leaves and he don't fucking come back. So like 3 months later, I get my iPod from the motherfucker. It's dead. So I charge it up, and he's on his Facebook. He was talking shit about me to my ex when she was there. And you couldn't believe it, dude. It is exactly what my ex would say. Oh yeah, I can hear him coming. He's playing that in music. You know what I mean? And he was telling her. I mean, and this is a big fat motherfucker. You know what I mean? I can't even believe it, dude. But
Hey, I've seen that
stabbed me in
stuff.
the back the most that you could, right? So you know what I did? I got in his Facebook, deleted most of his friends, and he came out of the closet. Oh, I'm serious, dude. I mean, and then he couldn't get back in there because I changed the password. That's when anyway. So then I'm telling you, I was mad, dude, because you know, I better not even say it. I said,
Yeah, it's funny.
I went to my ex-wife's Facebook from him, being him, and I said, thanks for getting me those pills the other night at Walgreens. This shit turned out great. Oh my God! You talking about? That's why I changed my name on Facebook because he finally got all his shit back. He would go back to like in some of my old posts and
That's
write
funny.
comments. But guess what? We're friends now. We are. I forgive him. You know what I mean? Because he
Right.
I got
It's
over
funny
it.
watching people act that way because I remember it was really funny because so my first wife, that's why I'm in Missouri, because she actually kidnapped my kids out of Colorado and came out here because this is where she was from.
Yeah, 'cause in
Colorado.
Missouri, if you squat to pee, you win.
Yeah, well, and Colorado wasn't going for it. They made her come back. But long story short, I moved out here, try to keep things happy, blah, 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 blah. But anyway, so I divorced her. And I'm with this new girl, and we end up getting married and have a couple kids. Now, the whole time that me and this new girl are together, the first wife and her, they just can't stand each other, right? Because one's the new one, one's the ex, and that's got to be a built-in programming female thing. In fact,
Yeah, scratch each other's eyes out. That's the way we've been.
yeah, well, dude, you laugh. I watched the two of them get into a fist fight right in the frickin' yard, and the police were called. So, I mean, and that's what I'm getting at is, those two hated each other, but as soon as I divorced the second one, oh my God, they became best friends. Yes, not just friends.
That's
Best
too easy to
friend.
predict. That's just the way it is. Hell, you can get divorced. Everybody in your family is talking to your ex and not you. It's like, what the fuck? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I see it all the time. Like, it just went crazy. Like, my ex, he was a hater. One time, this guy, I went to my friend's house, and this dude that she always talked to on Facebook came over. And I said, hey, do you know him? She's like, no. I said, that's funny. You talk to him every fucking day.
Right.
You know who he was in person.
Yeah, well, that's like I said. That's kind of how I view this whole YouTube thing. Is and I'll just say social media in general. That includes Twitter and
Yeah.
Facebook and YouTube and whatever there are out there, whatever social media. They're all some kind of psyop, and they've all
As
got
long
some.
as you know that, you're okay. It's when you
Yeah,
don't know.
yeah, yeah,
Okay?
and they've all got plants in them. I mean, there's a big hubbub going around certain avenues of YouTube today about supposedly some guy maybe trying to strangle his wife and hiding in Mexico now.
That sounds like a Barnaby Jones show.
Hey, do you
And
guys know who Margaret Robbie is? She was the
Margot
chick that
Robbie.
played, yeah, the one that played in Wolf of Wall Street. She was Harley Quinn. It says Margaret Robbie slaps a Barbie co-star after he touches her butt on set. And it shows the guy touching her ass in a Barbie when she's in the Barbie costume and she slaps him.
really,
Fuck. Yeah, she got a nice ass though too.
I like her. She's a good actress.
Oh yeah, Harley Quinn. She's the real life now Harley Quinn. She was in freaking Wolf of Wall Street.
They have a Harley Quinn cartoon that came out last weekend, and Kaylee Cuoco does the voice.
Kaylee Cuoco from Big Bang Theory.
Yeah, she's doing the voice,
Oh,
and you wouldn't believe,
God,
dude, it's vulgar. She's cutting people up like bloody, and she's saying F F F. I mean, it's crazy.
Yeah, she's hot, dude.
Oh, I know.
that's okay. I got a Harlequin Great Dane.
I seen her. I swear to you guys, I seen her in the Wolf of Wall Street, dude. Oh my God. Oh,
I didn't know Kaylee was in Charmed, that show. I didn't know.
Yeah, she wind up in that movie marrying Leonardo DiCaprio's character, and she winds up being fully naked in that freaking movie, dude. Hands down, hot little fucking Pop-Tart, dude. Pop her out of the toaster. She's well done. She looked like a Playboy model in the movie, man. I think
too hot, baby, or like a
Yeah.
hot child in the city.
But if you watched her in this movie, she looks just like a freaking Playboy model, dude, from the 80s. She had the hair. Margaret Robbie, Harley Quinn. But she was naked. She was naked in the Wolf of Wall Street, dude, and she looked like one of those 80s playmates. She had the little landing strip coming out with her sexy body, long blonde hair. Oh my God, dude.
Okay, check this out. You flashback my memory. 1981 centerfold Patty McGuire was Jimmy Connor's wife, and she was like, whoa. Look it up.
Remember Dorothy Stratton before she died? Oh my God.
Jamie McGuire though it was Jimmy Connor's wife when she posed.
Yeah.
Debbie McGuire.
Jamie McGuire, man. She's by
Jamie McGuire.
I had it hanging in my locker in the football locker room. I remember it, and it just came in my mind when you started saying this stuff. Pretty well. I'm sitting here dabbing away. What is today?
Friday, July 1st, first day of July. Oh shit! Independence Day. 3 more days.
The fat lady singing.
Did you know you can download like book scans? They call them PDF scans. You can. Yeah. I downloaded plenty like Playboy ones from like the 80s and the 70s and stuff.
Why?
Because that was back when That was back when actual Playmates.
I got the Playboy with Trump on the cover. I do.
I might have to grab tissues later, Rob.
Hey, you know why they can't look at Playboys in the Navy? Hey, you know why they can't look at Playboys in the Navy? Because all the pages are stuck together.
They're a bunch of seamen. Rob has me rolling in the chat.
Hey, how come birds don't pee like we do? Hey, Patrick, you know why birds don't pee like we do? Because they're peckers on their face.
Yeah, see, that's why I never got. That's why I never got
a dead skunk on your piano. What's worse than a dead skunk on your piano? A diseased beaver on your organ.
I was gonna say what? Maybe a dead skunk smell on your fingers.
I know, like, I mean, I've told 150 jokes in a row before in a stream. Typing.
But I'll say this, man,
Yeah.
Rob, I'm gonna be grabbing some tissues later, thinking about Margette Robbie.
Yeah, what's that
Even though I'll
man
never
say?
touch
I'll be the only one in the nursing home jerking with jerkins.
Jerkin the Gurgin.
Jerking it, yeah. And in one of the songs that one, The River, with Ed Sheeran, he said, he talks about this girl, and she said, she just asked me for my X-Lax and she shit on my last dick. That's what he says. I'm like, what? That's a lyric.
I'll tell you one thing though, man. My wife was actually in a magazine because she modeled for one. If I had told her to put on a blonde wig, she'd kind of look like Margaret Robbie, but not too much. But she'd get my fantasy going. Oh my god. I'm gonna have to buy her a blonde wig now. Oh shit.
Be my fantasy girl.
Yeah, she's a beauty. She's one in a million, girl.
Hey, you remember that 38 special album cover had that butt with the like pink hot leather or red or whatever on the cover of it? Wild Eyed Southern Boys. That was the guy in the band. Oh my god! Like
Hey, Sassy. Hey, Sassy, this is where you need to sit down one of these days and have a word with Patrick about. Remember you were telling me about the the wet dreams and the entities involved there.
The incubus and succubus.
Yeah, because old Patrick there, with his wet tissue soon to be, is gonna fully invite a succubus into his life.
Honestly, more likely, I'm just gonna fuck the shit out of my wife later on.
Yeah, well, there you go. That's there you go. That's.
I haven't honestly. I haven't touched myself before I got. You know what I mean? Like before me.
La 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 la.
Yeah.
TFI.
I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. My bad.
No, you're fine. You're fine.
When you put your fingers in your ear and you go la 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 la.
I'm gonna Willy Wonka that shit real quick. Strike that. Reverse it.
Hey, you know you got to go Star Trek on it to boldly go where no man has gone before.
Beam me up, Scotty. I used to hear that a lot, having the name of Scott.
Hey,
and you know that he never said that in the Star Trek movie in the series.
Yeah, so they say.
Yeah, the Mandela thing. You know about
hey,
that.
Listen,
he's dead, Jim. Jim, he's dead. He's dead. Jim.
but hey, I will say that believe it or not, that is one of the things that actually confirms my belief anyway, that time is running backwards, because the big timelines that are being corrected we don't know about, but they'll show up in this realm as those little Mandela effects that just all of a sudden, and that is exactly why, in my opinion, that we don't remember our previous lives here, because it's a different energy level. We've been constantly rising the whole time. And so it's just our complete memory of before has become a Mandela effect.
You know, I used to tell people I think the COVID thing started out nefarious and God hijacked it, because the amount of people they said died didn't. But it did bring families back together in homes that hadn't talked to each other, had to stay home together. You know, it did have positive things, I think. It did.
Hey, Sassy. Hey guys, I like what freaking Frack and Rob said. Frack said, "How did your date go last night? Here, smell my finger." And then Rob said, "Don't let her take the fantasy too far. She'll beat you with the baseball bat." Pixar didn't happen, Patrick. God, I love these guys, man. I'm gonna let my ass off later on.
Sticks and stones may break my bones, but whips and chains excite me.
Oh shit! Yeah, I've heard that thing from a couple chicks.
It's like,
hey,
does it hurt? Yes. Does it hurt? Yes. Do you want me to stop? No.
There you go. I tell people all the time that I came back to this earth. Now I know better than this, but
you gotta have a safe word.
That's right. I tell everybody that I came back to earth for the women, the fun, and the pot.
Yeah, I see you write that all the time. I see it.
I'll tell you one thing, guys. If you poke her in the wrong hole, she'll do the dolphin.
Hey, 2 words: exit only.
Right. I would say they may go RoboCop on you.
Oh shit! Your move, creep.
Murphy.
Yeah, right.
Okay, Murphy. Okay, Murphy. RoboCop is
Man,
Murphy.
at least back in the day when you appreciated women, they fucking gave you the chance to fucking chill with them. These days, so many females want to cry rape and shit on people. I've had
Yeah,
that
but
happen to a buddy
nowadays
of
they
mine.
flirt, harp, and cuss you out. I'm not into that.
I had that happen to a buddy of mine, and my friend was really a good guy, and he fucking got in trouble all because he just talked to a chick and she fucking cried rape on him when he didn't do shit to her.
You can't put yourself in
Um,
any position that you can't cover. You know what I mean? Don't put yourself in that predicament. That's what you have to do.
Yeah.
And most of the time, a guy's got the wrong head doing the thinking.
Hey, and sometimes it doesn't even take that because here, let me throw this one at you. As a guy, okay, you can be removed from your house just because somebody says something, whether it's true or not.
And they can be calling and not even be in your family.
Yeah, fabrication.
No,
Don't give a guy. Hey, he went to pick up his kids, and his old lady said, "Watch this," and sit there and punched herself in the face and called the cops, and he went to jail.
Yeah. A lot of sadistic motherfuckers out there, man.
I mean, he sit there and made herself, and lied, and cried, and he went to jail. And there's nothing you can do about it.
Yeah. I had the same.
I saw a movie where a guy's fucking wife cheated on him and shit like that, and then she fucking accused him of something he didn't fucking do, and all she did was cheat on him, and she wound up beating her, like smacking herself around, beating, and saying that her husband fucking did it while she was with her fucking boyfriend.
Hey,
Fucking
a
dumbass.
basketball player was getting sued for a parental thing, and the girl would have won, but her friend fucked him and took the rubber off and gave it to her girlfriend in the bathroom, and she stuck up in there and got pregnant from him, and she'd never even slept with him.
Damn.
And so they said, flush the rubber. They kept telling the NBA players, flush the rubber.
Damn.
How deviant is that? You wanted to collect the child support and never even slept with him. That's deviant shit right there.
Yeah. Hey, that's okay. That's how my second divorce came about. I came home from work one day and I was served with a restraining order that I had to leave the house. Now, I'm thinking that a restraining order is basically, domestic violence.
Harm to you. That's what you have to prove.
Yeah, and so fortunately I had my day in court and it was all proved to be a big sham, but from point A, when I had to leave the house with my 3 kids, to point B, when everything got handled through the courts and I got reunited with the 2 girls that I had to leave at the house that I had with her. So basically that split up my family because the 5 kids together didn't know what was going on. You know what I'm saying? And I mean, they knew they had different moms and, but the same dad, So from point A to point B, when I got them all back together was, I want to say that was 3-4 months that everything was just completely topsy-turvy. I didn't even have all my kids with me and I was still dealing with courts. And that was before the divorce even took place.
I'm lucky I didn't go to my divorce. I didn't do it, or I didn't participate at all. You know what I mean?
They didn't go to theirs, and that's what's so funny for the amount of crap that they put me through prior to the divorce. And that ultimately was why they put me through so much crap, because they knew that in the courtroom they didn't stand a chance. So they were doing everything they could in my life to make it miserable and try to get me documented as some kind of crazy.
That's the American way. That's the way all women are when they get divorced now.
Oh yeah, so let me tell you, it's it's very real. But here's the other thing. Just like I was saying before, about the guy who screwed me over and was busy screwing over everybody else, and ended up having his daughter die in a car wreck. As an individual, you can only do so much. You do what you do, and the rest you have no control over. We talk about that. So every single instance I've ever been in like that, where people have tried to put me through the grill, they've never fared on the backside.
Hey, I tell people, stab me in the back, watch God bless me in front of you.
Exactly.
I mean, after a while, you got to cut that tether and let people go when they keep stabbing you in the back. You can only take so much bleeding you're gonna. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, no, I hear you. I hear you.
Because a lot of people waste a lot of time on some people that they're not good. They're never going to be good. You know what I mean?
Right.
You try to find someone else that you can use the help instead of, some people, like a lot of women try to fix men. They'll pick some guy that is broke. They think they can fix him. You know what I mean?
Well, and to be perfectly honest, I call that, well, that particular part of it, I don't know which programming kicks in there, but I do know that, like, for, like, say our age, this is what I tell everybody, it's Disney programming, because what does Disney teach your kid?
He watched Disney. He watched it every day, like 101 Dalmatians.
Yeah, all the guys are taught to grow up to be this knight in shining white armor and to go rescue this damsel in distress, and all the women grow up believing that some guy's going to save them. They're going to have a house with white picket fence. Yeah.
It used to be called confidence. That's how we were raised. Now it's called narcissism because some stupid fuck decided to give it some name and make it bad when you're confident. You know what I mean?
Right. Well, see, no. There's a difference between confidence and narcissism, though. A narcissist.
Yeah, I'm just saying that you can't even like anything. If you like yourself, it's bad.
Right. Oh, yeah. Because even like you said, even that's all labels.
Yeah, I know.
It's not that they're a narcissist.
That's what he goes by. So
yeah. Yeah, and it's not that they're a narcissist. It's just because that's a label. It's just there again. It's
politically correct. Remember, why do you think it?
They're just not on the same. They're just not on the same level as somebody else. I mean, that's all it is.
Some people will never be because their brain doesn't have the capacity.
Right.
I mean, you take it for granted when you can read and write and add, because the world can't. You know what I mean? The average wage for the world is $2 a day, counting all the millionaires, billionaires. So what they tell you? They don't make shit in other places. They used to complain about all these stars having child labor in their, places, but they didn't tell you they were paying them more money in a week than their parents made in a year. They didn't tell you that part. You know what I mean?
Right.
They didn't tell you how good it was helping and everything. They just made it look like you're slaving kids. You know what I mean? Otherwise, they're on the street hooking or selling chiclets and shit. People don't realize third world countries, they start on kids young because they have no way, they're defenseless.
Well, hell, we do it in this country. I mean, how many parents out there use their like children's social security number on their like cable bill and stuff?
Hey, I had a friend. His name was Kevin Maples. His dad was Kevin Maples. By the time he got 18, his dad ruined his credit, borrowed money against his name, and all kinds of shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I had another friend. He was a contractor, and he hired his dad to help him, which is like, the old dude. Well, after a couple of years, all of a sudden, he owed all this money to all his suppliers. His dad had taken enough stuff to build a big house on him. And off his account, he built a whole house.
Damn.
His own dad fucked him.
Hey, you guys want to hear something crazy? I worked with a chick named Eileen, and she was a constant fucking whore, and everybody started singing to her, "Come on, Eileen." Oh, I swear I can be.
Anyway, you call a one-legged woman in Japan, Irene.
Irene.
So did you see this little comment down here from Frack? It says, a cop pulled me over the other day and asked why I didn't stop right away. I said my ex-wife ran away with a cop. I thought you were trying to return her.
My nephew, the old lady, got pulled over once. The cop said, "You know why I pulled you over?" She goes, "Did you think I had donuts in the car?"
Yeah, right. Right. Although I do got to say one thing. Okay, so we had this Great Dane, Leo, and man, Leo was my hero. He's a whole nother story on another day. But it came time to put him down, and it was on a Saturday, and around here, there's no places really that's going to handle your dog, so we ended up driving all the way down there. Actually, your neck of the woods. We were down in Springfield down there. There's a 24-hour emergency vet clinic down there that's pretty good.
Oh, so I think it's on Sunshine Street, maybe.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Yeah.
But so anyway, so we get out here on the highway and we swing down there to Warsaw and pick up 65. Well, on the backside of Warsaw there in what I call the canyon area, there was a cop sitting there and he saw the wrong tags on the vehicle and pulled us over. And it was kind of funny because as soon as he approached the vehicle, the first thing he saw was Leo. And the first words out of his mouth was, "Oh my gosh, what a beautiful dog you have." Now, when he approached the vehicle, he approached on the passenger side, which was where Tanya was sitting.
Yeah.
And all it took was the cop saying, "What a beautiful dog you have." And Tanya just frickin' lost it. She started bawling. "Oh, thank you, but we have to go put him down." And the cop felt about 2 inches high.
Yeah. Didn't get a ticket, did you?
No. No, we got a warning. But it was just so funny because the way the whole thing went down is, we get pulled over, and I knew what we were getting pulled over for, and I'm thinking, hey, looky there.
It's effigy of a wolf or something like a rock. Yeah.
Wow, that's cool.
Yeah, I got lots of these. It could be a bear almost. Look.
Almost, yeah, huh? I'd go with the.
I'm a rock hound. I got more than you can imagine. I got a mud fossil heart.
Oh, do you?
Yeah, it's got the ventricle, and I found it in a dry creek bed last summer, and I got a mushroom like that.
That's awesome.
Oh,
so do you know who Mud Fossil University is here on YouTube?
Roger.
Yep. Okay.
Yeah, but he won't reply to nobody, and he says all this shit, and then he said, "I've got this Morrow." That dude, I'm sorry, dude. He repeats himself like too much for me.
Yeah.
We know about
like I said,
and we know about the no toe, and it was like, come on, move on. The dragon is not on the map. I used to watch him always, and then he just, the woman. This cave is a woman's vagina. You see the.
Right. Well, yeah, same thing there.
He does have some good ideas to getting DNA out of rocks, though, and shit.
There you go, and that's one of those things. I'll watch a lot of different channels, and then you got to kind of throw in your discernment, as they call, right?
Yeah, because you could tell he's using a feather for a pointer.
Because here's the one thing I know about this world. Okay,
I think he's got a little bit of that cuckoo. Just a little bit.
Because and here's the thing, and that kind of falls on everybody, just like the sheep that we talk about. Yeah. This world has gotten so instamatic. Push a button and this happens. Push a button and that happens. It's just kind of like.
You watch Martin Litkey? You watch Martin Flat Earth British?
No, I haven't seen him.
Oh man, he's been around for a long time. Martin Litkey, Flat Earth British, and also Rise Up. Have you seen him? Oh, dude, I'll give you some channels. This guy, you just have to watch that. I won't even tell you that about it because he's on it. He's been
Hey guys, I'm gonna make me some breakfast and get me some cup of Joe because I definitely need to kind of stay up just a little bit. I'm probably gonna crash too. But thank you for having me on, Kathy. Amen. It's nice talking to you, Scott.
Like one day this week, not even a whole day. Like 3
damn, dude. It's nice talking to you, Scott, brother. Much love, man.
Nice talking to you, Patrick. You take care, brother.
All right, I'll talk to you later. I'll talk to you later too, guys. Thanks for having me up, brother. I'll talk to you later. Peace out, brother.
But everything is so instamatic, and that's just like people who try to do meditation. The first time I tried to sit down and truly meditate, and I've meditated, and apparently in my past I have meditated. I just did it different ways. I tried it the way the programming works, where you sit down all quiet, whatever.
I medicate with weed.
There you go. Well, that's your higher self, right?
Man, it is. My first word in my baby book is high.
There you go. But everybody lives in this instant world. So even like going within and meditating, it's not something that's going to happen the first time, be successful. You know what I'm saying? Same thing with like trying to find the truth. People will go to a channel and boy, something's there and all of a sudden, next thing you know, they're buying into every single little thing that's
I don't like people that give in. Like you start talking about their beliefs and they just give in and decide that what you say is like I like people to stand up for what they believe in, not just give in right off the bat.
right.
Okay, you're right. I guess I'm wrong. What the fuck?
And so the other thing I wanted to point out that helps maybe prove some of my time backward stuff is, in 1969 we talked about they supposedly landed a man on the moon, but then
Yeah,
what was
talk to him on an analog phone too, right?
yeah, well, and the funny thing is 10 years ago, whenever it was, 8 years ago, 5 years ago, NASA came out and said we couldn't go back to the moon because they lost all the telemetry data, right?
Yeah, I know. And it costs too much to rebuild it.
Well, first of all, we all know that's a load of crap. But if you look at the timeline, this is this is thousands of years. The Bible says a day is like 1,000 years. So, this is potentially thousands of years prior to us attempting to leave the Earth orbit to go land on something. I don't think it was the moon, but, so that would have, they would have to say that to hold up that
theory,
that imagery, symbology, or whatever you want to call it. You know what I'm saying?
When you notice, you can go and watch TV or movies or anything, and there's going to be something about space or globe and every fucking thing they talk about.
Yep.
I'm serious. Like, it's I came up with globe stands for greatest lie of ball earthers.
Right.
It's plain to see to me,
But the funny thing is that starts at a young age when you're in school, and how easy was that to program in? I mean,
Hey,
you know what I'm saying?
I got a video that I did at my granddaughter's maybe 2 years ago, and my granddaughter's like 2 years old, and she has my daughter's phone because she knows how to use it. I go, "What are you watching?" And it was off Netflix, and it was about you. I have to play it again. It's about space, moon landing, dinosaurs, all the bullshit in one show, and it's rapping. They're teaching kids at that school, like 2 to 5 years old, about all the planets, dinosaurs, and a rap where they can. It's unbelievable. They start them that young now.
Damn.
It was unbelievable. It's like she was sitting there singing it and you know what I mean? It's brainwashing them.
Well, and nowadays, quite honestly, it used to be it started in kindergarten, what, 5th or 6th years old, right? But nowadays, with the 2 income families or single parents or whatever, now they've got preschool, right? And they get to your kids even quicker than elementary school.
Hey, when she was in kindergarten, I pulled up there with my daughter to pick her up, and we got there a little bit early, and they were at recess, and the teacher blew a whistle, and all the kids stuck their hands, interlocked their fingers behind their head like they were a criminal, and they marched into the school that way with their hands behind their head, locked together, their fingers together.
Oh,
and
my goodness.
all they did is blow a whistle, and my daughter thought it was good. I go, "What do you mean? That's good? How? Well, look how they minded and shit." I'm like, "Oh, God."
Right. That's Gestapo crap there.
Exactly. It was like a prison camp, and all the kids got in line and walked in with their hands like that. I'm like, holy shit. They're already subservient at that age, and most kids would be bouncing around and throwing sticks and rocks at girls. Do you know what I mean?
Man.
And you know what I did when they had the trunk out thing at their school for Halloween, where all the parking lot, they get candy out. They sprayed about 25 or 30 chemtrails right above the school, and then I had a blow up globe, and I let all the air out of it, and I said, "You know what's wrong with this?" And they go, "No, what?" I said, "Nothing. It's flat." And I got people to laugh. You know what I mean? I actually said something like that without somebody going, "You're an idiot," or "You're a tinfoil hatter," or whatever.
Yeah.
But I went in there to debunk that shit like everybody else, like laughing. And then when you start studying all the research, you're like, wow, it's all in black and white, and most people can't see it though.
No, well, and the big kicker is, okay, so like people will tell you, well, I can sit on the beach at the ocean and watch that boat disappear over the horizon, right? That's part of their that's part of their argument, though, right?
Even when you show them why it is, though, they'll still not believe it.
Right, because all you got to do is get like a telescope or something, because your eyes can
only see so far.
Exactly. In fact, your eyes, period. Okay, your eyes can only see 0.001 to 0.005% of all the available light spectrum, period.
And then when you get the ocean water evaporating and stuff too, it causes trouble too.
Well, yeah, you can look right off like the hood of your car in the summertime and see the heat dissipating, the little mirage
That looks like a
effect.
mirage, like a lake there on your
Yeah,
exactly.
yeah. So when you're looking that far out and you've got that mirage effect, and your eyes only see so far, well, yeah, it looks like it's disappearing.
You know what I taught? It's the easiest way to show it is just get a basketball and you put 2 dots on there of a city, and somebody, say, how can someone see this when it's way down here below the curve on this basketball? How's that possible? It's
Yeah,
not.
it's not.
You got curved vision. And also another thing is light towers.
Yeah.
How do you think the ship's seen them? If they're that far away, they'd be below the curve where you couldn't see it.
But see, here's the biggest thing, and this is why I believe the things that I do, because okay, so for a long time, everybody believes we live on a globe, blah blah blah, but it's coming out now. People are getting more on board with the flat Earth, whatever you want to call it, plane of existence, whatever. Now, the biggest question is why?
Deception. It's all about being a creator and being special. That's what.
Well, or if we do live on a carcass, okay.
Carcass of giants that fell over dead.
Well, whatever it is, I don't know. But
Yeah.
if we are the tree of life, and it's our consciousness that creates, is the Earth actually supposed to be a globe?
I don't think so. God talks about building a solid foundation. There ain't no foundation on a ball spinning at 1,000 miles an hour.
No, I get that, and that's where we're at right now. But is it supposed to be a globe? Because
I don't know, but Picard was the first one to get high enough to see it in a gondola. He said it was flat with a turned up edge.
oh, I believe that.
Yeah, that was like the first person.
That's one thing I've learned about all this. I have a very open mind, and it's not that I believe everything, but I'm more.
At least go look into it. That's what I do when people tell me something. I research it.
Exactly, and I'm more apt to believe that it's
I want to know
flat.
what their source is, because sometimes they're telling you shit out of a magazine said this is the real, and they didn't even read that shit. They're telling you
Right.
shit that says fake to begin with.
They're going off the fake headline.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, no, I get it, because like Admiral Byrd and all that stuff. I mean, like I said, I'm more apt to believe that it's flat with curved up edges and with ice walls.
Exactly.
Okay.
And they don't know how far it is, because all these people that were making maps back in the day in ships, some of them went out there and were gone forever because they were, going to. It's crazy.
Yeah, because I can look, just like you said, I can look at things and realize that the curvature doesn't match what they've been telling us. So it's real easy to throw that part out the window. And if somebody says, and there's documented proof that, somebody's been here and they've done this and they've seen this, I'm more apt to believe somebody who said they've been there and seen it. Huh?
A disc is a circle too. That's what I tell people.
Oh, no, exactly. And that's what I'm saying. I'm more apt to believe somebody who's been somewhere and seen it and documented it than just going to school and being spoon-fed something.
I tell people it's the space of a clock, and the sun and the moon are the hands.
That's just like, the whole space being a vacuum.
Yeah,
well,
nothing moves in a vacuum, and there's nothing to push off of.
Well, and the other thing is, in order to create a vacuum, you have to have a sealed container.
Yeah. You're right.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
So basically what they're saying is space as we know it, the solar system as we know it, is in a sealed container.
And it's water. If you ask me, that's what I think it is, because that's why the planets look like that, because there's water between us and them, as above, as below.
Right.
That's what I believe.
Or it could just be we're in a big bubble floating in an ocean.
Everything used to get bigger and live longer when before the flood, there was water protecting us from radiation and all that shit. When God dropped half the waters, then it cut back the oxygen level, the bad stuff. You know what I mean? That's why man only lived 100 years instead of 1,000.
Right.
That's just what I believe, you know. Because it took a long time for the water to recede after the flood. That's part of the water.
Yeah. And some of them are still receding, but some of them are still gaining.
They talk about these what do you call them? The plates, that move back and forth. They
Yeah.
say
The tectonic plates.
Yeah, but guess what? Before the flood, they're still connected. They're underwater now. Ooh. You know what I mean? It's all underwater.
Right.
The land's still connected under the water.
Oh yeah, we used to be able. Well, see, and here's the thing. Just like my philosophy is we don't need phones. We don't need to even need vehicles because you could travel as an electric being. All you had to do was just grab hold of one of the energy currents that run around the planet, and you could just move from point A to point B, almost like.
That's why you use a gyroscope with mercury in it, and what you can do, you can pick a point to where you want to go, and when they turn on the switch, it's like a magnet attracted to a magnet or pushing away from a magnet. It goes there fast because it's a magnetic attraction, and that's a gyroscope, and they use mercury. And I don't think it's aliens. I think it's our government, but when they come down, the lower they get to the earth, the harder it is to control that magnetism. That's why they're kind of wobbly sometimes and shit. And when they get up high, they take off because they got more control. They're just going to wherever that's going,
Right.
I went down every rabbit hole and back up and back down.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm saying. We used to be okay. So if you look at like say I Dream of Jeannie or whatever show that was, where all she had to do was just close her eyes and blink, and she was in another country. I'm pretty sure that's
like teleporting,
real.
They probably have that.
Yeah, because there again, if you're a child of God, if you're this omnipresent being in a physical form, I'm pretty sure you can wing yourself around the planet at will. You can probably fly even. I tell everybody that, superheroes, these, masters of the universe don't come from these far off worlds. It's who we are.
Exactly. I mean, it's all here. I mean, all the evil shit and alien shit is all demonic spirits, and it's a deception. I mean, they tell people we're just Palladians and we're coming peace.
Yeah, I don't.
They're like what do you call they soundboard more or less. And you're like, we are here from. Oh, come on, give me a break.
Yeah, actually, like I said, we are the master. Yeah, we are the masters of the universe. This is why this was done to us. They wanted to capture our power because we have eternal life. We have all these things that they don't have, that they aspire to be.
That's why clones and all this kind of shit. They're not made from God. They don't have a soul, and that's why they hate us. Yeah, that's the way I believe that because.
Yeah, exactly. So if we are the masters of the universe, how the hell is some Palladian going to come down here and help me?
And if you go by the science narrative, if you see them, they have the planets lined out and show how big they get. I mean, by the end of it, our sun looks like a pebble to that planet, So if there really were aliens, we would look like a speck of dust to them.
Yeah.
They wouldn't even see us if they were that big. You know what I mean? If you go by their
exactly.
crap.
Exactly.
We're probably on a cat's neck like Men in Black,
But hey, yeah, hello. How do you think that we're only this big and we used to be giants?
Hey, I saw an ad in the paper in the 20s or something. This teacher got fired for saying that the Earth was a globe, that it was round.
Really?
Yeah, and they couldn't, and they got fired for saying it because it's bullshit. They thought,
Wow.
But no one ever got high enough to look. I mean, they did it off shadowing and stuff. And it's all about heliocentric. It's all about God made this, and we're in like a terrarium. We can't go nowhere because He made us here. and we are
Right. And
special.
well, and
Everything
even
revolves around us, not the other way around. You know what I mean?
exactly. We're in. I tell everybody, and you can even look this up. You can Google the solar system in a croissant-shaped bubble,
Yeah.
and
So what?
and
They
it
should be going 11,000 miles an hour around the sun.
yeah,
6
no.
around that. Then millions going through the whole galaxy. It's so stupid.
Yeah, and so what is a croissant? If you it's in a C shape, but if you open it up, it's narrow at the ends and wider in the middle. It's a torrid field.
A tornado. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. So our entire solar system is wrapped up. We talked about it being in a sealed bubble to create a vacuum, but it's actually wrapped up in a toroidal field, and everything is spinning around us.
We're electric. You ever look at Operation Fishbowl?
Yeah, I saw some of that. Yeah.
You know, after World War II, they shot all their nuclear weapons in the sky trying to break through the firmament.
Yeah.
And they started NASA. You know what I mean?
Well,
the whole thing is NASA gets like 62 or something $1 million a day now. It's went up that high.
oh yeah. Well, that gets back to that whole theory. That gets back to that whole theory of maybe being in a marble on a cat's neck.
Yeah, I mean, you never know. Like Horton Hears a Who.
Yeah. Well, I look at it for me personally, how I see things is when the firmament was wrapped around us, okay, just like they've been trying to blow it open, right? Okay, so that meant nobody off and nobody on. The fallen angels, that fell, okay, they're still here.
Yeah, they just don't have a physical body right now because you know.
Well, they do. They inhabit our bodies. That's part of that conversation.
Yeah, but they're just a spirit because they're locked away. But their spirit exactly can get in anybody. That's their main directive is doing that shit. That's what.
Yeah, and those are all the people you see that
go in and shoot people and do all this shit. Normal people don't do that. That's when they're possessed. They go in and kill all these people and shit. It's not them. You know what I mean?
Because here's one for you. So let's just pick Donald Trump, okay? Because he's back in the news and he gets out there and people see him. Okay, if you know the physical makeup, the dimensions of a man versus the dimensions of a woman, you know where their elbows come to their hips. I mean,
on their shoulders.
Yes, okay. There's certain physical things. Okay, now when you look at him, let's look at any of them. Donald Trump in particular has a predominantly female figure, so he could have a female entity living inside that male body.
Well, they say there's something going on. That's for sure.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Biden has black eyes sometimes, like coal black. You know what I mean? It's like.
Oh yeah. See, and that's okay. So I did watch some videos on a place called what is it, Boston Dynamics, and they build robots.
Yeah, fucking robot dogs and all that shit. Teflon.
Yeah, and well they have. I saw a video where someone took one of those Boston Dynamic videos where they had one of the upright robots that was walking, and they did it side by side with Joe Biden walking across supposedly. And they walk the fucking same.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
I wouldn't doubt if some of them were robots.
They can keep people in doubt by making him fall down all the time and wreck his bike and.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't think a robot could drive a bike very well anyway. They don't have a sense of balance like we do.
It's like they act like it's all so smart when the smartphone can't even fucking do anything. You can tell. Can you open my app up? Like, it's like, yeah, they're real smart. A 2-year-old can do it, but the computer.
And and the thing I find so funny about all that is the setting him up as this sucker guy is so blatantly obvious, because whenever ever in the past, okay, let's say it's JFK, we've talked about him. If JFK is going up Air Force One and he stumbles, ain't no one showing that on TV.
No. And I saw somebody comparing it the other day. It showed all presidents going up Air Force One, running them up, like George Bush and Obama. They're just running up him, and there's Biden like, boop, boop,
Yeah, and if any of them stumble, it's going to show up on a blooper gag somewhere, 5 years later. Yeah. It's not going to be nonstop on the news, all through YouTube, memes being made about. I mean, because there used to be and that's part of the deal is we're not supposed to respect these guys, but at the same time,
the president's the commander in chief. It used to be all about respect. I mean, it did.
And that's what I'm saying. And all of a sudden, that just kind of went out the window, and we're just going to show all
we're
this.
The laughing barrel of the fucking. People can't believe we have that retard up there like that. It's crazy.
Oh, I know. Yeah.
I know. It would be different, but he's like a pedophile and rubs his smells on women, and his son screwed his daughter, and and then no one even says nothing about this guy. Like, what in the world?
Well, they joke all the time in the movies about, aliens and alien probing,
Yeah. And, he did an interview with Cardi B, that gutter slut. And he goes, I think we might be related. They used to call me Joey B.
Oh, my goodness.
That's what he said.
And what business does she have?
She's that's the nastiest entertainer there is.
I know, and you're not going to. What kind of interview is that? They'd have. You or I would give a better interview to a standing president than some.
They're trying to get all the votes of those gangster bitches.
Oh yeah, well,
that's a whole different genre about like black girls that fight and cuss and women now are just like men almost. That's what they want. They'll fight you. They'll fart and cuss you. It's crazy, dude.
That was the one thing that the rap industry did was glamorize the gangster life.
That's not even the real life that they're even showing. That's bullshit.
Oh, I know.
What I mean?
Hey,
they get emulated and they try to repeat that in its fantasy land.
Hey, when I lived in Denver, before and after I went to Australia, we lived right there on Lowry Air Force Base, and because the Air Force was real big into desegregation, instead of me going right to the middle school that I could see from my bedroom window, it was a block away down the road. Instead of going to that place, we loaded up on a bus every morning and they drove us like 25 miles downtown to the inner city. And I went to junior high school in gang territory. Yeah. Our school was probably 97% Hispanic, 2% white, and 1% black.
Hey, I moved to Shreveport, and we were the only white kids in the whole school. Me and my brother.
Yeah, and the 2% white and the 1% black that was there were the kids that got bussed in from Lowry. Okay, so I mean, we were in. I mean, this is back in the late 70s. Okay, police were doing locker searches in our middle school then, and finding
like 75 when it was riots and.
Yeah, and they were finding guns and sticks and knives. So, I'm sorry, but I grew up. I didn't grow up on the streets and in a hood, but every day during the school year, we were in gang country, and I saw how those kids acted, and the middle school kids. They were getting propped up by high school kids because, the middle school kids looked up to their older brothers or their older neighborhood kids that were in high school. So the high school kids would dare the middle school kids to do crap. Yep. So, and the middle school kids would do it to make bones with the high school kids. And dude, it was just, and it's almost like kids were like pressured to join a gang, and I wasn't doing any of that. So because I wasn't part of a gang, sometimes you took ribbing from all the gangs, but all it really took was standing up to, once you figured out who was the gang in the school and stand up to that dude right there, you'll earn your bones with all the gangs. You know what I'm saying?
I used to walk by the projects on the way to school, and I ran by them on the way home.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm serious. Back then, like a black kid could break a pop bottle, and the white kid could stab the shit out of him. The black kid would go to school. They lost no matter what. That's just the way it was then.
Oh yeah, yeah. It was a different time.
Oh yeah.
And what was funny was, so the kid that the kid that attended middle school for just 2 years and learned all these in and outs of, reading gangs. In fact, that's where I first started learning body language, was probably in middle school. So, that kid that was so used to the gang life. And even when we went to high school, since we were still on the Air Force Base, we got shipped to a different high school, and it was predominantly black, which, again, I'm not racist, but it is what it is. That's where we were. And there was always riots going on in that school. And so, Dad gets out of the Air Force. Fast forward another year, and now I'm in suburbia America, going to Gateway High School, and I'm nothing but all my programming from school taught me to be a thug. Now, not that I was a thug in that school, but that's why that kid got away with having 5 cop cars chase him home from the highway, because that wasn't nothing compared to the crap I had to grow up with knives and guns. And, this is just some paperwork hanging out on a dash. I got that.
White man can't jump, but they can run fast. That's what I was saying.
That's why they build fast cars.
No one ever caught my ass, dude. When I'm scared, I run really fast. I'm telling you.
No shit.
And, if your car breaks down there, you just set on fire and hope the fire department gets there first.
I know, right? And that's kind of funny too, because there again, some stupid crap we did back in the day. We thought
we thought to jail though. You get fight somebody now and go to jail.
Oh, most definitely.
Now you even look at somebody wrong and call them a name. It's a hate crime. He called me gay or something. They call it LGBTQ now, or now it's okay, it's queer.
And what's really
that used to be a bad word. Now it's part of them.
And what's really bad is, you'll go through hell for something like that, but these guys that are out here killing cops, they're getting released on bail and walking the streets.
With dildos on their head in a parade. I mean,
Exactly.
Who wants to push that? I never asked anyone in my life about their sex life. But, it's not something you talk about. I don't know why people that think they're weird, they have to go out there and parade around about it. That just freaks me out.
Yeah, that's okay, because I heard an interesting story about Meatloaf. Oddly enough, from Tanya, was that song, I can do anything for love, but I won't do that.
Do anything for love.
That's the one. That was inspired from the urban legend goes, we'll just put it that way. That was inspired by the simple fact that his girlfriend at the time wanted to put a strap on and do him.
Well, in that movie Rocky Horror, he got ate. They ate him.
Yeah, right. Rocky. The Rocky Horror Picture Show, man.
I went to that with an umbrella and a squirt gun and toast.
Toast, yeah, man. Holy, man! That's old school. There, I'd totally forgotten about the Rocky Horror Picture Show.
It was it's just fun with people, but they kept getting holes in the screen, so they quit doing it.
Yeah, I got to
the midnight movie late once. I had to watch Linda Blair shove a cross in her crotch on the front row.
Oh, lovely.
Remember, she said in that movie, she told that, she goes, "Your mother sucks cocks in hell." And then on Saturday Night Live, they said, "Your mother sews socks that smell." Your mom wears army boots. That's what they said.
That's one movie I never saw, was that Exorcist movie. I never got into
David and all those movies when they first came out. That was pretty bad.
Yeah, about
like that back then very much.
About the most shocking movie or terror movie, whatever you want to call it, that I saw back in the day was Jaws.
Oh yeah, but Hellraiser is fucking whoa.
Yeah, I didn't see none of those. I didn't. A lot of movies. I remember skipping school when the second Star Wars movie came out, because the first one came out when I was still living in Australia. And
Return of the Jedi.
Yeah. I remember ditching school to go see that with one of my buddies, and that made it kind of awkward when my parents took us to go see it because I already knew what went on. But
there's a line at the mall where it was in the food court, and I remember on The Simpsons, everybody's standing in line to see that movie, and Homer comes out and goes, "I can't believe Darth Vader's Luke's dad," in front of everybody. It's like, you motherfucker! They're ruining the whole movie for everybody.
Right. Yeah. So, I got into those movies and I was kind of like a Star Trek buff for on TV per se. So I kind of checked out those movies when they came out. But like right now, I don't watch TV. Now I do have a DVD player and I've got movies that I'll watch occasionally, but they're all comedies. I've got like,
I watch funny shit like Westworld on HBO. That's fucking a good series. And also that one with John Goodman and all the Preaching Family. Oh my!
Is that good?
Oh, it's great. You gotta watch. Man, it's crazy. It's funny as can be.
Right on. Yeah, I've got like.
As long as it's not. As long as you know what's going on, that's the difference. Most people don't.
Right.
They tell George Burns, like, don't you know those girls are using you? And he's like, I'm 99. Who's using who? You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah, because usually around here anyway, if I'm not in the shop working, like earlier today when you first started the stream, I was down at the lake walking the dog, and that's usually where I'm at, is outdoors. So if there is a movie in, typically it's just one of the comedies. I've got a lot of comedies around here, like the Beverly Hills cop movies or Police Academy, or there's.
I was telling somebody when I had the pawn shop, when people sold their VHS tapes instead because they bought DVD, there was like 30 or 40 movies that every family had, no matter what. Jean-Claude, Steven Seagal, Field of Dreams, Dances with Wolves. Everybody had certain movies. Everybody, like The Fugitive, Indiana Jones. There's just certain ones that.
Yep.
We had 100 copies of one movie.
Exactly. Yeah, I've got
back in the day, they're like, was it Debbie Does Dallas, Behind the Green Door, Deep Throat.
Deep Throat, right.
Linda Lovelace. You remember that, just the news titles, Remember Caligula?
Caligula, yep.
When in Rome, do as the Romans do.
About the most risque movie I have now, I think, is one of the Ron White stand-up movies.
And he only drank when he was on stage like that. He said he never drank any other time.
Well, I don't know. I watched an interview with him that's a couple weeks old now, but he said he was an alcoholic. That he said he actually had to go through rehab, and he doesn't drink now. And he says it's kind of awkward because he's known for his drinking, but he doesn't drink now. So
I think he has the same glass with like juice in it or something. Maybe.
Yeah, he still takes the glass up there because everybody thinks he's still drinking, but he just he's got something else.
Dean Martin and Foster Brooks didn't drink during those roasts. That was all acting.
Really?
Yeah, Foster Brooks didn't drink at all. Oh, he would do. He was funny. He's act drunk.
Because I just assumed old Dean, he was another one that was kind of known for his alcohol consumption.
You know how he died? His son was a pilot, and he was on a test flight, and he got killed. And Dean Martin, he never starved himself to death. He never ate again after his son got killed.
Really?
Yeah. It just depressed him so much that he.
That's kind of harsh, and when you look at stuff like that, what is it with airplanes, air travel? Look at all the people. Look at all the people that have died in airplanes.
And Kobe Bryant, remember there was like for 2 years they showed helicopters crashing with him in it and getting killed in cartoons. And the funniest one was it's not funny, but when he crashed, I can't remember who it was. They went there and pulled his rings off, and he goes, "Hey, those are Kobe's." He goes, "These are Shaq's." And then Kobe and his wife had a deal where they both couldn't be on a helicopter at the same time.
Yes.
Now that's weird. Come on, it's like, whoa.
You kind of know, though. Come on. It doesn't. I don't believe in coincidences, and if they have a, and I,
It's Fast and the Furious, you know, Ryan. The dog Ryan died in a car wreck on the Family Guy the same week that guy did. He got ran over,
no shit.
and his name was Ryan. And then they brought in a dog that take his place was like a Joe Pesci dog, all gangster, you know.
Right.
And then they
That,
had to go back. They went back in time and brought back the other dog to life, you know. But it was kind of weird.
wow.
The same time, the name and everything. And
That's
somebody
kind
that Fast and the Furious died. Fast and Furious, you know.
Yep. That's kind of weird, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean.
Well, see, and tell me, you know, and there again, that means something. What does it mean? Hell, I don't know. But you know
Yeah,
that.
they have to put it out there. Like, in order for their shit to work, they have to put it in the eye where people can see it. You know what I mean? They
I
have to,
guess.
they have to, I mean, they say they have to put it out there in the public eye. You know, that's how they signal each other and stuff.
Well,
Like,
that's just
it
like.
used to be in plain sight, right? And then, no, it was hidden in plain sight. Then it was in plain sight. Well, now it's in your face because they own everything. You
Yeah,
can't do that.
right. Well, it used to. Well, and that's just like this whole. Was it Jesseline Maxwell? You know, she's on suicide watch, but she's not suicidal. Then why is she
Yeah.
on suicide watch? And you know, I mean, come on. Again, it doesn't take a rocket scientist, and it's not because I'm Italian and I watch gangster movies. I recognize when someone's had a hip put on them.
Hey, you know John Gotti? He died here in Springfield. He was in the medical center, the federal
Really?
fed. Yeah, because any federal prisoner that like we have the highest age per population because of the medical center. All the federal prisoners with AIDS go out there because it's the Fed med. They showed it in Sopranos. Well, Gotti died here, but when he was younger, the neighbor backs out over his kid and killed him on his bike. And somebody ran him through a meat grinder. Or no, they cut him up with a chainsaw.
Damn.
Yeah, but when he was here, he had throat cancer and he couldn't talk hardly. And my buddy was an ambulance driver. They couldn't keep records on him. They had a whole floor of the hospital for him. You know what I mean? But he died a cruel death, like throat cancer, like pain. I mean, you know.
Well,
he had a miserable death. He probably had it coming though, you know.
I was gonna say. I mean, you know, you kind of. It's just like we were talking earlier about karma. It doesn't go from lifetime to lifetime. It shows up in your day-to-day life, you know, and his past caught up with him and gave him a terrible death. Probably no different than, you know, some of his victims.
You know, because a lot of times people like suffer with cancer and stuff, you know, for a while.
Right. And seeing some of that stuff, I can't figure out either, you know, this whole.
I know the nuclear thing because I don't really believe in that shit. I think it's just steamed water.
Well, not even that, but how does like a 3-year-old get cancer?
Oh, exactly.
I mean, you see what I'm saying?
Look at that. What is it? What is that? What do you call kids? They got that disease, but it's not a disease. You know, like 1 out of 20 kids gets it now.
Oh, that balls, pills.
Autistic.
Oh, autism. Yeah.
Like 1 in 50,000. Now it's like 1 in 20.
I know, right?
And it's like it's obvious what's causing it. I mean, come on. They take a brand new born baby and they give it how many shots right off the bat? Like 3 or 4.
Exactly.
I think babies should go in a dark environment into water.
And then not only that, do they go get them shots right away, but then because of the dual working families or whatever, that's where your formula comes into play instead of moms just being able to stay home. And
they give everybody WIC because it's preventive maintenance, they say, but they don't want the kids getting the kitten milk because it's better for them.
Yeah. So, and actually, to be perfectly honest with you, okay, everything in the world is a trigger, right?
Yep.
So if you look up chromosome 8, and this I actually, yeah, because okay, and actually Tanya's the one that told me about this one. Chromosome 8, you actually have 2 of those in your body, and in them is where you get Alzheimer's, dementia, and cancer, and
you know, I did that 23andMe and I had no precursors for anything.
Really?
Those are precursors, yeah. I can believe it.
Well, that's good. That's good. But the thing is for some people, it's already lying dormant in their body. It just takes a trigger to pull it out.
Yeah, exactly. It's a straw that broke the camel's back when people get all these metals in their body. Then they give them
Yep.
a boost of
And
metal.
it can either be triggered through, the food you're eating. It could be, yeah,
vibration.
exactly. Because right there, that's why most kids go through some kind of trauma, because trauma will lock you in a low vibration at a young age.
Yeah. It's like 0 to 7 years old is what makes you. That time is what's going to make you what you are as an adult, what you learn and what happens to you till you're
Yep.
7.
Exactly. Yep.
And you see it too, because my dad died when I was 6, but my brother was like 4, and he was like, we weren't the same person. He was he went, it was a lot harder on him.
Oh man, I'm sorry to hear that, man.
Oh, yeah, my dad was a preacher, and I was 6. My sister was 4, my brother was 2, and my mom was pregnant when he died.
Wow, that's
So
tough.
I'm pretty much self-taught, of most things, because I was the oldest. But my brother though, he was a hypozoid, man. I'm serious. He died the day Burt Reynolds did, and he was a bouncer, had tattoos all over. He never got whipped, dude. He would kick your windshield out and pull you out and curb check you. He was mean.
I will say this about people like you that I've met that I can relate to. It seems like a good chunk of us who are awake and see the world for what it is had some kind of major childhood trauma.
Oh yeah.
And for you,
where every single person had something that was in there.
well, yeah, everybody goes through something, but let's face it, not everybody loses their parent before the age of 10, let's say. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and in the last 2 years, I lost every family member and friend I had. Every single one of them, like murder, suicide, cancer, car wrecks. One after another, every month. Every month. It was horrible.
Damn.
Even a guy I knew since he was 11, I went to school with. Him and his brother got a place here. And Thanksgiving, the night before Thanksgiving, we were dabbing it up, and they left, and his brother pulled out, and the car hit him, and my buddy, the other one of them got killed. That quick, like gone. And he'd already survived cancer.
Oh.
And then he got killed in a car wreck.
Holy crap.
Yeah. And then my buddy, I used to research. It was like, it's crazy. Like even the one I forgot about the other day, his son had the same name. And I texted him on Messenger, and he said, "Oh, Dad died in like 2020 or something." I didn't even know he died. Dad,
Right.
But unless you know somebody in the family, they're not going to call and tell anybody when somebody goes. You know what I mean?
Oh no, I get that. But I just find that kind of amazing, the similar life paths that different people take. It's not exactly the same, but the bulk.
This platform is good for it because people can see all around the world now. Everybody has a cable, internet, phone. All the people are the same now. They do the same shit, different language, but the government's what's fucked. They're not the people. They're just
Oh no. Oh no.
People realize they always made us hate Russians and even Canadians. We never learned much about Canada, and all I knew about them was like Great White North and hockey and the Dudley Do Right. They don't teach us nothing much about Canada and the United States.
Right.
They don't. They don't.
No.
I think of
What was that other movie?
Oh, the Trailer Park Boys.
The McKenzie brothers. The McKenzie brothers.
Great White North, Bob and Doug McKenzie.
Yeah.
That was a crazy movie. They drank a shitload of beer.
There's some stereotypes, huh?
And this the Trailer Park Boys. They say Sam Squinch, and you know who Demon Jones is? He's a hickhopper. He's from Alabama.
Yeah.
Well, he does lives all the time, and I was the first one in the chat, and he said, "Hey, Sam Squinch," and I made a video about it. I laughed my ass off. He's a good dude, though. I like that guy.
Right on.
And his name's Demon, Demun. Isn't that weird?
Hey, I gotta take my.
You what?
Cool. Hey, I'm gonna have to get on. My dog's bugging me to take in the morning.
I'm gonna cook some shit. I'm gonna make Probably I've been craving some hamburger stew. You know what I mean? It's like all the vegetables and some hamburger.
Right on, right
Well, man,
on.
hey,
That'll be
thanks for
good.
coming up, dude. And I'm sure the future is to come.
Well, yeah, dude, I appreciate you having me. It's finally good to talk to you, not so much face to face, but this sure beats, reading chats and, all that other crap. You changed.
Oh, I'm muted. Oh, I was muted, talking to no one. Oh, that's too late in the day. Don't you hate talk shows in the morning when you want to listen to music? Bunch of fucking opinions of shit. Like what Bob and Tom show they used to be on. Oh, give me a second here. See if I can get my hotspot on. But thank you. I'll be gone for a second. I'll be right back. I get work. And I'm back. I think I'm gonna get up here. Who's still here? People. Let's see.
Your business. That's what it's all about.
See,
Well, y'all made my day this morning. Just
oh,
fine, like
shut the. I hate radio and all. You just talk. Who cares what these DJs think? You know what I mean? Play some music.
Opposes new taxes.
See, anything I even hear sounds like politics, makes me want to cringe. Hey, Golden Earring. No, it ain't. That was lions and tigers and bears. Oh my. Yeah. I want to save it. Oh, dude. What'd you say? Here, let's do this for a second. Let's go. Man, my phone is 16% and it feels like a soldering iron. It's so hot, I could probably melt fucking cook an egg on it. But I've been streaming for like 9 hours or something on that damn phone. Let's look outside. I'm curious what the weather is. Not a cloud in the sky. Ooh, not a cloud in the sky. Oh, life in the ghetto. And his mother cries. Yeah, it's pretty clear. Oh no, look at the spraying. There we go. Look at mine. Putrid poison. Well, what do you believe? And now the images of the face of Paul Clinton. Oh man, I appreciate it, I can. In the interstate. Wow.